Chapter 1454. Indestructible Martial Lord. Chapter 1462. Savage Ghost Domain Rumble. The Emperor's aura of the extreme Tao erupted as the ancient cauldron became the only thing in the world. Primordial chaos chi surged like dragons circling around the ancient cauldron. A terrifying force that could shake the entire universe spread out from the ancient cauldron, causing all living beings in the wildlands to tremble. Experts from all directions were alarmed, especially the great demons near the Chaos Dragon Cauldron. All of them knelt down towards the direction of the mountain and river cauldron, as though they were worshipping a supreme sovereign. Inside the Chaos Dragon Cauldron, Heavenly Peng could feel his soul trembling. The true Emperor's aura of the extreme Tao was surging in from outside the Chaos Dragon Cauldron. Even the demonic runes of the extreme Tao could not stop it. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cauldron, causing all living beings to tremble. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cauldron. Boom! The Emperor's aura of the extreme Tao within the Chaos Dragon Cauldron erupted. Under the impact of the Emperor's aura of the mountain and river cauldron, the great Tao marks left behind by the Emperor's aura reacted. A chaotic dragon shadow appeared in the sky above the Chaos Dragon Cauldron, emitting an Emperor's aura of the extreme Tao. The entire savage world trembled as the two forces of the extreme Tao clashed. What's going on? Could it be that an Emperor of the extreme Tao has descended into this world? This is too terrifying. The entire world might be destroyed. All the experts in the savage world felt a shiver that came from the depths of their souls. If these two forces of the extreme Tao were to clash, the savage world would definitely be destroyed. The power of the extreme Tao could destroy the heavens and earth. This was not a legend. The power of the extreme Tao could suppress everything, surpassing the great Tao of the heavens and earth. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sky above the mountain and river cauldron, drawing the essence of the earth veins in all directions. The cauldron soul within the cauldron began to awaken. The Emperor's aura became even more vast and terrifying. Hand over the dragon scale, or I will erase the Chaos Dragon Cauldron from the face of this world. Gu Fei's voice pierced through the void, directly into the Chaos Dragon Cauldron. At this time, his Saint Tier incarnation and Heavenly Peng had already stopped fighting. You actually have such a thing. The ancient Heavenly Rock couldn't help but be shocked. He never expected the other party to have a supreme sacred weapon refined by an extreme Tao sovereign. Unfortunately, there was no supreme dragon sword of an extreme Tao true dragon in the primal Chaos Dragon Cave that once gave birth to an extreme Tao true dragon. Hand over the dragon scale, or else the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. In the Chaos Dragon Cave, Gu Fei's Saint Tier incarnation said this. Although the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave also emitted an extreme power, compared to the mountain and river cauldron, this extreme power was like a child in front of an adult. The mountain and river cauldron released a terrifying power that could shake the entire universe, suppressing the 10,000-kilometer area around the chaotic dragon cauldron. Even the entire wild world was enveloped by the extreme Tao Emperor's might. At this moment, as long as Gu Fei was willing, he could use the mountain and river cauldron to break through this part of the world. What is this? Could it be that the legendary treasure has appeared? Right next to the area controlled by the demon race was a barren land that stretched as far as the eye could see. That place was shrouded in yin qi, and the entire area emitted an aura of death. In the depths of this land of death, there was a gloomy ancient city. At this moment, a ghostly voice rang out from the ancient city. The center of the wild world was 100,000-kilometer area. It was occupied by three major forces: the demon race, the beast race, and the ghost race. Beast sovereign, demon sovereign, and ghost sovereign, the three invincible existences of the wildlands jointly controlled this area of 100,000 miles. All three of them wanted to break the extreme Tao Grand Formation outside the 9 Nether Yellow Springs and obtain the Gate of Reincarnation inside. At this moment, the entire wild world was enveloped by the extreme Tao Emperor's might. The powerful existences in the ghost race didn't dare to act rashly. No one could withstand an attack from an extreme Tao saint weapon, not even a saint. After successfully drawing upon the power of the extreme Tao, no one in the wild world could contend against Gu Fei. You dare! Heavenly Peng still wanted to resist stubbornly, but he was no longer confident. Who wouldn't tremble in the face of a true extreme Dao Saint weapon? In that case, I have nothing else to say. Gu Fei finished speaking and was about to make his move. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated and gathered the essence of the earth from all directions. The spiritual qi of the entire world frantically converged towards the mountain and river cauldron. In just a short while, the spiritual qi of the entire wild world had almost decreased by 1/10. The spiritual qi of the extreme Dao Saint weapon was absolutely astonishing. Even if a saint used an extreme Dao Saint weapon, his vitality would probably be greatly damaged. An extreme Dao divine might emanate from the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing the direction of the chaotic dragon cave. The entire ground sank. Although it was only a strand of extreme Dao Emperor's might, it still caused a great disturbance. The 10,000-meter tall dragon shadow that had evolved in the sky above the chaotic dragon cave trembled. The power of the extreme Dao True Dragon was suppressed. In front of the mountain and river cauldron, this power was like a child. It couldn't protect the chaotic dragon cave, and showed signs of being obliterated. Stop! The heavenly Peng ancient demon knew that Yi Futian wasn't a merciful person. As long as he continued to persevere, the demon race of the wild world would really be destroyed in his hands. At the critical moment, the ancient demon had no choice but to bow down to Gu Fei in the end. At least you know what's good for you. In the chaotic dragon cave, Gu Fei's sage avatar revealed a cold smile. Then, under the lead of the heavenly Peng ancient demon, they directly entered the depths of the chaotic dragon cave. At this time, Gu Fei's real body also stopped and was about to unleash a destructive attack. The mountain and river cauldron was shaking. Streams of primordial chaos qi had already risen into the air, but at this time it entered the mountain and river cauldron again. However, before the dragon scale was in his hands, Gu Fei would definitely not withdraw the mountain and river cauldron. Once this deterrent power disappeared, the heavenly Peng ancient demon would most likely turn hostile immediately. In the depths of the chaotic dragon cave, the extreme Dao dragon patterns appeared. This was a place where dragons rose and an extreme Dao true dragon had once been born. It was a heaven-defying place in this world. If not for the heavenly Peng ancient demon's lead, Gu Fei's sage avatar wouldn't have been able to break through the seal of the extreme Dao dragon patterns and obtain the dragon scale protected by the extreme Dao dragon patterns. In the center of the countless extreme Dao dragon patterns, there was a mass of primordial chaos divine light. Within the divine light, there was a palm-sized dragon scale. An ancient and vast aura was emitted from the dragon scale. A dragon scale shed by an extreme Dao true dragon? The aura emitted from the dragon scale made even Gu Fei's sage avatar palpitate. If it was an ordinary cultivator, it would be impossible for them to get close to such a sacred object. Upon closer inspection, there were ancient and mysterious patterns within the mass of primordial chaos divine light that was wrapped around the dragon scale. An extreme Dao true dragon. Even a scale shed from its body was so mystical that it could be immortal. This made Gu Fei feel incredulous. After a moment of shock, Gu Fei didn't hesitate to direct the power of the mountain and river cauldron to sweep away the dragon scale protected by the dragon patterns. The heavenly Peng ancient demon's heart was bleeding as he watched from the side. This was the ultimate treasure of the chaotic dragon cave. On the extreme Dao dragon scale, there were great Dao dragon patterns branded by the extreme Dao true dragon. Comprehending such great Dao dragon patterns would be immeasurable for one's cultivation, especially for an existence like the heavenly Peng ancient demon, who had already stepped onto the path of becoming a sage. Many thanks. Gu Fei cupped his hands towards the heavenly Peng ancient demon. Then he turned into a beam of divine light and rushed out from the depths of the chaotic dragon cave. He didn't kill them all. Roar! After Gu Fei left, an indignant roar could be heard from the depths of the chaos dragon cave. It was a great humiliation for the entire demon race of the desolate mountains to have someone kill their way to their doorstep and steal their supreme treasure. After Gu Fei obtained the dragon scale, his sage incarnation met up with his true body. Together, they drove the mountain and river cauldron into the depths of the earth. The extreme Dao Emperor's aura began to recede. Countless living beings in the desolate world heaved a sigh of relief. The extreme Dao Emperor's aura was too terrifying. It almost crushed the heavens and earth and shattered the world. It was as though doomsday had arrived. The aura of the extreme Dao was withdrawn. The mountain and river cauldron and the chaotic dragon cave gradually calmed down. No one dared to release their spiritual will to find the location of the mountain and river cauldron. Under the influence of the aura, the mountain and river cauldron could kill a sage with a single strike. In the depths of the earth, an ancient cauldron was floating. Inside the ancient cauldron was a boundless world. A piece of dragon scale was suppressed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Even so, the wisp of extreme Tao aura emanating from the dragon scale was difficult to completely isolate. The Tao pattern formed by the primordial chaos chi was firmly suppressed on the dragon scale. At this moment, Gu Fei had already put away his sage incarnation. He stood in front of the dragon scale and carefully examined the ancient patterns on it. A corner of the array pattern, Gu Fei discovered that 1/3 of the extreme Tao ancient array pattern on the dragon scale was the same kind of array pattern as the one on the black stone that he had obtained from the beast race. When the ancient array pattern on the dragon scale and the ancient array pattern on the black stone were combined, 2/3 of the extreme Tao ancient array could be formed. However, a corner of the array pattern was missing. Moreover, Gu Fei discovered that the missing corner of the extreme Tao ancient array pattern happened to be the most crucial array pattern of the extreme Tao ancient array. Without the core array pattern, everything would be full of variables. The extreme Tao ancient array was created by heaven and earth. No one could deduce the other missing array patterns from just a corner of the array pattern. Only by gathering that part of the array pattern would Gu Fei have the confidence to challenge the extreme Tao ancient array. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the ghost region of the wild. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The ghost region of the wild was a land of death in the wild world. It was the gathering place of the dead spirits and was shrouded in a deathly aura. The ghost region of the wild world could be said to be the most mysterious place in the wild world. It was a place that even the beast race and demon race were unwilling to set foot in. There were incomparably powerful ghost emperors and evil corpses that could stand shoulder to shoulder with almighties. The expert who ruled this area was the ghost lord of the wild world, who could contend with the beast lord and demon lord of the wild world. Target =_blank. Chapter 1455. The barbarian ghost lord was one of the most mysterious experts in the barbarian world. No one had ever seen his true appearance. Every time he appeared, a chilling wind would blow and a ghostly aura would surround him. However, the barbarian ghost lord's cultivation and strength were undeniable. The three unrivaled experts of the barbarian world had fought before, but none of them could suppress the other. The three major powers ruled over the barbarian world. The weaker races were all pushed aside, unable to get close to the center of the barbarian world. Gu Fei already had 2/3 of the extreme Tao array diagram. As long as he could obtain the corner of the barbarian ghost lord's diagram, he would have the confidence to venture into the 9 nether springs. The 9 nether springs was a heaven-defying location. Legend has it that the 9 nether springs had already existed since the Age of Legends. No one knew how this place came to be. On this evening, Gu Fei arrived at the outskirts of the barbarian ghost domain. He stood on top of a mountain and gazed into the distance. Tens of li away, the yin qi permeated the air. Even the afterglow of the setting sun couldn't shine through. Even though he was tens of li away, Gu Fei could still feel the eerie aura rushing towards him. Such a vast aura of death. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The area in front of him was shrouded by an aura of death. There was a trace of life coming from there. It was a land of death. What could have caused all this? Gu Fei felt uneasy. The barbarian ghost domain was too strange. This place was probably even more terrifying than the primal chaos dragon cave and the ancient palace of savage beasts. However, he was only missing the corner of the array diagram in the Wildlands Ghost Lord's hand. It was impossible for Gu Fei to refuse at this time. He had to obtain the corner of the array diagram in the Wildlands Ghost Lord's hand no matter what. Boom! A powerful saint-level aura suddenly erupted from the figure on the mountain peak. Gu Fei shot up into the sky, and like an immortal emperor from the 9 heavens, he strode through the void. He took a step forward and vanished on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared a few hundred kilometers away. With just a single step, he had entered the savage ghost domain. 9 streaks of immortal Tao divine light swirled around Gu Fei's body, scattering all of the surrounding yin energy and ghost mist, making it difficult for them to approach him. Gu Fei was very cautious. He did not use his real body to descend into the ghost realm. This time he still used his saint-level incarnation. Just as Gu Fei entered the ghost domain and was about to go deeper, a black light rushed out from the depths of the ghost domain. A powerful death aura surged towards Gu Fei from afar. Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. I've only just entered the ghost domain. Yet I've already encountered a cultivator that cultivates the ghost Tao? Swoosh! The black light streaked across the sky like a black divine rainbow, streaking across the chaotic heaven and earth. Within the black light was a blurry ghostly silhouette that exuded a monstrous death aura. The black light was very fast. In just a few breaths' time it had already arrived. This powerful cultivator that cultivated the ghost Tao was actually coming for Gu Fei. Saint, halt! My clan's master has invited you. The black light came from afar and landed a few dozen meters away from Gu Fei. When the black light dissipated, a black figure appeared in the sky. Under the saint-level aura that Gu Fei had inadvertently released, the person's blurry ghostly silhouette trembled slightly. The powerful pressure almost made him kneel down. The ghost lord of the savage ghost domain? Gu Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect the master of the ghost clan to have already predicted his arrival, and had sent someone to invite him. This cultivator's cultivation and strength were definitely at the top of the almighty level. However, before Gu Fei, he didn't dare to be negligent and had to be cautious. The other party might be a saint, someone that could crush him to death with a single finger. In the wildlands, aside from the three supremacies, no one dared to directly address them as such. However, Gu Fei was an exception because he had the strength to look down on the three supremacies. In the cultivation world, nothing else mattered. The most important thing was to possess invincible strength. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. Lead the way, Gu Fei said after some thought. He wasn't worried about the other party playing any tricks because he was confident that the Wildlands Ghost Lord wouldn't dare to do anything to him. The Wildlands Beast race and the Wildlands Demon race were a good example. The cultivator let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Fei had accepted the invitation. He then led the way and led Gu Fei deeper into the Wildlands Ghost Realm. The Wildlands Ghost Realm was truly a land of death. Gu Fei discovered that although there were many mountains inside, there weren't any signs of life on them. Moreover, skeletons could be seen scattered among the rocks in the mountains at any time. Among these skeletons there were human cultivators, and there were also cultivators of foreign races. In short, there were more human skeletons than foreign cultivators. About 10,000 miles into the savage ghost domain, a pitch-black ancient city appeared on the horizon. It was a ghost city, and above the ancient city, there were ribbon-shaped dark clouds drifting. This, Gu Fei didn't expect to see an ancient city in the Wildlands Ghost Realm. It was obvious that this ancient city had existed for countless years, giving off an ancient and boundless aura. The cultivator directly led Gu Fei into the ancient city. To Gu Fei's surprise, there were no undead creatures in the city. The ancient city was empty, but there was a tall building in the center of the city. This was the city lord's mansion. Gu Fei could feel a powerful aura of death overflowing from the mansion. Quasi-saint. Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble after sensing this aura. There was actually a quasi-saint in the city lord's mansion. Although it wasn't the legendary ghost lord, it was still shocking enough. Honored guest, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. A loud laugh came from the city lord's mansion. A tall figure came out from the mansion to welcome them. It was a man wearing a black dragon robe and a black crown. This man's gait was majestic like a dragon or a tiger, exuding the aura of an emperor, giving off a powerful oppressive feeling. It was as if he was the legendary king of hell. Naturally, the savage ghost lord was the only ghost Tao powerhouse with such a bearing. Ghost Emperor? After seeing the Wildlands Ghost Lord, Gu Fei couldn't help but recall the invincible Ghost Emperor in the mortal world. That was a peerless expert that looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The cultivator who led Gu Fei here bowed to the Ghost Lord and left. Under the guidance of the Wildlands Ghost Lord, Gu Fei entered the City Lord's mansion in the Ghost City below. The entire Ghost City was filled with a strange atmosphere. It seemed like there were only 2 people in the Ghost City, Gu Fei and the Ghost Lord. To see the first episode without advertisements, Please go to please share. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1456. The Ghost Lord of Desolation was a quasi-sage expert of the Ghost Tao. His temperament was somewhat similar to the Ghost Emperor of the mortal world, causing Gu Fei to recall the Ghost Emperor. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was an unparalleled powerhouse. Even now, Gu Fei still had a hard time figuring out just how high his cultivation and strength had reached. Was the Ghost Emperor a quasi-sage? Or had it surpassed the quasi-sage realm? No one knew, but Gu Fei knew that the Ghost Emperor of the mortal world was definitely stronger than this Ghost Lord. I didn't expect Dao Friend to obtain such a clone. This is truly a fortune. The Ghost Lord's eyes were like torches. The moment he saw Gu Fei, he knew that this expert emitting a sage aura was not a real sage, but a clone. Even so, Gu Fei's immortal saint physique still caused the Ghost Lord to feel a great pressure. After all, this was a sage-level clone. You flatter me. Gu Fei was expressionless. The current him was not afraid of the Ghost Lord. Moreover, since he dared to enter this city of death, he was already prepared for the worst. I have already guessed Dao Friend's purpose for coming here. I should have taken the corner of the diagram, but unfortunately, even I can't take it. The Ghost Lord said. Oh! Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. What did the savage Ghost Lord mean? Could it be that he didn't have that corner of the diagram? How was that possible? He had already found out that the Ghost Lord did have that corner of the diagram. Could it be that the Ghost Lord didn't want to hand it over? If that was the case, then he had no choice but to take action. Hehe. Dao Friend, please don't misunderstand. The Ghost Lord quickly said. He didn't want to offend this god of death. He already knew what happened between the beast race and the demon race. Gu Fei slaughtered in all directions, forcing the beast race and demon race to lower their heads. Such a battle record was absolutely world-shaking. The Ghost Lord knew that with his current cultivation and strength, he wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat if he could suppress the Demon Lord and the Beast Lord. He, the Wildland Ghost Lord, would have long since unified the Wildland world. He wouldn't have to fight against the demon race and the beast race. What do you mean? Gu Fei was a little displeased. This Wildland's Ghost Lord was not straightforward with his words. This corner of the ancient formation pattern is a little different. The Wildland's Ghost Lord said. He seemed to not know what to say, and his words were somewhat hesitant. Different. Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be curious. Could it be that this corner of the ancient formation pattern was different from the ancient formation patterns mastered by the Beast Clan and the Demon Clan? If it wasn't the same kind of array pattern, it would be bad. Even if Gu Fei had grasped 2/3 of the Extreme Dao Ancient Formation runes, he still wouldn't dare to challenge the Extreme Dao Ancient Formation runes. I know that fellow Taoist wishes to gather the 3 ancient diagrams and then venture into the 9 Hells Springs. However, the diagrams I have here are not imprinted on immortal materials, said the Wildland's Ghost Lord. Why do you say that? Gu Fei was even more curious. In this world, only immortal materials could be used as carriers of the great Tao. Other materials did not have this characteristic. When fellow Taoist entered the city, did you feel that there was something different about this ancient city? The Wildland's Ghost Lord said unhurriedly. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes gradually lit up. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. He could no longer maintain his calm. That formation pattern is actually... A look of disbelief appeared on Gu Fei's face. How is this possible? How could a corner of the ancient formation pattern transform into such a state? It was too unbelievable. It seems that you have already guessed it. That's right, the ancient city we are in is that corner of the ancient formation pattern, said the Wildland's Ghost Lord. Although Gu Fei had already guessed it, he was still shocked after hearing the Wildland's Ghost Lord's words. A corner of the ancient formation pattern had actually transformed into an ancient city. When Gu Fei found out that he was actually sitting in a corner of the ancient formation pattern, his expression couldn't help but change. If the Wildland's Ghost Lord activated the ancient formation pattern, even a sage would be killed. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to be nervous. This corner of the ancient formation pattern has been silent for countless years. No one has been able to activate it, said the Wildland's Ghost Lord with a smile. Hearing the Wildlands Ghost Lord's words, Gu Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With fellow Taoist strength, it is as easy as flipping your hand to take this corner of the ancient formation pattern. After this is done, I hope that fellow Taoists can borrow the legendary Gate of Reincarnation. The Wildlands Ghost Lord stated his purpose. He treated Gu Fei as a distinguished guest because of a promise from Gu Fei. He wanted to borrow the Gate of Reincarnation. Gu Fei naturally knew why the Wildlands Ghost Lord wanted to borrow the Gate of Reincarnation. No one would be willing to be trapped in a world like this for the rest of their lives. Although the Wildlands world was vast, it was not a truly perfect world. A character like the Wildlands Ghost Lord naturally desired to go to a vaster world to fulfill his ambitions. In the end, the Wildlands Ghost Lord left, leaving only Gu Fei sitting in the Ghost Town City Lord Mansion. No wonder there are no ghost race experts in such a huge ancient city. Gu Fei muttered to himself. It seemed like this ancient city was formed by a corner of the ancient formation pattern. Lord, are we just going to hand over the supreme treasure that our race is guarding just like this? On a mountain 1,000 miles away from the ghost town there was a palace. At this time the Wildlands Ghost Lord was conversing with a ghost general. Let this human expert fight with those two old fellows first. The Wildlands Ghost Lord's tone was incomparably calm. Lord is wise, this subordinate admires. The ghost general said. Those two old fellows think that they can enter that place just because they have the ancient formation pattern? In their dreams. The Wildlands Ghost Lord's eyes flashed with a faint light. Then the Wildlands Ghost Lord took a deep look at the ghost town 1,000 miles away, then turned around and entered the palace behind him, never to come out again. So it turns out that Lord wants to be the fisherman. Let this human expert fight with those two old fellows until both sides are injured before making a move. The ghost general muttered to himself. Then, he also entered the palace on the mountain peak. Just as the Wildlands Ghost Lord and the ghost general entered the palace at the peak of the mountain, a figure walked out from a dark corner of the mountain. These guys, none of them are good. All of them have turned into spirits. This person's eyes flickered. His expression was incomparably solemn. His entire body seemed to have fused with the surrounding void. Even the powerful Wildlands Ghost Lord couldn't sense his arrival. This mysterious person was the real body of Gu Fei. He followed his own Saint Great Incarnation here, then took advantage of the time when the Wildlands Ghost Lord and his Saint Great Incarnation were discussing in the ghost town to silently sneak into the Wildlands Ghost Lord's lair. As a result, he just happened to hear the conversation between the Wildlands Ghost Lord and the Ghost General. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1457. The reason why the Wildland Ghost Lord handed over the corner of the ancient diagram so easily was because he wanted to be the Oriole behind. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. He wanted Gu Fei to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses before he acted. After Gu Fei's true body understood the Wildland Ghost Lord's intention, he couldn't help but feel murderous. This guy actually wanted to scheme against him. His true body had disappeared. He didn't enter the ghost town. He had no choice but to be careful. He didn't reveal his true body, only his incarnation. The entire ghost town was formed from a corner of the ancient diagram? Gu Fei's Saint Incarnation sat in the City Lord's mansion. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. This matter was too unimaginable. He had never thought that this would be the result. The corner of the ancient diagram that the beast race and demon race mastered was imprinted on immortal divine materials. However, the most important corner of the ancient diagram had turned into an ancient city. How could he collect this corner of the ancient diagram? This was a difficult problem. Even the quasi-saint barbarian Ghost Lord couldn't collect this corner of the ancient diagram. Gu Fei had no clue. Using the mountain and river cauldron didn't seem to work. The mountain and river cauldron wasn't something that could be easily used. The commotion caused by using it was too great. Eventually, an ancient cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's body and landed in his hand. This fist-sized ancient cauldron exuded an aura of endless vicissitudes. Primordial primal chaos chi surged within the cauldron. There seemed to be a world evolving within it. This tiny ancient cauldron seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. Gu Fei very carefully controlled the mountain and river cauldron. A black stone flew out from the mountain and river cauldron and landed on the ground with a pung. The entire ghost town shook from the impact. This black stone was the one Gu Fei obtained from the beast race's ancient palace. Although this stone wasn't huge, its weight was shocking. Back when Gu Fei collected the black stone, he had used his full strength and even used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art, to succeed. The power of the sacred incarnation was naturally much greater than that of Gu Fei's true body. When he used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art, he could easily collect the stone. The black rock stood erect on the ground. Although it wasn't huge, it gave off the feeling of a mountain. No one would believe that such an inconspicuous black rock was an immortal godly material. Even now, Gu Fei couldn't figure out what kind of undying divine material this was. Undying divine materials carried divinity and contained undying great Tao fragments. These were the characteristics of undying divine materials. This black stone was very ordinary. It did not emit any divinity, and the aura of the great Tao could not be sensed. However, there was a corner of an extreme Tao ancient formation engraved on it. At this time, Gu Fei discovered that the originally silent black stone was giving off wisps of strange energy. The corner of the ancient spirit diagram imprinted on it was actually showing signs of awakening. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that these 3 parts of the extreme Tao ancient formation could sense each other? Blurry formation runes faintly appeared on the black stone like tiny ancestral dragons. They swam on the surface of the black stone, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Rumble. The entire ghost town was also shaking. A strange aura emitted from the ghost town, resonating with the aura emitted by the black stone. At this time, Gu Fei no longer had any doubts. The corner of the ancient spirit diagram on the black stone was indeed resonating with the ghost town. When the two met, some kind of change immediately occurred. Gu Fei was both surprised and overjoyed. The mountain and river cauldron in his hand flew up and floated above his head. Streams of primordial chaos aura descended from the cauldron like a giant dragon, protecting him. He used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, then took out the dragon scale suppressed inside the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The moment the dragon scale flew out from the mountain and river cauldron, the entire ancient city shook. The void let out a rumbling sound, and ancient formation runes appeared on the surface of the ancient city. As expected, Gu Fei was overjoyed. The silent extreme Tao ancient formation, after the appearance of the black stone and the dragon scale, immediately woke up. Ancient formation runes were imprinted on every inch of the ancient city. The entire ghost town seemed to have a life of its own, as if it had come alive. This wasn't a corner of the extreme Tao ancient formation that had transformed into an ancient city, but the entire ancient city was imprinted with countless ancient formation runes. The ancient city and the ancient formation runes had fused together. Could it be? Gu Fei's heart shook. He thought of a possibility. This ghost town wasn't refined with immortal materials, but it could bear the extreme Tao ancient formation runes. An ancient city refined by an extreme ancient supreme being? Gu Fei was stunned by this conjecture. It seemed like only an extreme Tao sacred city refined by an extreme Tao sovereign would have such a miracle that could bear the extreme Tao ancient formation runes. At this time, the ancient city, the black stone, and the dragon scale were all trembling, releasing strands of extreme Tao aura that shook the myriad of worlds. What? The barbarian ghost lord was startled. Countless experts of the ghost race jumped out of nowhere. Strands of extreme Tao aura were emitted from the ancient city, causing all the ghost cultivators in the area to tremble. This was a fear that originated from the depths of their souls. The power of extreme Tao could suppress everything. Even the great Tao of the heavens and earth would be trampled under the feet of an extreme Tao sovereign. Rumble! The entire ghost town was trembling. Countless formation runes appeared. Rays of light flickered in the city like rainbows. The huge ghost town seemed like it was going to rise from the ground. The barbarian ghost lord was stunned by this scene. Even though he was a quasi-sage, the aura emitted from the extreme Tao ghost lord made him unable to straighten his back. Initially, he wanted to scheme against Gu Fei. But now, it seemed like he was the one scheming against who? Inside the ghost town's Castellan mansion, the dragon scale and the black stone were emitting a resplendent divine light. A corner of a formation rune emerged from each of the two items. The Extreme Tao Ancient Town rune was divided into 3 parts. At this time, the 3 parts of the Extreme Tao Ancient Town rune gathered together and resonated with each other. The Ancient Town rune actually showed signs of reforming. Gu Fei sat cross-legged below the mountain and river cauldron, using it to protect himself. Although countless ancient formation runes appeared in the surroundings, interweaving with the power of Extreme Tao, the mountain and river cauldron suppressed the void, causing the void around Gu Fei to form its own heaven and earth. Even the power of Extreme Tao Ancient Town was blocked. He carefully observed the evolution of the Extreme Tao Ancient Town rune. The corner rune on the dragon scale imprinted itself in the void, and the corner rune on the black stone was also imprinted. The 2 corner runes were fusing together. Then the 3rd corner rune condensed. This was no longer a single corner rune. The 3rd corner rune was much more than the runes on the dragon scale and the black stone combined. This was the core rune of the Extreme Tao Ancient Town rune. It was imprinted on the body of this ancient town and fused with it. No wonder the barbarian ghost lord said that this ghost town was formed from that corner rune. The 3rd corner rune condensed in the void. The complete Extreme Tao Ancient Town rune appeared in front of Gu Fei and was imprinted into his mind. The Extreme Tao Ancient Town rune seized the fortune of the heaven and earth. Although Gu Fei could see the complete Extreme Tao Ancient Town rune, he couldn't comprehend the essence of the Extreme Tao Ancient Town rune. This complete Extreme Tao Ancient Town rune could evolve into the perfect Grand Tao of Extreme Supremes. If Gu Fei could comprehend it, he would become an Extreme Tao sovereign. Rumble. The entire ancient town emitted monstrous waves of energy. After that, it actually rose from the ground and gradually rose into the sky, illuminating the entire Savage Ghost domain. The endless fog was dispersed, and the stars in the sky appeared, sprinkling down rays of starlight. The fog had enveloped the Savage Ghost domain for countless years. For a starry sky to appear in the Savage Ghost domain was a miraculous phenomenon. Is it the ghost race's turn to be unlucky now? In the air above the Chaos Dragon Cavern, a figure stood in the void, staring in the direction of the Savage Ghost domain. A demonic light flickered in his eyes. That person wants to unify the savage world? In the holy land of the savage demon race, from the ancient royal palace at the peak of the royal mountain, such a voice rang out. Such an expert has appeared in the human race. Is the human race going to prosper? The experts of the various races of the savage world were speculating. Gu Fei's achievements had long spread throughout the savage world. The human race of the savage world could finally hold their heads up high. The aura of the Extreme Tao emitted from the Savage Ghost domain shocked the experts of the entire savage world. They had already guessed that the expert of the human race who swept away the beasts and demons was now making a move against the ghost race. However, no one dared to go and watch the battle. In a battle of this level, even a ray of divine light could kill a supreme existence. The ancient city that shone with divine light gradually rose high into the sky. The entire ancient city gave off an unimaginably powerful pressure, as if a supreme being had awakened in the city. Even the supreme existence of the ghost domain, the savage ghost lord, was kneeling on the ground. Before the power of the Extreme Tao, even a sage was an ant, let alone a quasi-sage. The huge ancient city was like an immemorial divine mountain, pressing down on everyone's hearts. The huge city was shaking. Then the huge city actually shrank. Formation runes swirled around the city as it transformed. This transformation caused all the ghost cultivators to be incomparably shocked. How could this be? This was especially true for the savage ghost lord. He had long wanted to take this ancient city, but he had tried countless methods to no avail. Now he actually helped someone else. The savage ghost lord was filled with regret. He had never thought that Gu Fei would really be able to take this ancient city. This time he had truly suffered a double loss. Half an hour later, Gu Fei's figure rushed out from the ancient city. At this time the entire ancient city had shrunk to only a few hundred zhang in size. After Gu Fei rushed out from the city, the ancient city rapidly shrunk to the size of a fist. Then Gu Fei grabbed it in his hand. To see the first advertisement, please go to, please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1458. Gu Fei took the immortal sacred city with the extreme Dao runes imprinted on it. The aura of the extreme Dao faded away, and everyone in the desolate world heaved a sigh of relief. Nothing terrible happened. In the end, Gu Fei left the desolate ghost domain. He found a beautiful mountain valley nearby, and went to study the extreme Dao ancient diagram. One couldn't be careless when trying to challenge the extreme Dao ancient diagram. If one made a single mistake, they would be consigned to eternal damnation and die. The desolate ghost lord's heart was bleeding. The treasure of the ghost race had been taken away. It was too late for regrets. He didn't want to provoke Gu Fei. 9 Nether Yellow Springs. For several days, Gu Fei continued to study the extreme Dao ancient diagram. However, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the life gate within the extreme Dao ancient diagram. It was as if the person who laid down this extreme Dao ancient diagram didn't want anyone to challenge it. The fact that there was no life gate within the extreme Dao ancient diagram was most likely a form of deterrence. Who would dare to challenge an extreme Dao ancient diagram without a life gate? If he charged in, he would definitely die because this was a death trap. Looks like I have to wait for He Tian to come out of seclusion. In the end, Gu Fei gave up. With his formation skills, it was impossible for him to deduce anything. After all, this was an extreme Dao ancient diagram. Perhaps only He Tian would be able to see through it. Thus, Gu Fei temporarily settled down in the mountain valley and waited for He Tian to come out. The desolate world once again calmed down. However, this was only on the surface. Undercurrents continued to surge in the desolate world. Gu Fei's domineering attack had broken the balance of power in the desolate world. The human race was showing signs of rising. Some powerful human cultivators began to search for Gu Fei. Some wanted to make Gu Fei the ruler of the desolate world and lead the human race to fight against the other major powers. However, the few great inheritances of the human race were still watching. The Yi clan and the Li clan didn't say anything. Many humans followed the Yi clan and the Li clan. Among the human race, the ones who wanted Gu Fei to lead the human race the most were the rogue cultivators. I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Yi Wuji drank a cup of strong alcohol in a pavilion in one of the villas of the Yi family. Afterwards, he smashed the cup heavily onto the table. There was some helplessness and unwillingness on his face. He had fought Gu Fei before, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that Gu Fei possessed the strength and cultivation base to dominate the 3 strongest tribes in the wildlands. I'm no match for him. Yi Wuji had to admit that he definitely did not have such cultivation and strength. There were rumors that even the savage Ghost Lord had been defeated by Gu Fei. The Wildlands Ghost Lord was a quasi-sage existence. In the Wildlands, such an existence was already an invincible paragon. If even such a person was defeated, how could he? Yi Wuji was very disappointed and drank by himself in the pavilion. Big brother, you are the future of our Yi clan. How can you be so dispirited? A pleasant voice came from the gravel path outside the pavilion. This voice was clear and melodious. It was very penetrating, causing Yi Wuji's heart to tremble. Yi Wuji didn't say anything. At this moment, a yellow-clothed woman walked over from the gravel path and directly entered the pavilion. She then sat down opposite Yi Wuji. This was a woman who possessed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She was elegant and otherworldly, as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens. Could that person have 3 heads and 6 arms? To be able to sweep through the 3 great tribes of the wildlands, Yi Wu would really like to meet such a person. When the yellow-clothed woman saw how depressed Yi Wuji was, her large eyes, which were filled with spirit energy, couldn't help but shine with a divine light. She was very curious as to what kind of person could make her big brother lose his will to fight like this. In the valley, Gu Fei suddenly sneezed. Could it be that someone is speaking ill of me behind my back? Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head, throwing this thought away. Then he thought of another matter. He Tian still hadn't come out of seclusion. Although it wasn't easy to reconstruct his body, He Tian could use the divine spring of life and the drop of ancestral dragon undying liquid to regenerate his flesh. It had already been more than 10 days, but that guy still hadn't made a move. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry. He Tian was definitely indispensable in breaking through the extreme ancient formation. With He Tian's Grandmaster level formation attainment, He would definitely be a great help when breaking through the extreme ancient formation. Thus, Gu Fei stayed in the valley, waiting for He Tian to come out of seclusion before making his plans. At this time there were fights happening outside from time to time. The demon race, the beast race, and the ghost race had all been taught a lesson by Gu Fei. When the people of the three strongest races met the people of the human race, it was inevitable that there would be some friction. Of course, the three strongest races of the barbarian land didn't dare to go too far. If they provoked the god of slaughter of the human race, it would be disastrous. Swoosh! In a mountain somewhere in the barbarian land, a sword light flashed and disappeared. A miserable scream was heard from the mountain, and then a figure in yellow walked out of the mountain. This person was holding the head of a ferocious flood dragon in her hand. The flood dragon's blood was still flowing out of the wound. It was obvious that this woman in yellow had just killed this flood dragon. She could easily kill an almighty flood dragon. The cultivation and strength of this woman in yellow could be considered amazing. Humph! You dare to provoke me? Consider yourself unlucky. The yellow-clothed woman's hand shook, and the dragon's head she was holding immediately turned into a bloody mist. A golden bead flew out, and the yellow-clothed woman grabbed it. This was a flood dragon's bead. It contained the essence of a flood dragon. If it was refined and used, it might be possible to refine a powerful magic treasure. Swoosh! After putting away the flood dragon's bead, the woman in yellow turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. The sword light was extremely fast. Fights broke out everywhere in the barbarian land. The experts of the human race that had been hiding for a long time kept jumping out. This seriously threatened the ruling position of the three great races of the barbarian land. In particular, the impact of Gu Fei sweeping through the three great races was absolutely unprecedented. Just as the storm was about to arrive in the barbarian land, Gu Fei seemed to have disappeared. He never appeared again. Several months passed, and no one saw this human expert again. At this time, Gu Fei was in a valley, quietly waiting for He Tian to come out of seclusion. At the same time, he was still studying the map of the ancient extreme town. He discovered that the three great immortal treasures each had their own unique characteristics. The ancient immortal city could expand or shrink. It could suck people into the city and suppress them. The dragon scale obtained from the primal chaos dragon cave not only had an ancient formation imprinted on it, but it also had a trace of a true dragon's remnant will. This was a different kind of inheritance, but Gu Fei did not need it. However, he could give this dragon scale to Shaoqing because Shaoqing walked the path of a true dragon. As for the black stone, although it looked ordinary, if it was used to smash someone, it could even injure a sage. Even a quasi-sage would be in mortal danger. Unknowingly, he had already stayed in this valley for 3 months. He Tian did not seem to have any intention of coming out of seclusion. This surprised Gu Fei. What's wrong with this guy? With that drop of ancestral dragon undying liquid, he wouldn't need to spend so much time reconstructing his physical body. Gu Fei did not want to wait any longer. He opened his inner world and entered it. The moment Gu Fei entered his inner world, he felt an incomparably powerful aura surging out from the depths of this world. This is the boundless spiritual energy of the entire world was fluctuating, as if there was a supreme existence swallowing and spitting out the spiritual energy of the entire world. The spiritual energy of the entire world was being drawn. This He Tian. Gu Fei was shocked when he sensed this aura. When did this guy's cultivation become so strong? He was actually absorbing the energy of this world. He took a step forward and instantly arrived at the depths of this world. The spiritual energy there was so dense that it was almost liquefied. Rays of spiritual light and immortal clouds could be seen with the naked eye. It was a colorful ocean that was completely condensed from the spiritual energy of the world. At the center of the ocean sat a naked figure. Gu Fei used his martial path Heavenly Eye and looked into the ocean formed by spiritual energy. The figure was He Tian. At this moment, He Tian's eyes were closed and his entire body was absorbing the spiritual energy of this world. Every part of He Tian's body was flickering with spiritual light. Not even a single strand of his hair seemed to have been transformed into a god. This guy. Gu Fei didn't expect that He Tian's body reconstruction would cause such a huge commotion. Was he trying to refine his body into a sacred weapon? The power of yin and yang intertwined on Haitian's body. A yin-yang diagram appeared on his body. Inside his body, formation runes appeared indistinctly. Every meridian and bone in Haitian's body seemed to contain some kind of power, as if they had turned into a corner formation rune. There was a hidden power in his body that even Gu Fei was moved. Gu Fei knew that Haitian only cultivated the power of yin and yang. Shifting yin and yang, reversing the universe, the current Haitian seemed to be seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. Could it be that the drop of immortal ancestral dragon herb had given him such a great opportunity? The immortal ancestral dragon herb was a true immortal divine herb. The reason why the immortal herb could not die was that it contained a fragment of the great path, which could make one achieve eternity. Gu Fei had once asked the immortal ancestral dragon herb for a drop of immortal liquid for Haitian. That drop of immortal liquid definitely contained a fragment of the great path. A fragment of the great path could allow one to comprehend the Tao. Was Haitian that lucky? Was he actually comprehending the Tao? Ancient formation runes kept appearing on Haitian's body. Gu Fei felt that it was no longer as simple as formation runes. It seemed to have evolved into a divine prostitute of the great path. With the aura of the great path, Gu Fei knew that if Haitian succeeded, his cultivation would probably take a leap. Even Gu Fei couldn't guess how far he could go. Target = blank. Chapter 1459. Inside Gu Fei's inner world, Haitian used the spiritual energy of the entire world to refine his reconstructed body. An aura of the great Tao spread out from his body. The drop of immortal medicinal liquid from the immortal ancestral dragon herb was taking effect. The great Tao fragments within the liquid were emitting traces of Tao rhythm. Haitian was comprehending the great Tao. In the depths of Gu Fei's inner world, rays of light shone brightly. The spiritual light enveloped the entire area, turning it into a sea of spiritual energy. In this world, there was no place with denser spiritual energy than this. It should be noted that there was more than one divine spring of life in this part of the world. The spiritual energy in this part of the world was vast and boundless, and it was the source of Gu Fei's strength. Although Haitian had consumed a large amount of spiritual energy to reconstruct his body, it was only a drop in the ocean. At this moment, Haitian was like a supreme god who created the world. His naked body was covered in yin and yang Tao patterns. He cultivated only one kind of power, and he walked the great Tao of yin and yang. Since ancient times, there had been many people who cultivated only one kind of power to become a sage. Some even became an extreme Tao supremacy. Gu Fei did not disturb Haitian. At this time, Haitian had encountered a great opportunity. If he comprehended the great Tao, it was hard to say how far his cultivation would go. He exited the inner world and continued to study the extreme Tao ancient array in the valley. At this time, the turmoil outside the valley seemed to be getting more and more intense. The experts of the three major races of the wildlands saw that Gu Fei had not appeared in the past few months, so they gradually became unscrupulous. The humans of the wildlands thought that the human race could rise again. However, when the three major races of the wildlands began to counterattack, very few people could withstand the butcher's knife of the three major races. Boom! A monstrous demonic aura suddenly descended on a human settlement. A barbaric bull the size of a mountain smashed down from the sky, and the village was instantly destroyed. The huge village was crushed by the bull in an instant, leaving nothing behind. The barbaric bull roared, causing the entire region to tremble. This was a barbaric bull emperor, and was incomparably powerful. However, this powerful demon emperor was actually attacking some weak humans. This went against common sense. Under normal circumstances, a powerful demon emperor would never even spare a glance at a human who was as weak as an ant. However, things had changed now. Shouts and cries could be heard from all directions. Some human beings were not killed on the spot, but those who survived immediately fled for their lives in all directions. However, all their struggles were futile in front of a demon emperor. Who? The demon emperor opened his mouth and sucked in all directions. The fleeing humans were immediately sucked back by a heaven-devouring force and swallowed into the demon emperor's stomach. Among those humans there were even women with babies in their arms and elderly people. These were all defenseless, innocent villagers who had no power to resist at all. Roar! A furious roar resounded as a human expert rushed out from a mountain beside the village. Where did this bull demon come from? How dare you slaughter my clansmen? The newcomer's body flickered with immortal light as he strode through the void. Before he even arrived, he spat out an immortal sword that pierced towards the barbaric bull emperor. Humph! You're courting death. The barbaric bull emperor directly soared into the sky and rammed his huge bull head towards the immortal sword, completely ignoring the sharp sword chi emitted from the immortal sword. Bang! The bull's head collided with the immortal sword. The immortal sword that emitted sharp sword chi actually shattered into countless pieces, and the fragments shot out in all directions. Some of the fragments even shot back towards the human expert. What? The human expert was truly shocked. However, before he could recover from his shock, the mountain-like barbaric bull emperor had already charged over. Bang! The barbaric bull emperor rapidly crushed the human expert like a mountain. The human expert was smashed to pieces on the spot, and even his Yuan Shun was shattered by the force of the collision. A human clan powerhouse with decent cultivation was killed so easily. His body and soul were both destroyed. The human race is only SOSO. The barbaric bull emperor didn't stop and directly went to the next human settlement. The humiliation of the demon race must be washed away with the blood of the human race. The three major tribes of the wildlands began to purge the human race. Several months passed. Some monster race powerhouses guessed that the human must have gathered the complete ancient extreme Dao town map and had already broken into the source of this world. There was an ancient extreme town formation guarding that place. Even a true sage would die if he entered. In another region, in another human settlement, a wild beast was bathed in human blood. The entire human settlement seemed to have turned into hell. There was blood everywhere and broken bones and flesh were everywhere. Kill! More than a dozen humans with decent cultivation surrounded the wild beast and fought. Each of them was stained with blood, and some even had their arms torn off, but they were still fighting. This was a wild beast shaped like a tyrannosaurus. It was only 1 or 2 feet taller than an adult, but it was extremely fierce. Its bloody mouth was chewing on a human arm. Clang! A big man slashed at the neck of the tyrannosaurus with all his strength, but the divine saber in his hand couldn't break the thick layer of scales on the body of the tyrannosaurus. Sparks flew everywhere. What? The burly man flew backwards. He saw that there were actually a few nicks on the blade of the divine saber. This caused the burly man to be extremely shocked. The big man was distracted, and the tyrannosaurus instantly pounced in front of him. The tyrannosaurus clawed at the big man's chest, dug out his heart, and stuffed it into its mouth. The heart of a human expert is still as delicious as before. The tyrannosaurus chewed on the heart while attacking. Although the big man's heart was dug out by the tyrannosaurus, he didn't die. He used all his strength and slashed at the tyrannosaurus 7 or 8 times, but still couldn't break the layer of scales on the body of the tyrannosaurus. In the end, the top of the big man's head was torn by the tyrannosaurus, and his origin spirit was destroyed. Then he fell into a pool of blood and died. The human experts were killed one after another, and the tyrannosaurus seemed to be playing with them. No matter how brave and fierce the human experts were, they couldn't hurt the tyrannosaurus in the slightest. A human expert even self-detonated, but the tyrannosaurus was only able to make the tyrannosaurus take a few steps back. The tyrannosaurus was too strong, and its body was even stronger than an emperor divine weapon. This was a great battle without any suspense. More than a dozen human experts died in battle, but no one retreated. Even when there was only one person left, he still rushed towards the tyrannosaurus with a murderous aura. They didn't care about life or death. They just wanted to protect the human race from being invaded by foreign enemies. This was a shocking scene. Although they couldn't stop the tyrannosaurus, they did their best. They were heroes. Although they had fallen, they displayed the unyielding will of the human race. Another human settlement was massacred, and not a single human could escape. Such bloody incidents were happening everywhere in the wildlands. However, every human settlement was guarded by human experts. Although the 3 major tribes of the wildlands were powerful, there were still casualties. In front of an ancient city of the human race, a huge man who looked like a black iron tower drew his bow and shot down 3 golden birds that looked like golden crows. The human race also had experts who could contend against the experts of the demon race and the beast race. However, The human race didn't have a peerless expert at the level of a quasi-saint to intimidate the other tribes. On the other hand, the patriarchs of the three major tribes of the wildlands were all at the quasi-saint level. Without a deterrent force, the human race lost some confidence. However, Gu Fei's sudden appearance had given hope to the wildlands human race. However, that hope was fading away. That was because the human race's expert that had suppressed the three great clans of the wildlands seemed to have disappeared, as if he had only appeared for a brief moment. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew if he would appear again. Half a year had passed, and there were still massacres happening in the wildlands. The human settlements were constantly being attacked by the experts of the wildlands demon race and the wildlands beast race. The human race experts also began to fight back. Human experts also appeared in the territories of the demon race and beast race. The stench of blood was very thick in the wildlands. In the past half a year, the human race was at a disadvantage. Nearly 1,000 human settlements scattered throughout the wildlands were razed to the ground. The human race suffered countless casualties. On this day, the beast race and demon race joined hands to seal off an ancient city of the human race. Yi City, the home of one of the major tribes of the human race, the Yi clan. This was a large city with a population of over 1 million. Such an ancient city was rare in the wildlands. Outside the ancient city, ancient chariots stopped in the sky. Beasts roared at the sky, their killing intent soaring. The demon race and beast race had sealed off the entire area. The Yi clan was an ancient clan of the human race in the wildlands. According to legend, the ancestor of this clan was an invincible god. However, with the passage of time, the Yi clan had gradually declined. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though the Yi clan had declined, they still possessed a deep foundation that caused the other major tribes of the wildlands to fear. The ancient inheritance of the human race was the reason why the three major tribes of the wildlands didn't dare to act rashly. However, things were different now. The three major tribes of the wildlands felt threatened by the human race. Humans inside, come out and accept your death. Otherwise, you will be tortured. An old demon with white hair and beard stepped out from the crowd and transmitted his voice to the ancient city. At this time, the defensive formation of the ancient city was activated. A faintly discernible layer of divine light enveloped the entire city. Bullshit. An old man rushed out from the ancient city. This old man's shout caused the void to tremble. Although the old man was old, his blood and chi were extremely vigorous. The old demon's eyes couldn't help but narrow when he saw this old man. This human old man was an almighty. Moreover, he was a rare expert among the almighties. The old man was extremely ferocious. He actually rushed out from the near-transparent divine light and directly attacked the old demon. Boom! A huge hand appeared in the void, emitting a terrifying fluctuation that caused one's heart to palpitate. The void trembled as if it would shatter at any time. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1460. The ancient city of the human race, where the Yi clan was located, was filled with murderous aura. Countless beasts and great demons surrounded the ancient city. Experts of the demon race and the beast race worked together to seal off the entire area. Huge banners with towering demonic aura were planted around the ancient city, activating the power of heaven and earth to seal the ancient city. There were millions of humans in the city. If the demon race and the beast race worked together to break through, it would be a great calamity for the human race. There weren't many humans in the desolate lands. There were only 3 ancient cities with millions of people. If one of the 3 great ancient cities of the human race was destroyed, it would be an unbearable loss for the human race. Although the Buddhist Lord had refined this desolate world into the 3rd level of the Buddhist palace's 9 heavens, he had never imagined that the desolate world would evolve into its current state. This place was originally dominated by the human race, but now the main character was no longer the human race. Boom! A huge hand condensed in the void, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. It was grabbing towards an old demon in the sky. The huge palm almost tore the world apart. An old man rushed out of the ancient city of the human race. Powerful divine fluctuations shook the heavens and earth. This was the Elder Shin King of the human race. Reckless! The old demon sneered. He then stretched out his hand and pressed it towards the Elder Shin King. A terrifying fluctuation was immediately emitted from the old demon's hand. Bang! Just one palm was enough to send the Elder Shun King flying. He suffered a great impact. Blood spurted from his mouth and his body almost collapsed. Humph! Humans, no. The old demon spat out these words. These words made the millions of humans in the ancient city furious. This old demon actually dared to look down on the human race. It was truly despicable. You! The Elder Shun King was so agitated that he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. He almost fell from the sky. However, his opponent was extremely powerful. He was far from being a match for him. The human race has no one left. Since you refuse to obediently accept your death, then let us begin. The old monster glared coldly at the human elder in front of him and said. At this moment, the ancient city was already in an uproar. Many cultivators rushed into the sky and killed their way into the demon camp outside the city. However, the fate of these human race cultivators seemed to have been decided. Some experts of the demon race attacked and instantly killed these human race cultivators in the void. Then let's begin. An ancient voice came from the beast tribe's camp. After that, the beast race and beast race started to make their move. Outside the ancient city, formations were activated one after another. Numerous demon banners fluttered in the wind. The beast race also used their powerful ancient weapons to seal the surrounding space. A few heart-palpitating energy fluctuations could be felt from the beast race's camp. The Yao and Beast clans were about to make a big move. This is too much. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from the ancient city. After that, a figure appeared on top of the ancient city's walls. A tyrannical aura was emitted from that figure. This is... When the old demon saw this figure and sensed the domineering aura, his eyes narrowed. He seemed to have seen a familiar figure. Ebatian? Didn't you die already? The old demon's heart trembled. He seemed to recognize this human cultivator. Even a tiger like you didn't die, how could I die? The person standing on top of the city raised his head and looked at the old demon in the sky. This was a middle-aged man with a pale face. His voice was weak, as if he was very weak. However, his skinny body emitted an incomparably domineering aura. It's Badian Shun King, he actually didn't die. The ancient city was once again in an uproar. Everyone was incomparably excited. Badian Shun King was a powerful existence that once dominated an entire era. 10,000 years ago, a genius was born from the Yi clan of the Wildlands. Although he had only cultivated for 1,000 years, he was already able to compete with the Shun King of the previous generation. During that era, Badian Shun King had slain a giant demon of the Wildlands. He was a peerless beast that had the chance to become the most powerful existence in the Wildlands. However, just when Badian Shun King was like the sun in the sky, he suddenly disappeared. No one knew what happened to this invincible Shun King. Some said that it was a trap set up by experts from the beast race and demon race that killed this invincible Shun King of the human race. There were also some who said that there was a problem with Badian Shun King's cultivation. The disappearance of Badian Shun King caused rumors to spread everywhere. This matter even caused the Wildlands to be in a state of unrest. And now the Shun King from 10,000 years ago had appeared, causing the experts from the beast race and demon race to be dumbfounded. Badian Shun King, this name alone was enough to explain everything. It's really you. The old demon involuntarily took a step back. There was a hint of panic on his face. He seemed to be very wary of this skinny middle-aged man. Greetings, old senior. The old man who was injured by the old demon bowed to Badian Shun King. Badian Shun King glanced at the old man and nodded. He then continued to look at the old demon in the sky. His eyes were incomparably calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. He's just a sick ghost. What's the big deal? Just kill him. At this time, an ancient bronze chariot rushed out from the demon race's camp. A tall figure stood on the chariot. It was a golden-haired great demon. Rumble. The bronze chariot was like a huge mountain as it rushed forward, crushing the figure on top of the city wall. The void trembled under the pressure of the chariot. This was a powerful great demon, a supreme expert of the demon race. Humph! Badian Shun King snorted coldly and pointed a finger. A ray of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger and instantly pierced the head of the golden-haired great demon on the bronze chariot. Then Badian Shun King gently flicked his sleeve. The bronze chariot and the great demon's corpse immediately flew backward, directly smashing into the demon race's camp. What? The great demons and wild beasts were dumbfounded. A sickly person actually killed a supreme expert of the demon race with a raise of his hand. Such combat strength shocked all the experts present. The bronze chariot smashed into the demon race's camp, causing chaos. Several demons who could not escape in time were smashed to death on the spot. More than a dozen demons were injured. Screams, and angry shouts were heard. You! The old demon's expression was extremely ugly. Badian Shin King was still as strong as ever. His combat strength was so strong that even he was moved. It seemed that it would be very difficult to slaughter this ancient city of the human race today. At this time, on a tall pavilion in the ancient city, two figures were watching every move of the experts outside the city. Those fellows from the demon race and the beast race will never expect that Patriarch of Empyrean Glory is still here. Yi Wuji's eyes flickered. He was no longer in a depressed state. Who can compete with Patriarch of Empyrean Glory? Yi Wu's eyes were also shining with brilliance. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura that could dominate the heavens and earth erupted from the thin figure on top of the city wall. The weather suddenly changed, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was as if a supreme being had awakened. In the valley, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the ancient city of the human race. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the void and see the figure on top of the ancient city wall. Target =_blank. Chapter 1461. Sky Tyrant Shin King was incomparably domineering. He released a domineering and powerful aura, as though a peerless Shin King had descended from the heavens and earth, suppressing all directions. Sage to be? The old demon leader was shocked. His opponent's cultivation was unimaginably strong. All the experts at the scene could feel the immense pressure. A commotion broke out in the camp of the beasts and demons. No one would have thought that there would be such an existence in an ancient city of the human race. This time, the Beast Clan and Monster Clan had kicked an iron plate. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the old demon and the elders of the beasts had the same thought. Their opponent was too strong. Unless their clan leader came, none of them would be a match for Sky Tyrant Shin King. At the same time, the demon race activated the demon race's grand formation that surrounded the ancient city. Billions of demonic lights shot up to the sky. A destructive force was rapidly condensing and obliterating the ancient city. Rumble. As though the world was being split apart, the entire area was shaking. The void began to distort. Cracks in the void that looked like black lightning flashed from time to time. The void of the wild world was very stable. Although the void was torn apart by the power of the demon race's grand formation, the cracks disappeared instantly. The shattered void was quickly repaired by the power of heaven and earth. The allied army of the beasts and demons began to retreat. Large numbers of people rushed towards the distance like clouds. War chariots rolled across the sky. Roar! The roars of the beasts were earth-shattering. A peerless, ferocious beast appeared in the camp of the beasts. Monstrous killing intent swept across the sky and earth. The demon race activated the grand formation at this time to buy time for the beasts and demons, so that Sky Tyrant Shin King would not be able to attack them immediately. Sky Tyrant Shin King snorted coldly. How could he not know the intention of the demon race? Bam! Sky Tyrant Shin King struck out with his palm. A demon flag that was erected outside the ancient city fell down immediately. Demonic light shot out in all directions and a piece of the formation was instantly obliterated. The power of the demon clan's array formation was greatly reduced. A corner of the array pattern was obliterated, and the demon clan's array formation was affected. Shun King of the Heavens continued to attack, breaking through a few formation runes. Then he soared into the sky and chased after the allied forces of the demon race and the beast race. A domineering aura filled the entire area. One person scared off the allied forces of the Monster Clan and the Beast Clan. This kind of aura was absolutely shocking. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and the inevitable war erupted. The old-timers of the demon race and the beast race attacked, and powerful pressure spread out in all directions. Roar! A white tiger that was as huge as a mountain appeared in the sky. The white tiger opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying gust of wind. The gust of wind was like a knife, and ripples could be seen in the void. Do you think you're the real white tiger divine beast? Overlord Shen King ignored the astral winds that could destroy even almighties. He took a big step forward and struck out with his palm. The ferocious power dispersed the astral winds that were blowing towards him. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The white tiger that was as huge as a mountain was sent flying. Blood splattered from the sky. The white tiger emperor, who had a trace of the white tiger divine beast's bloodline, was defeated in one move. The peerless Shun King's combat strength was truly shocking. Unless a demi-saint came, even a semi-saint would not be a match for him. Roar! The roar of a beast shook the earth. A green divine wolf appeared, emitting a terrifying aura as it pounced towards Overlord Shen King. Swoosh! A divine eye appeared on Shun Lang's forehead. Chaotic divine light shot out from the divine eye, piercing towards Overlord Shen King. Wherever the divine light passed, the void turned into primordial chaos. Boom! The divine emperor of Batian Shun possessed unparalleled combat strength. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he punched the primal chaos divine light that pierced through his body. Then, he swept his leg across the back of the divine wolf. Crack! The divine wolf let out a blood-curdling scream. The sound of bones breaking came from its body. Its spine was broken by Overlord Shun King's kick. Its huge body fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! The earth shook and dust flew. A small hill was smashed by the divine wolf. Many beasts and monsters couldn't dodge in time and were pierced by the rocks. All the beasts and monsters were fleeing for their lives. A battle of this level was not something that ordinary experts could intervene in. Just the power that was released was enough to kill ordinary almighties. Roar! The divine wolf roared. At this level of cultivation, simple attacks could no longer threaten its life. A powerful force surged in the divine wolf's body. The broken spine was instantly repaired. Bang! The ground exploded. The divine wolf soared into the sky and attacked Overlord Shen King. At this time, the white tiger that was as big as a mountain also recovered and pounced over from afar. At the same time, a few powerful figures appeared nearby. These experts had locked their eyes on Overlord Shen King and were emitting killing intent. They could attack Overlord Shen King at any time. Buzz! A green millstone flew out from the divine wolf's mouth. It enlarged rapidly and emitted a destructive force that could destroy the heaven and earth. It was aimed at Overlord Shen King. Like a millstone that could destroy the world, a surge of holy might was emitted from the millstone. This was a sacred weapon that was left behind by an ancient beast of the beast race. It contained the power of an ancient beast. Although Overlord Shen King was skinny, he was invincible. He completely ignored the attack of the sacred weapon. He raised his fist and punched at the incoming sacred weapon. Bang! Overlord Shen King's fist collided with the green millstone. The entire void instantly cracked like a spider web. These cracks only appeared for a short moment. The laws of heaven and earth in the wildlands repaired them. The cyan millstone was smashed away. Facing a saint weapon head-on, the tyrant Sky Divine Emperor didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Quasi-saint, he's a quasi-saint. The White Tiger Emperor was stunned by the scene before him. He couldn't be bothered to attack anymore. He immediately stopped and retreated step by step. His entire body was trembling. The other experts who were about to attack were also drenched in cold sweat. They couldn't help but retreat. In this era where sages did not appear, a quasi-saint represented invincibility. They were the supreme beings of heaven and earth. How could they fight against a quasi-saint? Unless the Lord of Wildlands and the Lord of Wildlands returned, no one would be a match for Overlord Shen King. Sage to be. In the clouds far above, there was a figure that had merged with the surrounding void. He was staring at the domineering figure in the distance. In another direction there was a dark cloud floating in the air. Within the dark cloud, there were two specks of green light that swept across the battlefield, giving off an eerie and terrifying aura. To see the first ad free, please go to Please Share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1462. Date 09-29. More good novels. Download please go. The appearance of Heaven Tyrant Shun, king of the human race, had completely changed the disadvantageous position of the human race. Shun, king of the heavenly demon race and the beast race, were no match for him. He's a quasi-saint, let's go. The White Tiger Emperor screamed and immediately turned to flee. Fighting against a quasi-saint was simply suicide. The White Tiger Emperor was scared out of its wits. Shun, king of the heavenly demon race's combat strength was too terrifying. The divine wolf god also knew that the situation was bad. Although it had an ancient weapon from the beast race, it was still not enough. The ancient weapon was sent flying by Heaven Tyrant Shun, king of the heavenly demon race, with a single punch. The physique of this expert of the human race was actually so strong that it could contend against a saint weapon. This caused the divine wolf god's heart to tremble. It knew that it was no match for him and decisively retreated. Want to leave? Heaven Tyrant Shun, king of the heavenly demon race, coldly spoke. The White Tiger Emperor and the divine wolf god wanted to flee. But in front of this supreme expert of the human race, how could they escape? Boom! A destructive fluctuation that caused all living beings to tremble came from the sky. Following that, a bolt of lightning the size of a mountain range descended from the sky, engulfing the White Tiger Emperor and the divine wolf god in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Heaven Tyrant Shun, king of the heavenly demon race's methods were too terrifying. He actually summoned lightning with just a thought, as if the heavenly tribulation was summoned by him. Roar! Huge bolts of lightning flashed, destroying everything in their path. Even the void was torn apart. Each bolt of lightning emitted a destructive energy that caused one's heart to palpitate. The White Tiger Emperor and the divine wolf god roared in anger, wanting to rush out from the sea of lightning. However, Heaven Tyrant Shun, king of the heavenly demon race, had already made his move, using his supreme technique to trap them. These two old fellows had no way of contending against the supreme Shun king. Swish! Tyrant Shun king strode through the sea of lightning. None of the lightning could get close to him. He walked directly towards the White Tiger King, and easily took off the head of the White Tiger King. Some of the experts who had cultivated the God-Eye realm gasped when they saw this scene in the sea of lightning. An incomparably powerful ancient demon was actually killed so easily. After all, the White Tiger Emperor was an ancient demon that possessed the bloodline of the divine beast, the White Tiger. It had lived for countless years, and its cultivation was powerful enough to fight against a half-saint. This is the strength of a sage to be? Far in the sky, the figure in the clouds muttered to himself. A quasi-sage was stronger than a half-sage. In front of a quasi-sage, a half-sage was as weak as an ant. Rumble! Just as Overlord Shun King killed the White Tiger Emperor, the Green Wolf drove the World Obliteration Millstone and rushed out of the Sea of Lightning. However, its body was charred black from head to toe, and its flesh had been seriously injured by the lightning. The ancient beast race weapon contained a trace of the spirit of an ancient beast. At this time, this ancient weapon unleashed the power of a saint-level expert, and its holy aura filled the sky and earth. Divine Emperor Batian opened his mouth and sucked in all the lightning that filled the sky into his body. Then he spat out the lightning towards Green Wolf. A dazzling lightning flashed in the void and instantly pierced through Green Wolf's head. The Azure Wolf ancient beast wanted to resist, but just as it retracted its cyan millstone, its sea of consciousness was destroyed by the lightning that shot out from Divine Emperor's mouth, and its Yuan Shan was scattered. The speed of the lightning was too fast, so fast that even an ancient beast couldn't react in time. After the Tyrant Sky Divine Emperor killed the two antique experts, his pale face showed a trace of strange blood, and his thin body swayed a few times. These subtle changes that were not easily noticed by others could not escape the eyes of a true powerhouse. There's something wrong with his body. High up in the sky, in a hidden mass of dark clouds, someone muttered to himself. Within the dark clouds there seemed to be shadows of ghosts faintly discernible, giving off a ghastly aura. The deaths of the two old-timers struck fear into the hearts of the Yao and Beastmen experts. No one dared to make a move and they all fled for their lives. Even some of the old-timers had no choice but to retreat. The news that the Tyrant Shun King of the human race was still alive quickly spread throughout the wildlands. One person, one name was enough to stun the three strongest races in the wildlands. Could it be that the human race had truly risen to power? First, there was a human expert that swept through the three races of the wildlands. Now there was the tyrant Shin King. Was this all a coincidence? Kill! Someone in the ancient human city roared. Then, several powerful waves of energy erupted from the ancient city. Human cultivators shot into the sky and chased after the beasts who were fleeing in all directions. Beastie! A sword hum that shook the 9 heavens rang out from the ancient city. A beam of sword light shot out from the ancient city in a graceful manner. It intercepted a great demon and a great battle ensued. Sword energy crisscrossed the area, and within the sword light was a woman. Swoosh! In just a few exchanges, the sword light flashed and the greater demon's head fell to the ground. A beam of demonic light shot out from the top of the demon's head. This was the greater demon's nascent spirit. Wrapped in demonic light, it shot into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, the woman pointed a finger at the primordial spirit of the great demon. A resplendent sword light rushed forward and disintegrated the primordial spirit in the void. The princess of the Yi clan is truly extraordinary. Someone recognized the woman. She was the pearl of the Yi clan, Yewu. Yewu cultivated the way of the sword. Her way of the sword was a supreme technique created by an ancient supreme being. Once she cultivated it to a profound level, she could break through all kinds of techniques with just a sword in her hand. Ancient sword cultivators were capable of breaking all laws with a single sword. This was no mere legend. Yewu was incomparably domineering. Her entire being was like an unsheathed heavenly sword. After killing the greater demon, she headed straight for the place with the most number of demons. Wherever the sword light passed, there would be blood. This Tao of the sword was no longer as simple as killing a demon in 10 steps. Wherever Yewu appeared, not a single demon would be able to survive her sword light. Another hero of the Yi family was also making a move. Yi Wuji directly fought against a powerful figure of the demon clan and started a fierce battle with him. At this time, the experts of the human race were slaughtering their way out of the ancient city, reaping the lives of the beastmen and demons. With the heavenly tyrant divine emperor present, the elders of the demon race and beastmen couldn't be bothered to attack. Nobody could have imagined that things would develop to this point. Shun King Badian didn't go after the beastmen and demons. Instead, he stared at the black cloud in the sky, his eyes flashing. He could already sense that there were experts watching from afar. Ghost Lord, Shin King Badian said. He could tell who the expert in the black cloud was. There were only a handful of people in the wildlands with such a cultivation base. Yi Badian. A gloomy voice came from the black cloud. The black cloud suddenly moved and instantly arrived nearby. A gloomy and terrifying aura spread out from the black cloud. More good novels download, please go #, target =_ blank. Chapter 1463. Date 09-29. More good novels, download, please go. This is. Everyone was shocked. Only now did they notice the existence of the black cloud. To think that there was a peerless expert spying on them from the sidelines. Moreover, this expert was none other than the legendary Ghost Lord. The Wildlands Ghost Lord was the most mysterious of the 3 major tribes of the Wildlands. In the entire Wildlands, there were only a handful of people who had seen the Ghost Lord's true appearance. You want to fight? Shun King stared at the faintly discernible figure within the ghost chi. His gaze was as sharp as a heavenly sword. Although his body was skinny, he exuded a domineering aura. You're out of the question. Amidst the ghostly aura, the Wildlands Ghost Lord's ethereal and eerie voice sounded out. When it entered the ears of those who heard it, they felt a chill. The appearance of the Wildlands Ghost Lord caused a subtle change in the battlefield. Some of the beastmen and demons that had retreated earlier reappeared in the distance. The human cultivators no longer dared to pursue the fleeing beastmen and demons. With ancient beasts and demons spying on them, even an almighty expert would only be able to hold a grudge against them. I might not be able to kill you, but I can at least injure you. Shin King's voice was weak and his face was pale. He seemed to be panting a little, but no one dared to look down on him. Even though his body was in trouble, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Is that so? The Wildlands Ghost Lord's aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying pressure spread out from his body, causing the entire world to tremble. Bang! A black ghostly hand directly shot out of the ghostly fog and slapped towards Batian Divine Emperor. The dreadful power of a quasi-sage expert was mighty and mighty, and the void collapsed under the pressure of this ghostly hand. The power of a quasi-saint was so strong that it could tear the void apart. Shen King did not retreat. Instead, his body surged with endless battle intent. His entire body grew taller, like a peerless god of war, becoming the only existence between heaven and earth. Boom! Sky Overlord Shen King punched out. Boundless lightning energy bloomed on his fist as it met the incoming ghost hand. Two powerful forces collided with each other in an instant. Rumble! The void was collapsing. The aura of a saint was vast and mighty. This was the saint energy that only a quasi-saint could emit. Only such energy could tear apart the void of the wildlands. Thud Tyrant Shen King suffered a great impact. He took 5 to 6 steps back, and every step he took caused the entire world to tremble. I told you, you can't. The cold voice of the wildlands ghost lord rang out. In this exchange he had gained the upper hand. With his invincible cultivation base of a quasi-sage, he seemed to be able to suppress the heavenly tyrant Shen King. Badian Shen King stared at the strange silhouette in the fog. His battle intent was still as strong as ever, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. If only I could return to my peak state. The heavenly tyrant Shen King was unwilling to give up. There was something wrong with his body. Otherwise, he was confident that he would not lose to the Ghost Dao sect master. But now, his qi and blood had dried up and his body was thin. He was no longer in his peak state, and it was difficult for him to display his invincible and majestic appearance. There are no ifs in this world. If you die, the human clan will be finished. The Wildlands Ghost Lord's words sent a chill down the human spine. Was this supreme of the Ghost Clan going to kill the heavenly tyrant Shen King? Empyrean Patriarch. Yewu and Yewuji rushed over from afar. However, the heavenly tyrant Shen King waved his sleeves and sent them flying. They crossed hundreds of miles and landed in the ancient city of the human clan. Ancestor. Yewu and Yewuji turned pale with fright. They knew that the Ye clan was at a critical juncture. Even the heavenly tyrant Shen King would not be able to withstand the attack of the supreme of the Ghost Dao. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a hefty price. The heavenly tyrant Shen King's expression did not change. Although his battle strength had fallen from his peak state, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If he were to fight to the death, he believed that he could still inflict serious damage to the Wildlands Ghost Lord. You think too highly of yourself. The Wildlands Ghost Lord sneered. A shocking killing intent emanated from his body. He was determined to kill the heavenly tyrant Shen King. Today's matter would not end peacefully. Then let's fight. The heavenly tyrant Shen King's hands moved in the void and a simple and unadorned longsword appeared in his hand. It was an inconspicuous longsword. However, when the heavenly tyrant Shen King held it in his right hand, the ancient warship seemed to come to life. It let out a deafening sound and tiny lightning bolts appeared on the body of the ancient sword. This is... The Wildlands Ghost Lord couldn't help but be cautious when he saw the ancient sword. The aura exuding from the ancient sword shocked even him. The sword of an ancient overlord? The Wildlands Ghost Lord asked. The old fogies of the beast race and monster race were shocked when they heard this. Could the ancient sword in the heavenly tyrant Shen King's hand be the legendary overlord's sword? In the Wildlands, there had once been an invincible overlord, who had used the overlord's sword to sweep through everything and unify the entire Wildlands. In the end, the overlord had barged into the origin source of the Wildlands, in an attempt to obtain the legendary gate of reincarnation, and leave this world. However, that invincible overlord had entered the origin grounds of heaven and earth of the wild world and never came out again. Some people said that the invincible overlord had already perished in the origin grounds of the world, while others said that he had already obtained the gate of reincarnation and left this world, entering an even vaster world. Overlord's sword? High up in the sky, someone was muttering to himself. No one had noticed the mysterious person hiding in the clouds, as he seemed to have fused with the surrounding void. So what if you have the Overlord's sword? Your cultivation level has already dropped. You still can't do it. The Wildlands Ghost Lord was very confident. He gathered the power of a quasi-sage, causing the void to tremble. Everyone couldn't help but back away. The aura of a quasi-sage was too strong, like a mountain crushing down on everyone's hearts. Those with weaker cultivations were already lying on the ground, trembling. Buzz! The heavenly tyrant Shen King pointed the ancient sword at the Wildlands Ghost Lord. Let's fight! Divine Emperor Tyrant Sky Divine Emperor was very direct and immediately attacked. Thunder and lightning surged out from his right hand. The ancient sword in his hand instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced towards the barbarian Ghost Lord at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! The Wildlands Ghost Lord's figure turned blurry, leaving behind an afterimage. His real body dodged the heavenly tyrant Shen King's sword and charged towards the heavenly tyrant Shen King. The figures of the two experts flickered in the void as they battled. More good novels download, please go. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1464. Date: October 03. More good novels. Download please go. First Class Academy. The battle between Batian Shen King and Savage Ghost Lord caused a terrifying shockwave to sweep out in all directions. Everyone retreated to a distance and stared nervously at the two rapidly moving figures on the battlefield. Boom! Saint class energy constantly surged out from the two terrifying figures, causing the void to tremble and visible ripples to spread out. Bang! There was a muffled sound as a figure was sent flying while blood sprinkled down from the sky. I said you can't do it, your time has passed. Savage Ghost Lord's eerie words reached everyone's ears, causing the beast race and demon race to rejoice. With the Savage Ghost Lord's main force suppressing Batian Shen King, it was only a matter of time before the human race was annihilated. Meanwhile, the human race was incomparably appalled. If Batian Shen King couldn't resist the Savage Ghost Lord, the human race would be in danger. The person who was sent flying was Batian Shen King. There was a fist mark on his chest where his muscles caved in and his bones were fractured. A black aura floated out from the fist mark on Batian Shen King's chest. That was the 9 Nether Ghost Chi cultivated by Savage Ghost Lord. It was specialized in corroding the life essence of cultivators. Batian Shen King wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His sword once again charged forward. The ancient sword in his hand let out a series of vibrations and rays of resplendent lightning sword radiance. Swish! The sword radiance cut through the void and slashed towards the figure shrouded in the ghost mist. Boom! Batian Shen King was sent flying again. This time there was a palm print on his left shoulder. This palm strike had shattered the bones in his entire shoulder. Roar! Batian Shen King bellowed. Streaks of terrifying lightning rushed out from his body. He was like a peerless thunder god as massive lightning energy surged within his body. His flesh, tendons, and bones were rapidly healing. The 9 Nether Ghost Chi that had invaded his body was forced out by his immense strength. Old Ancestor Batian. In the sky above the ancient human city, the pearl of the Yi clan Yiwu and the talent of the Yi clan Yiwuji saw this scene with bloodshot eyes. But they were stopped by a few elders of the Yi family. This pair of brother and sister of the Yi clan were regarded as the end of the Yi clan. If even they were to fall, then the Yi clan would truly decline completely. The Overlord sword is changing masters. Batian Shen King is no longer as invincible as he was in the past. He is about to lose. His chi and blood have deteriorated, so how can he fight against the Ghost Lord in his peak condition? Some of the old demons and ancient beasts who were watching from afar were whispering to each other. It was as though they could already see the ending of the battle between the heavenly tyrant Shen King and the Wildlands Ghost Lord. You are very strong. On the battlefield, Batian Shen King stood high up in the sky. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was extremely thin, as though a gust of wind could blow him over. However, even though he had been injured by the Wildlands Ghost Lord, he still displayed the unyielding fighting spirit of an overlord. Streaks of lightning coiled around his body like agile snakes. Enough to kill you. The Wildlands Ghost Lord was very confident. His confidence stemmed from his formidable strength. His invincible quasi-sage cultivation suppressed Batian Shen King, but Batian Shen King had long fallen from that realm. You really want to exterminate the human race? Batian Shen King asked calmly. The Wildlands Ghost Lord remained silent for a while before saying, In my eyes, only you are worthy of me making a move. Despicable. A devil who assists the wicked. How is this any different from exterminating the human race? Hypocrite! Within the human ancient city, a group of human cultivators were cursing at this wildlands ghost lord for being too cunning. It was obvious that he did not want to bear the crime of exterminating the human race. It was obvious that the wildlands ghost lord had some misgivings. You old ghost, I think you are afraid that another paragon of the human race will come to settle the score with you, right? A black tower-like muscular man wielding a mace appeared on top of the city wall. The black muscular man's voice was as loud as a bell, transmitting into the ears of everyone present. There is no point in talking anymore. Kill! The wildlands ghost lord did not want to say anything else and immediately attacked. Boundless ghost chi spread out and enveloped the entire region, devouring Batianshan King. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth trembled as thunderballs exploded within the ghost fog. Batianshan King used his full strength, and millions of divine lightning struck down from the heavens, blasting away the ghost fog. Buzz! Tyrant's golden cry, Batianshan King cleaved out a tyrannical sword. The terrifying sword light reached the heavens, and it felt as though this sword was going to cleave the entire world into two. Swish! The wildlands ghost lord quickly retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. This was the first time he was forced to retreat. Batianshan King had used the power of divine lightning. This kind of power was like a heavenly prisoner, and it was the bane of the 9 nether ghost chi. All ghosts were afraid of the divine lightning. Even if the wildlands ghost lord had cultivated the quasi-ghost sage body, he would still be suppressed by this kind of natural suppression. 9 nether void. The wildlands ghost lord let out a furious roar, and his hands drew across the void. The void was torn apart, and a passageway seemed to have appeared in front of him. Boundless ghost chi surged out. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently, and the wildlands ghost lord used his supreme divine ability to forcefully open up a terrifying void. There the blood sea was churning, and the ghost chi was vast. Terrifying ghost shadows could be faintly seen, and there were scalp-numbing ghost cries lingering around. Tyrant is unrivaled. Batianshan King was fearless, and he drew millions of divine lightning bolts while wielding the tyrant's sword, and killed his way into the void of hell that the wildlands ghost lord had opened up. He didn't retreat, and he only pressed forward. When Batianshan King charged into the void, the lightning exploded, and the entire void of hell was trembling as though it was going to collapse. The blood sea below had nearly evaporated. Countless ghost shadows were dissipating, and more than half of the ghost chi in the void of hell had been dispersed by the countless divine lightning bolts. This caused the wildlands ghost lord to be affected. Roar! There was a furious roar, and a 30,000-meter-long ghost shadow appeared in front of Batianshan King. It emitted a terrifying ghost Tao energy fluctuation, and with a single slap, it sent Batianshan King flying. Wah! Batianshan King was sent flying for thousands of meters, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His clothes were stained with blood, and his body's blood and chi were dried up. He had suffered a heavy injury. In this world I am the supreme. What qualifications do you have to fight against me? Die! The wildlands ghost lord's voice rang out in this part of hell, and the blood sea that had been evaporated by the lightning reappeared. Endless ghost chi had condensed into a black fog, and it was rumbling as it pressed down from the sky. Streaks of black lightning appeared in this terrifying part of hell, and they struck towards Batianshan King. This wasn't an ordinary power, but a terrifying profounding ghost force that could tear through the void. If it struck, even a quasi-sage would perish. Just as Batianshan King was in danger, a bright light suddenly appeared above his head. This part of hell that the wildlands ghost lord had created had been pierced through by someone. A human figure descended from the sky. More good novels download please go First Class Academy. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1465. Date: October 03. More good novels. Download please go online book bar. *bookba # Heaven Tyrant Shan King being suppressed by the savage ghost lord caused countless humans to feel despair. If Heaven Tyrant Shan King was defeated, the fate of the millions of humans in the ancient human city could already be foreseen. Ever since the savage ghost lord made his move, the scattered demon and beast alliance gradually stabilized their footing and approached the ancient human city from afar. The demon race's formation might have been broken by Heaven Tyrant Shin King, and the leading ancient demon and beast had been slain by Heaven Tyrant Shin King, but the demon race and beast race's strength had not been truly weakened. There were also ancient demon and beast figures appearing outside the ancient human city. The overflowing demonic aura caused the millions of humans in the ancient city to feel their hearts palpitate. Furthermore, the ancient demon and beast emitted a terrifying baleful aura that caused one's mind to tremble. It was unknown how many living beings had been killed to gather such baleful aura. Fortunately, the formation that enveloped the entire ancient human city had weakened the aura emitted by the ancient demon and beast by more than half. Otherwise, not many humans in the ancient human city would be able to stand under the pressure of the ancient demon and beast. Boom! The heaven and earth changed drastically. High up in the sky, the savage ghost lord used a great ability to suck in Heaven Tyrant Shin King. The two terrifying auras immediately disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Heaven Tyrant Shin King is dead for sure. Kill all the humans. Use the blood of the humans to wash away the humiliation of our race. Roar! Heaven Tyrant Shin King was being suppressed by the savage ghost lord. The demon race and beast race's alliance immediately charged towards the ancient human city from all directions. However, when they were about 300 meters away from the ancient human city, countless demons and beasts seemed to have smashed into an invisible wall and were sent flying back. Some of them were even bleeding from the impact. There's a formation. Everyone retreat. A powerful demon roared, and the entire heaven and earth were echoing. In the distance, bronze chariots rolled over from the sky and rushed towards the ancient human city. Buzz! There was a loud sound coming from the dozen ancient chariots of the demon race. A resplendent demonic light soared into the sky and pierced through the ancient human city. An extremely terrifying wave of energy spread out from that beam of demonic light. Forbidden artifact? In the ancient human city, a few elders of the Yi clan sensed the fluctuations of the demonic light, and their expressions immediately changed. This was the fluctuation of the power of a saint. Boom! With an earth-shaking boom, the entire ancient city of the human race began to shake. The beam of demonic light violently bumped into the great formation outside the city. The destructive power tore a 23 feet long hole in the barrier of light condensed by the power of the formation, and actually broke the formation's seal. Swish! A figure rushed in through the gap in the light barrier. It was a ferocious beast in the shape of a Tyrannosaurus. It was only a dozen feet tall, but the killing intent it exuded was comparable to some ancient fae. The berserk beasts are here. The ancient human city was instantly thrown into chaos. Human cultivators soared into the sky and charged at the Tyrannosaurus. All kinds of magic treasures emitted divine light that illuminated the world. Roar! The tyrannical dragon let out a furious roar. The scales all over its body were flowing with green rays of light. It completely ignored the various magic treasures that were attacking it and directly rushed forward. The dozen or so magic treasures were either knocked away by the Tyrannosaurus or crushed by its claws. After that, the Tyrannosaurus directly charged through the dozen or so human cultivators. The dozen or so human cultivators immediately stopped moving. It was as if time itself had stopped. Bang, 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 bang. The dozen or so human cultivators' bodies instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that blossomed like mournful red flowers. It was a ghastly sight to behold. What? This? All the cultivators in the ancient human city who saw this scene were shocked. The dozen or so human cultivators were actually instantly killed by this berserk beast, their bodies and souls extinguished. Damn it! I'll fight you! On the city wall, the dark-skinned man wielding the mace leaped high into the sky. Then, he swung the mace with both hands and smashed it down on the head of the berserk beast. This dark-skinned man's divine strength was astonishing. The mace in his hand was like a huge mountain that shook the void. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the mace. The tyrannical dragon did not dodge. It raised its arm to block the attack. Then its other claw swiped at the chest of the dark-skinned man with lightning speed. Bang! The dark-skinned man's mace fiercely smashed into the berserk beast's right arm. The violent force directly smashed the berserk beast down from the sky. Imperceptibly, the berserk beast's claw that was aimed at his chest was neutralized. Boom! The ground shook, and a cloud of dust rose from the ground. The tyrannical dragon had smashed a huge pit in the ground. Cracks spread out in all directions. Good. The human cultivators in the ancient human city all cheered when they saw this scene. This dark-skinned man was not a disciple of the ancient human city's Yi clan, but his combat strength was extremely tyrannical. Kill! With a roar that shook the mountains and rivers, the dark-skinned man was like a mad god descending from the sky. The mace in his hand emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Bang! At this moment the ground suddenly exploded. A terrifying figure rushed out from the ground to meet the dark-skinned man. Boom! There was a loud sound that shook the void. The two experts instantly collided. Neither of them retreated and directly collided with the dark-skinned man, sending him flying. Meanwhile, the berserk beast was once again smashed into the ground by the dark-skinned man's mace. At this time there was another earth-shattering sound. Among the demon race, a demon expert used a forbidden tool to attack the ancient human city's great formation. The demon race's forbidden tool released a terrifying saint-class power and tore the void. The light screen of the ancient human city's great formation was torn apart once again. Swish! Another berserk beast rushed in from the crack on the light screen. This was a ferocious ape. It was only 9 feet tall, but its body emitted a monstrous ferocious aura. The demon race destroyed 2 forbidden tools to send these 2 berserk beasts in. The great formation of the ancient human city was extraordinary. At the very least, it was an ancient formation set up by the human race's great saint. Although countless years had passed, it still withstood the attack of a saint-class power. The torn divine light screen rapidly repaired itself, and the crack on the light screen quickly disappeared. Roar! That ferocious ape stomped on the ground and directly pounced towards the ancient human city. Just as the ferocious ape was about to pounce into the ancient human city, a divine light suddenly descended from the sky and instantly nailed that ferocious ape to death in the void. Then a figure descended from the heavens, bathed in divine light and divine energy, like an immortal from the 9th heavens. That person directly broke through the Wildlands Ghost Lord's 9 hells void and stepped in. It's him. That person has appeared again. One of the demon race's old fogies recognized that person and was instantly scared out of his wits. He turned and fled in panic. Gu Fei. Within the ancient human city, Yi Wuji couldn't help but be entranced by that figure. More good novels download, please go online bookbar. *bookba hashtag. Target equals, _blank. Chapter 1466. Date. October 3rd. More good novels download, please go. The blood sea surged and the Een energy surged. The Wildlands Ghost Lord was like the ruler of this world. He opened up the 9 hells, wanting to completely obliterate the heavenly tyrant Shin King. But at this critical juncture, someone attacked from his 9 hells infernal hell. Boom! The entire 9 hells shook. The newcomer's power was unimaginable, directly breaking through the barrier of heaven and earth. A saintly might spread out from that figure. It's you! The Wildlands Ghost Lord's sinister voice rang out. His tone was filled with disbelief. This person had appeared again. This human expert had obtained the complete Extreme Dao Ancient Town diagram, but he didn't go to the Wildlands source. This was something the Wildlands Ghost Lord had never imagined. He had waited for several months and restrained his subordinates from attacking the human race because he had some misgivings about this human expert. But this human expert didn't appear again after obtaining the Holy City. The Wildlands Ghost Lord thought that this human expert had already gone to the Extreme Dao Ancient Formation. But who would have thought that at this critical moment, this human expert would appear again? Boom! The immortal aura soared into the sky, and the entire 9 hells looked like it was about to collapse. The blood sea that was sweeping into the sky was forcibly suppressed, and the surging Een mist was dispersed. The newcomer was like an immortal above the 9 heavens. 9 rays of immortal light surrounded him, emitting heart-palpitating fluctuations. It felt like the entire 9 hells void was about to be crushed. This is... The heavenly tyrant Shin King was both shocked and delighted. This newcomer was incredibly powerful, at the very least a quasi-sage. When did such a supreme figure appear in the human race? Ghost Lord, you're not kind at all. The newcomer stared at a part of the 9 hells void. The space there twisted, and a blurry ghost figure condensed. Don't misunderstand. I'm just excited to exchange pointers with the heavenly tyrant Shun King. The Wildlands Ghost Lord hurriedly said. This newcomer wasn't someone he could provoke. Is that so? How about I exchange pointers with you as well? Gu Fei pressed forward. Immortal Tao energy surged as ancient immortal Tao patterns appeared on his body, interweaving into mysterious patterns that condensed immortal Tao energy. Fellow Taoist really knows how to joke, the Wildlands Ghost Lord said with some embarrassment. He didn't want to offend Gu Fei. This was the situation he didn't want to see the most. Gu Fei continued to press forward. He laughed and said, You think I'm joking? If he hadn't been hiding above the clouds to see what had happened, he might have been tricked by the Wildlands Ghost Lord. But since Gu Fei had witnessed everything, how could he not know the sinister intentions of the Wildlands Ghost Lord? On the surface, he wanted to fight against the Heaven Tyrant Shun King, but he did not want to slaughter the human race. However, if Tyrant Shun King was suppressed by the Wildlands Ghost Lord, no one would be able to stop him. The Wildlands Ghost Lord wouldn't even need to personally act. The allied forces of the monster race and the beast race would be able to slaughter all the humans in the city. The Wildlands Ghost Lord knew that things were bad this time. This person could fight his way into the primal chaos dragon cave and forcefully take away the demon race's supreme being. This kind of battle accomplishment made one's heart palpitate. Rumble. The entire world suddenly shook. Rays of blood-red light flashed in the dusky world. This was the power of the Netherworld Blood Sea being drawn by the Wildlands Ghost Lord. Then let's fight. The Wildlands Ghost Lord roared and pointed at Gu Fei. Countless blood-red lightning bolts rushed out from the Blood Sea and struck at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's expression did not change in the face of such a powerful attack. He walked forward as if he was taking a stroll in the park. It was as if he had completely ignored the countless blood-red lightning bolts. The Netherworld Blood Sea's power was the most evil power in the world. Just a tiny bit of it would be able to corrode the essence energy of an almighty. The Nine Nether Hell was an inner world created by the Wildlands Ghost Lord. Here he was a supreme god. He could use all the power in this place to kill his enemies. However, a shocking scene appeared. All the blood-red lightning bolts that were striking at Gu Fei were instantly reversed when they reached Gu Fei. Countless blood-red lightning bolts struck back, shocking the Wildlands Ghost Lord. What? The Wildlands Ghost Lord could not believe what he was seeing. There was actually someone in his inner world that could reverse his attacks. This great technique seems to be. In the distance, Batian Shun King seemed to have thought of something as his eyes flickered. Buzz! The void trembled. With a thought, the countless blood-red lightning bolts that were striking back at him immediately dissipated as if they had never appeared. At the same time, countless ghostly aura frantically converged towards him. Ghostly shadows could be vaguely seen within the ghostly mist. It seemed like countless vengeful spirits and malicious spirits were wandering within. In just an instant, the entire Nine Nether Hell was filled with this profound and ghostly aura. If a mortal came into contact with this profound and ghostly aura, they would instantly lose their lives. Gu Fei and Batian Shun King were peerless experts. This level of ghostly aura did not pose any threat to them. 9 rays of immortal light revolved around Gu Fei's body and blocked all the profound and ghostly aura that was surging over from all directions, making it hard for them to get close. On the other side, Batian Shun King's body was surging with resplendent lightning power. He was like an ancient god of thunder. Once the profound and ghostly aura got close, it would be dispersed by the lightning power. The lightning power was the nemesis of the profound and ghostly aura. Roar! Horrifying ghostly howls rang out from the ghostly aura. One after another, hideous ghostly faces appeared. It seemed like countless vengeful spirits were struggling in pain. As the profound and ghostly aura condensed, ghostly shadows walked out from the ghostly mist and rushed towards Gu Fei. These were formless shadows, but Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. Countless ghostly shadows approached Gu Fei silently. At this moment, the savage Ghost Lord no longer had the leisure to care about Batian Shun King. Gu Fei was a greater threat to him than Batian Shun King. Humph! Gu Fei let out a cold snort. After that, his body burst out with immeasurable immortal light. The surrounding ghostly aura was shown by the immortal light, and turned into green smoke that dissipated into the void. The ghostly shadows disappeared without a sound. Bang! Gu Fei punched out, and the entire void was torn apart by his fist force. He took a step forward and killed the savage Ghost Lord who was hiding in the dark. Preposterous! The savage Ghost Lord's expression changed. His opponent's combat strength was too strong, and his inner heaven and earth power was unable to suppress him. His opponent could easily tear apart his inner heaven and earth and kill his way out. Bang! The void trembled, and a ghostly shadow fell out from the void. With a single punch, the savage Ghost Lord, who was hiding in the void, was knocked out by Gu Fei's punch. His quasi-sage ghostly body was nearly shattered. A pair of oily green eyes emitted a heart-chilling green light as it glanced at Gu Fei. At this moment, the savage Ghost Lord was still wearing the crown on his head and the black dragon robe. He looked just like the legendary emperor of the underworld. However, this Ghost Dao Supreme Being was unable to remain calm when facing Gu Fei. More good novels download, please go. Target =_blank. Chapter 1467. Gu Fei's Saint Tier incarnation was extremely powerful. With a single punch, it knocked the Wildlands Ghost Lord out of the void. Even Overlord Shen King was shocked by its power. Bang! Gu Fei punched again. The power of the immortal Dao turned into an immortal light that shot towards the Wildlands Ghost Lord. He was using the power of the immortal Dao to execute a martial technique. The martial technique created by the peerless martial ancestor was one of the strongest killing arts in the world. It was simple, direct, and incomparably powerful. Although Gu Fei was using the power of the immortal Dao to execute a martial technique, its power was still shocking. It wasn't something the Wildlands Ghost Lord could contend against. Without any suspense, the Wildlands Ghost Lord was once again sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. His chest was pierced by Gu Fei's fist energy, and it was difficult for him to heal in a short time. Roar! The Wildlands Ghost Lord roared at the sky. His entire body emitted a vast wave of profound ghost energy. Ghost Dao patterns appeared on his ghost body. Rumble! The entire Nine Nether Void was shaking. The power of the Great Dao surged as the hole in the Wildlands Ghost Lord's chest gradually healed. Even someone as powerful as the Ghost Lord couldn't withstand Gu Fei's fist. I'll fight you to the death. The Wildlands Ghost Lord knew that he couldn't have a good ending today. He circulated the Ghost Dao mystic art with all his might and drew upon the power of his inner world. The power of the entire world surged towards Gu Fei. Boom! 18 yellow springs appeared, emitting a torrential energy that surged towards Gu Fei like 18 rivers. This was a power of the Ghost Dao that was even more terrifying than the Netherworld Blood Sea. Die! At the same time, the boundless Blood Sea rose up as well, emitting a boundless bloody light. Blood-colored ghostly figures floated in the sea. Those were vile souls that had fallen into the blood sea of hell. They were struggling to break out of the sea, and a terrifying baleful aura surged within the sea. Layers of mist descended from the sky, and each strand of mist could crush a mountain range. This kind of power made even the peerless Shen King's heart turn cold. Good timing. Gu Fei's battle intent surged like a rainbow. 9 streaks of immortal Dao divine light coiled around his body like 9 divine rainbows. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes like dots. Then, he began to evolve the 5 elements yin and yang. Saint Tier immortal Dao power manifested as the power of the 5 elements surged out from his fist, and a hazy world appeared around him. This was an ancient martial arts battle technique. The flawless 5 elements fist evolved the 5 elements to display the flawless invincible fist intent. This was an invincible killing technique. Bam! Fire element strikes the heavens. Monstrous divine fire surged out from Gu Fei's fist. It struck the 9 heavens and the descending fog was immediately blocked. Boom! In the next moment, Gu Fei's fist seemed to have transformed into 2 golden suns, emitting a dazzling golden light as they swept towards the 18 yellow springs that were rushing towards him from all directions. The 18 yellow springs were immediately shaken, and the river-like yellow springs were forcibly broken by Gu Fei's metal element fist. The fist force of the metal element fist was invincible. Earth element strikes earth. After Gu Fei's metal element fist swept in all directions, the fist art evolved from the metal element fist to the earth element fist. The gray fist force was like a layer of chaotic chi that descended and crushed the void, forcefully suppressing the 9 underworld blood sea that was rushing towards the heavens. Countless blood-colored ghostly figures were shattered under Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei had only used 3 punches to easily neutralize the Wildlands Ghost Lord's all-out attack. In the face of absolute power, any divine ability would crumble. The divine ability was neutralized, and the Wildlands Ghost Lord suffered a huge impact. His ghostly body became blurry, and his soul force fluctuations were greatly weakened. He had suffered a heavy injury. Let's stop here. Gu Fei continued to perform the flawless 5 elements fist, and the earth element fist turned into the water element fist. Monstrous water elemental energy surged out from his fists, pervading every nook and cranny, shaking the entire 9 levels of hell. No. This time, the Wildlands Ghost Lord was truly shocked. Under Gu Fei's fist, his 9 underworld void world trembled, and spatial cracks appeared in the void. The aura of the outside world seeped out from the spatial cracks. At this time, outside the ancient human city, the human race, demon race, and beast race experts were fighting. Their battle cries shook the heavens, and several holes had appeared in the array that enveloped the ancient human city. Although Gu Fei's appearance had intimidated a portion of the demon race and beast race experts, there were still many who launched attacks against the human race. Buzz! A resplendent swordlight blocked the path of an azure-haired demon, and a life-and-death battle ensued. A dark-skinned man wielding a spiked mace stood guard outside the gates of the ancient human city, sweeping his spiked mace in all directions. Beneath his feet were the corpses of savage beasts. A few elders from the Yi clan blocked the 3 patriarchs of the demon race and beast race. The Yi clan's elite, Yi Wuji, was fighting alone against an almighty savage beast. Both sides were covered in blood, and it was unknown whether the blood was their own or the enemy's. The human race's other supreme has already taken action. You no longer have a chance, roared an elder from the human race. His voice spread throughout the battlefield, and some of the demons began to retreat out of fear. However, the majority of the beast race experts were unwilling to retreat. That was especially true of the Beast King. He had already reached the base of the ancient human city, and was about to kill his way in. Just at this time, the sky outside the ancient city suddenly shook, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Each of the spatial cracks was tens of miles long, and a chilling and terrifying aura leaked out from them. These powerful and terrifying energy fluctuations shocked everyone. This is heaven and earth about to collapse? This is the aura of the Ghost Lord. The pressure of a quasi-saint caused everyone to feel immense pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. Even almighty existences felt like they couldn't breathe. Next, an even more powerful and terrifying aura poured out of the spatial cracks. Those with weaker cultivations were already trembling and collapsing to the ground. At this time, even the Beast King retreated and nervously observed the changes in the sky. The spatial cracks in the sky gradually grew larger, and it seemed as if a terrifying heavenly beast was about to break through the void and charge out. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the shattered void finally collapsed. A destructive power swept out in all directions, tearing apart everything. The earth trembled, the sky trembled, and the world lost color. This scene could only be described as, the heavens are falling and the earth is rending. It was terrifying to the extreme. Target equals, _blank. Chapter 1468. Date: October 03. Ardemore Good Novels. Download please Gauche. Mingshala and the Wildlands Ghost Lord's inner world was destroyed by Gu Fei. Under the flawless 5-element fist, the 9 layers of hell was penetrated and collapsed. The destructive force swept out in all directions. Some of the demon race and beast race who were close to the Wildlands Ghost Lord were all sent flying and turned into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Everyone was shocked and retreated in a panic. The void within a radius of nearly 50 kilometers collapsed. Profound ghost chi and chaos chi surged out. Even a half-sage had to flee. A figure walked out of the extremely chaotic energy storm. It was as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. Neither the profound ghost chi nor the chaos chi had any effect on him. Buzz! There was a sword cry, and a figure wrapped in a lightning-like divine light rushed out of the chaotic and destructive land. A domineering aura immediately spread out. It's Heaven Tyrant Shin King. He actually survived. Heaven Tyrant Old Ancestor. The human cultivators were overjoyed. The Tyrant Sword protected Heaven Tyrant Shin King, as he rushed out of the Wildlands Ghost Lord's collapsed inner world. Although he suffered a great impact, his life was not in danger. Apart from Heaven Tyrant Shin King, Gu Fei was the only one who could survive such a situation. No one knew what happened to the Wildlands Ghost Lord. After Gu Fei destroyed his inner world, the Wildlands Ghost Lord disappeared. When the inner world collapsed, the owner of the inner world would either die or be half dead. There was no longer any suspense in the following battle. Gu Fei's Saint Tier incarnation made a move, and several ancient beasts of the savage beast race were instantly killed. 2 ancient demons were killed by Heaven Tyrant Shan King's Tyrant Sword. After that, all the human cultivators killed their way out of the human ancient city. The demon race and beast race's allied forces were defeated, leaving behind countless demon and beast corpses. The news of the human race defeating the demon race and beast race's allied forces spread across the entire Wildlands. The demon race was intimidated and retreated to the Chaos Dragon Cave. As for the beasts, they retreated back to the Beast Emperor Mountain and sealed themselves within the mountain, afraid that Gu Fei would attack them. The people of the Yi family of the barbarian land had taken the lead in the battlefield, and began to encircle and annihilate those fleeing spirit creatures and humankind beings step by step. The battle within a radius of 10,000 miles around the ancient city was not over yet. As for Gu Fei and Batian Shin King, they only killed a few ancient demons before stopping. The human race could not be greenhouse flowers. Only by experiencing the test of life and death could they go further on the road of cultivation. Excessive protection would only lead to the gradual decline of the human race. The younger generation of the Yi family was fighting, and the older generation was also fighting with the powerful demons and ferocious beasts of the Beast clan. In some places, the fighting was so intense that the mountains and rivers were cut off, especially when Yi Wuji's eternal clear sky phenomenon swept across the area. As long as one was enveloped by his eternal clear sky, there was only one outcome, and that was death in body and soul. Ye Wu's immortal spear swept through the sky and the earth, easily killing a demon clan's almighty. Then she fought a terrifying savage beast king. Gu Fei only watched for a while and then left. These 2 rising stars of the Yi clan were extraordinary. If they could grow up, they would definitely become great figures that could deter others. Under the invitation of Batian Shan King, Gu Fei entered the ancient human city. The ancient human city contained all the secrets of the Yi clan. This was a city built by the ancestors of the Yi clan, and there was an ancient stone gate in a secret location in the city. The stone door was imprinted with indestructible marks of the Tao. When Gu Fei saw the stone door, he was incomparably shocked. The stone door in front of him was very similar to the stone door in the pseudo-heaven realm. Back then, a stone door like this had appeared. Everyone thought that it was the heaven gate, but after charging in, they realized that it was just an unimaginable killing formation. Every time Gu Fei thought about that killing formation, he would be shocked. That was a terrifying killing formation that was set up using heaven and earth as a chessboard. It was hard to imagine the cultivation and strength of the person who set up such a killing formation. Using heaven and earth as a chessboard, this kind of existence was probably a supreme existence of the extreme Tao. This is the door to a secret place of my Yi clan. Batian Shin King still looked weak. His body was emaciated, and his face was as pale as paper. There was definitely something wrong with his body. Gu Fei could clearly feel that there was a death energy in Batian Shin King's body. This death energy was coiling around his organs and meridians, devouring his life force. Batian Shin King had obtained the inheritance of an ancient overlord. How could there be a death energy in his body that was the exact opposite of an overlord's lightning energy? Secret place. Gu Fei's eyes flashed when he heard that. There should be a small world behind the stone door. Could it be a grotto heaven that the Yi clan's ancestor had opened up? Batian Shin King led the way. He used a secret art to open the stone door in front of him. A surge of heaven and earth energy immediately surged out from behind the stone door. As expected, Gu Fei thought to himself that he was not here with his true body. His Saint Tier incarnation was enough to sweep through everything. Gu Fei naturally had nothing to fear and immediately followed behind the stone door. Behind the stone door was a celestial land. There were many majestic mountains here. White clouds and celestial mist lingered around, and red-crowned cranes soared between the mountains. There were divine springs dotting the mountains, and small streams and waterfalls hung down. This was a rare celestial land. No wonder it could produce someone like Yi Wuji. Gu Fei sighed softly. With the existence of such a secret place, the Yi clan's inheritance could not be broken. It was no wonder that this clan could survive for countless years and not be submerged in time. This is an inner world that my Yi clan's ancestor had opened up. Cultivating here will naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. Batian Shen King said. Dao friend, why did you invite me here? Gu Fei asked directly. He did not like to beat around the bush. Cuckoo. Batian Shen King laughed. He had never begged anyone before, but this time he had no choice. This person in front of him might not be a true sage, but this person's saint-tier immortal energy might be able to help him expel the deathly aura in his body. Could it be? This was probably the only thing that could make an overlord hesitate. Gu Fei had already guessed what Batian Shen King was going to say. Batian Shen King invited Gu Fei into the depths of this place. There were entire palaces that looked like immortal palaces. Some of the palaces were even floating in the clouds, giving off a celestial atmosphere. That is, when they were nearby, Gu Fei sensed a deathly aura. This deathly aura was incompatible with this celestial spiritual land. Less than 100 miles away from the palaces, there was actually a black aura soaring into the sky from a valley. That black aura was emitting a deathly aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. More good novels download, please go to %Mingshala and target equals blank. Chapter 1469. The Yi clan's secret ground was originally a land of immortals. It was a land of immortals created by the ancient sages. However, an ominous aura appeared right next to the jade palaces. A black aura rushed out of a valley and reached the sky, emitting a terrifying death aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. The jade palaces in the immortal land were all empty. No one stayed in them. Although the immortal aura lingered, no one was willing to cultivate there. Gu Fei sensed that the death aura in Batian Shen King's body seemed to come from the same source as the death aura coming from the valley. This is a great calamity for our Yi clan. Batian Shen King told Gu Fei such a thing, and this matter made even Gu Fei feel incredulous. It turned out that the Yi clan's first progenitor was a peerless genius. Not only did he become a sage, but he also nearly became an extreme sovereign. Unfortunately, an accident happened to the Yi clan's progenitor when he was trying to break through to the extreme sovereign realm. Not only did he die, but he also implicated the Yi clan, leaving behind a huge problem for the Yi clan. Although the Yi clan's progenitor had fallen, his obsession didn't disappear. After countless years, this obsession actually caused the Yi clan's progenitor's corpse to undergo an unexpected transformation. The Yi clan's progenitor's corpse that was buried in the Yi clan's secret ground underwent a corpse transformation. The ancient corpse developed a trace of intelligence and turned into an extremely evil god. When the evil god appeared, the entire Yi clan's secret ground was in chaos, and a bloodbath occurred. The Yi clan also started to decline at that time. The Yi clan sent out all their elites to fight against the evil god. But the evil god was extremely powerful and evil, killing several elders of the Yi clan. In the end, Batian Shen King rushed back and used a supreme technique to suppress the evil god in a valley. Shen King personally guarded the valley for countless years. However, during the battle with the evil god, the death aura invaded Batian Shen King's body. This death aura condensed in his body and didn't dissipate, constantly devouring his essence energy. Now, Overlord Shen King's vital energy and blood were all dried up. He knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Once the evil god appeared again, the Yi family would be in danger of being wiped out. This was the reason why Tyrant Shen King befriended Gu Fei. He wanted to borrow Gu Fei's hand to get rid of the evil god that he had suppressed and get rid of the Yi family. After hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. An ancient corpse turning into an evil god wasn't a simple matter. Moreover, it was an incomparably powerful ancient corpse. One must know that since ancient times, there were not many people who were qualified to break through to the extreme Dao supremacy realm. Breaking through to the extreme Dao supremacy realm would be met with unimaginable difficulties, but over the years countless people were still willing to take this huge risk. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was lost in thought, a muffled roar came from the depths of the earth, followed by the entire earth shaking. Rumble. Large amounts of deathly aura surged out from the valley in front, causing the entire sky to darken. An extremely powerful deathly aura spread out, shaking the entire world. Lines of formation patterns appeared on the ground around the valley. The formation patterns intertwined with each other, forming a huge formation that sealed the nearby heaven and earth. The power drawn by the formation and the deathly aura in the valley canceled each other out. It was as though there was a terrifying deathly creature that was about to rush out from the valley. What do you want me to do? Gu Fei knew that if the evil god under the ground really broke out of the seal, no one would be able to suppress it other than him. Dao friend, please exterminate that evil god in the valley. Tyrant Shen King was very direct and didn't beat around the bush. He directly stated his intention. How do you know that I can exterminate that evil god? Gu Fei looked at Tyrant Shen King curiously. His saint-tier clone could display the power of a sage. Perhaps it could really suppress that evil god. If even you, Dao friend, can't exterminate that evil god, then no one can. Tyrant Shen King looked at Gu Fei and said calmly, I need to think about this. Gu Fei said and went into deep thought. One must know that he was going to deal with an ancient invincible warrior, who once had the right to break through to the extreme Dao supremacy realm. Gu Fei had never met such an existence before. Dao friend. Tyrant Shen King was a little anxious. Recently, that evil god that was sealed was attacking the seal with greater strength each time. The entire formation was shaking. Gu Fei nodded and rushed into the sky, punching towards the valley in front of him. The ferocious fist force rushed into the valley. Roar! The evil god in the depths of the ground roared in rage. Gu Fei's punch had destroyed a portion of the formation patterns, causing the power of the wave collapse formation to decrease greatly. It was almost unable to operate anymore. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound in the valley. After that, the ground was collapsing and the void was being torn apart. Countless formation patterns were dissipating. Pung! There was a muffled sound, and the entire ground shook violently. A figure rushed out from the dust. His body was filled with baleful aura. The aura that came from that figure shook the heavens. It was as though a saint had descended. What? Tyrant Shen King would never have expected that Gu Fei would break the seal with just one punch. After that, that evil god that was sealed in the depths of the ground immediately rushed out. Buzz! The Overlord sword rushed out from Tyrant Shen King's body and turned into a resplendent lightning sword light that pierced towards that terrifying figure in the sky. Boom! In the next moment, boundless deathly energy spread out from that evil god's body. Many Yin gods appeared within the deathly energy. It was as though he was carrying an army of Yin gods with him. Yin gods were the most mysterious things in the world. No one knew how they were formed, but once a Yin god appeared, it meant that something was about to happen. The lightning sword light flashed by, and countless Yin gods dissipated in the void. The power of lightning was the nemesis of all ghostly beings. However, when the Overlord sword pierced through the evil god's body, the evil god merely extended a finger and tapped the Overlord sword. Buzz! The Overlord sword let out a buzzing sound and was actually sent flying by that evil god's finger. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This ancient evil god's strength had reached a terrifying level. His physical body was actually able to resist the Overlord sword. It was truly terrifying. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1470. Date: October 03 RD. 4 more interesting novels. Please download Ice and Fire Literature. In the Yi clan's secret ground, the corpse of the Yi clan's first-generation ancestor turned into an evil god. Death aura filled the sky, and a black cloud covered half of the sky. Buzz! Batian Shen King immediately made his move, and the Overlord sword turned into a bolt of lightning that pierced the figure in the black fog. Sword Chi soared into the sky. However, that evil god had blocked the Overlord's sword with just a single finger, causing Gu Fei to be secretly shocked. One must know that even if the Overlord's sword was not an extreme Dao sacred weapon, it was still a great sage sacred sword. With Batian Shen King's cultivation, the Saint Sword could release a trace of Saint-class Sword Chi fluctuation. This Sword Chi fluctuation was enough to injure a true Saint. As expected of a peerless character that has the qualifications to break through to the extreme Saint weapon realm, His physical body is actually strong enough to fight against a great saint weapon. Gu Fei knew that the evil god's physical body was stronger than his martial body. If he were to face such an opponent, his true body would definitely not be able to contend against it. However, Gu Fei used a saint-class incarnation and didn't enter the Yi clan's secret ground. Fortunately, this evil god only had a strong physical body, and its cultivation was not proportional to its physical body. Otherwise, Batian King wouldn't have been able to suppress it 10,000 years ago. From death to life, the extreme changes of heaven and earth. This was a heaven-defying life form. This evil god might have developed spiritual intelligence, but its cultivation wasn't very strong. It was only equivalent to a peak almighty. However, that physical body was the physical body of a peerless expert. The evil god emitted a powerful aura that even Gu Fei's saint-class incarnation felt a great pressure. Boom! Endless black aura swept out in all directions. Two blood-colored evil lights emitted from the black aura and swept towards Batian King and Gu Fei. Roar! The evil god roared to the sky, and the entire heaven and earth shook. The evil god emitted a shocking aura that even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This evil god's physical body was extremely strong. Just a slight tremble of his body was enough to shake a part of the world. This was a terrifying physique that definitely surpassed the great saint level. Although its cultivation realm was not high enough, this evil god could easily tear almighty existences into pieces with just its physical strength alone. Swish! The evil god took a step in the air and arrived in front of Batian King and Gu Fei. The strong pressure caused the surrounding mountains to collapse. Bam! The evil god waved its fist and wanted to smash towards overbearing Sky Shin King. It recognized the person who suppressed it in the past and attacked overbearing Sky Shin King right away. An evil aura of death surged out from the fist of the evil god and rushed towards Batian King. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. Overlord Shin King retreated quickly. The evil god's body was extremely strong, and no one was willing to clash head-on with such a terrifying existence. They could only retreat. Swish! When the evil god's attack missed, two beams of blood-red evil light shot out from its eyes and swept towards Gu Fei, who was beside Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor. The void in the path of the blood-red light was annihilated. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and used his right hand to block. His palm dispersed the two rays of evil light and pressed towards the chest of the evil god. Bam! Gu Fei's palm landed solidly on the evil god's chest, causing the layer of ancient armor on the evil god to cave in from the impact. The powerful evil god also took a step back under Gu Fei's attack. Not bad. Gu Fei's attack with the strength of a saint only made the evil god take a step back. Roar! The evil god roared in rage. Death energy surged and a powerful force caused Gu Fei to retreat. A withered palm stabbed towards Gu Fei's chest with lightning speed. Gu Fei used the void steps and his entire being became ethereal, as though he had merged with the surrounding void. He quickly dodged the evil god's attack and appeared above the evil god. He stepped down and 5 elemental celestial power surged. Rays of 5-colored celestial light shot out and the void was collapsing. Boom! The evil god raised his hand to block. The two forces clashed and Gu Fei was sent flying again by the power of the evil god. That evil god was also stepped down from the sky by Gu Fei. Boom! The evil god descended from the sky like a meteorite and smashed a mountain into pieces. The entire region was in chaos. Dust flew high into the sky and rocks flew everywhere. Batian King, who had retreated far away, was surprised and delighted when he saw this scene. It seemed like he had made the right decision to invite this human expert over. Batian King was very clear about his own situation. His chi and blood were exhausted and had fallen from his peak state. He no longer had the ability to suppress this evil corpse. If Gu Fei didn't appear and the evil god broke the seal in a few hundred years, no one would be able to stop him. The Yi clan's secret ground would definitely be filled with carnage. Boom! The ground shook. Endless black aura swept towards the sky. The black aura congealed into a giant skull that emitted a terrifying death energy. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Gu Fei. Swish! A ray of purple light shot out from Gu Fei's glabella. Buzz! A divine sword congealed in the purple light and slashed downwards. An aura of the great Tao surged in the sky. This was a Tao sword. The immortal Tao divine banana destroyed everything. That giant skull was directly slashed, and the Tao Golden slashed downwards, destroying layers of death energy and black fog as it slashed towards the evil god. The evil god felt the danger and wanted to retreat, but the momentum of the Tao sword was extremely fast. In an instant it could only avoid its head, which was a vital point. The Tao sword directly slashed down from its shoulder to its abdomen before it was stuck by this unimaginably tough body. Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword actually didn't slash this evil god into two. This made him feel that it was unbelievable. This evil god's body was simply too strong. Roar! The evil god roared in rage. Death energy surged from its body. The primordial spirit Tao sword that was stuck on its body quickly faded and dissipated into the void. The body that was slashed by the primordial spirit Tao sword was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just an instant this evil god looked like it had never been injured. Undying body. When Gu Fei saw this scene he couldn't help but be astonished. This evil god had a shocking background. It seemed like it had cultivated the undying body, and the great Tao imprint on its body was hard to erase. No wonder when it tried to break through to the extreme Tao supremacy realm, its body was still in perfect condition. It seemed like the first-generation ancestor of the Yi clan had cultivated to the level of undying body. How was he going to fight if the evil god had an undying body? Gu Fei's heart trembled. He couldn't think of a solution at this moment. At this moment, that evil god had already soared into the sky and was pouncing towards him. For more interesting novels, please download Ice and Fire Literature. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1471. Date: October 03. More good novels. Download please go sh. The undying body of the evil god was so strong that it was unimaginable. Even Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword, which was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, was blocked. One had to know that it was a Tao sword formed by the power of the great Tao that could slash everything in the world. Even a true saint would be injured if he was hit by it. The primordial spirit Tao sword could slay saints. However, the power of the great Tao in the primordial spirit Tao sword couldn't destroy the evil god's body. The evil god's body had the mark of the great Tao and was indestructible. Swish! Gu Fei left behind an afterimage and in the next moment, he was already 10,000 feet away. His speed was so fast that no one below the saint could match him. Roar! The evil god let out a furious roar and the world seemed like it was about to collapse. This place was just an inner world and couldn't withstand the evil god's torment. Many celestial palaces were collapsing and the ground was cracking. Many mountains were collapsing and the entire region was in chaos. Not good. High up in the sky, Badian Shen King was extremely nervous when he saw this scene. This part of the world wasn't as stable as the outside world. If experts of this level were to fight here, it was very likely that this part of the world would be destroyed. To the Yi clan of the wilderness, this was definitely a loss that they could not bear. The Yi clan's secret ground was the foundation of the Yi clan. If it was destroyed, the Yi clan's legacy would be severed and the Yi clan would fall. Buzz! Heavenly Tyrant God Emperor made his move. The Overlord sword in his hand emitted a deafening hum that shook the 9 heavens, transforming into a sky-shaking sword light that soared tens of thousands of zhang, slashing towards the demon god. The shocking sword became the only thing in the world. All the spiritual energy in the world was gathering towards the sword light. A saint-class ripple spread out from the sword light and shook the heavens. Badian Shen King didn't hesitate to use his essence chi to activate the saint-class sword energy in the Overlord sword. It seemed like it was going to slash the world in half. Sensing the threat, the evil god grabbed out with both hands towards the shocking sword light. His 2 arms turned into 2 terrifying evil shadows that charged towards the sword light. However, the Overlord's sword light destroyed the 2 evil shadows instantly. The resplendent sword light slashed into the evil god, leaving a terrifying wound on its body. The evil god roared furiously again and again. It possessed the indestructible body. The sword strike that Tyrant Shen King unleashed with all his might was still unable to truly injure this terrifying evil god. The wounds on the evil god's body emitted threads of black gas as his flesh and blood quickly healed. An unbelievably evil power surged on the evil god's body. Swish! 2 beams of blood-red evil light swept towards Tyrant Shen King. The malevolent and terrifying undead evil god was enraged. It stared at Tyrant Shen King. The undead evil god had a rare and powerful physique, and its movement speed was also rare. With just one step it had already closed in. A monstrous evil aura shrouded the entire heaven and earth, surging towards the tyrant Shin King. It was as though the night had arrived in an instant. The wrath of the peerless evil god was no small matter. Tyrant Shin King wanted to attract the attention of the peerless evil god. He hurriedly retreated towards the direction of the stone door. He wanted to lure this peerless evil god out of this world. Gu Fei naturally knew the intention of Tyrant Shin King's action. This world wasn't the true great heaven and earth, and the void of the world wasn't stable. Saint-class powers were enough to destroy this world. Tyrant Shin King and the peerless evil god's speed was extremely fast. Tyrant Shin King turned into a bolt of lightning and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. Very quickly, the exit of this world appeared in front of them. Without any hesitation, Tyrant Shin King charged into the stone door. The ancient human city gradually regained its peace. The allied forces of the demon race and beast race were crushed by the humans. The human experts slaughtered thousands of miles, causing the demon race and beast race to abandon their armors and die. However, just as the situation was settled, an extremely terrifying evil aura suddenly erupted from the ancient human city. It was as though a peerless evil god had appeared in the ancient city. Rumble! A black aura soared into the sky from the ancient human city and instantly spread out, enveloping the entire ancient city. All the humans in the city didn't know what was happening and were all stunned. What's going on? Could it be that a peerless evil god has descended? A ferocious demon has appeared. Only the elders of the Yi clan knew what was happening. They weren't unfamiliar with this kind of evil aura. The Yi clan's secret ground had undergone a drastic change, and all the experts of the Yi clan were extremely nervous. The peerless evil god had appeared. This was a great calamity for the Yi clan. Buzz! Divine gold moved, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the endless evil aura. A tyrannical and powerful aura spread out in the world. Its old ancestor Tyrant. Yi Wuji and Yi Wu were both surprised and delighted when they saw that bolt of lightning. Things didn't seem to have reached the worst stage. Roar! The peerless evil god roared, and a huge evil shadow appeared in the world. It was ferocious and terrifying, and all the humans in the city were trembling with fear. This was an extremely frightening fiend that seemed to want to devour all the living beings in the world. However, just when everyone was in despair, a supreme and sacred aura appeared, and the terrifying aura was immediately dispersed by half. A saint has descended. It seems to be the aura of a supreme human. All the humans secretly heaved a sigh of relief when the supreme and sacred aura appeared. Even a peerless evil god wouldn't be able to cause much trouble when the supreme human took action. However, everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. Gu Fei didn't immediately attack the peerless nefarious devil. Instead, he allowed the peerless nefarious devil to chase after Divine Emperor. The monstrous evil aura surged out of the ancient human city like a bolt of lightning, and the endless black aura condensed into a 10,000-meter devil shadow that chased after the bolt of lightning. Tyrant Shin King used the lightning escape art to transform into a bolt of lightning. Perhaps only Gu Fei's void step and extreme 8 steps could catch up to him. Tyrant Shin King wanted to lure the peerless evil god away, and very quickly, the two of them chased for thousands of miles. Gu Fei wanted to attack, but he immediately restrained himself, because he realized that Tyrant Shin King had actually lured the peerless evil god to the beast race's lair. Could it be that he was trying to divert the calamity? The aura emitted by the peerless evil god was too terrifying, and everywhere it passed, all living beings would tremble as if doomsday had arrived. Gu Fei retracted his aura and leisurely followed behind the peerless evil god. Many human experts also chased after the peerless evil god, especially those from the desolate Yi clan. All the core members of the Yi clan knew that there was a peerless evil god suppressed in the Yi clan's secret ground. It was also this peerless evil god that injured Tyrant Shin King, causing Shin King to fall to this state. Not only did he fall from the quasi-saint realm, but his life was also in danger. Very quickly, the beast race of the desolate beast race knew that something was wrong. Powerful auras erupted from the Beast King mountain of the desolate beast race, alarming all the ancient beasts. More good novels download, please go **** Target equals blank. Chapter 1472. Date, October 4th. More interesting novels TXT download, please go TimeYes. Rumble. The peerless evil god released a monstrous evil aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. Half of the sky was covered by it, and everywhere it passed by, the evil aura shook the entire area. When it was near the base of the beast race, a dozen extremely powerful auras rushed out from the towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. Who goes there? A beast's roar reverberated through the sky and spread far into the distance. At this moment, Heaven Tyrant Shen King suddenly rushed down from the sky. That lightning bolt flashed a few times and disappeared into the mountains without a trace. Roar! The peerless evil god roared out in rage. This human had sealed it for countless years, and it wanted nothing more than to swallow this human alive. It didn't stop and continued to chase. One of the clones that Heaven Tyrant Shen King created pounced towards the beast race's Beast Emperor Mountain. How dare you barge into my race's forbidden ground? Courting death. The figure of the Beast Emperor appeared in the void. A beast figure was faintly discernible, but it emitted an extremely powerful ripple that blocked the path of the peerless evil god. Swish. The peerless evil god directly made a move. Endless evil aura gathered into a huge palm that was the size of a small mountain and grabbed towards the beast figure. The evil power was vast, causing ripples that could be seen by the naked eye to appear in the void. Boom! At this moment, a monstrous demonic aura burst forth from the illusory beast figure. This figure seemed like it was about to walk out from the void. The Beast Emperor did not retreat and directly struck out. The demonic power surged through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the entire void to tremble as though it was about to collapse. The endless demonic power turned into rays of demonic light that covered the sky and pierced towards the peerless evil god. However, the crowd of great demons was dumbfounded. The rays of demonic light that were emitting powerful energy waves were actually destroyed by a single hand of the evil god. Pung! The phantom of the king of beasts was sent flying and dissipated in the void. It's just an incarnation and it wants to stop this demon? Gu Fei was hidden in the clouds watching the scene coldly. The emperor of the beast kings was too confident. Just as the peerless demon god destroyed the clone of the beast emperor, an enraged roar rang out from the Beast Emperor Mountain. After that, a gigantic shadow of a beast rose from the mountain. That is, when Gu Fei saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily shrank. That mountain-like beast shadow was not the real body of the Beast King, but a shadow condensed from endless evil energy. In the center of the phantom, the Emperor of the Beast Kings took a step forward. At this moment he was shocked and furious. His murderous aura soared into the sky. The destruction of one of his clones had impacted him greatly. Bam! The Emperor of the Beast Emperor's fist trembled as a powerful and boundless invincible fist will spread out from his body, shocking all directions. This? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. This was an incomparably powerful fist art. It was somewhat similar to the fist intent of his Yin-Yang reincarnation fist. How could there be someone in the beast race who could cultivate this kind of killing art? Boom! The powerful fist force clashed with the evil god's huge hand. The two shocking powers clashed head-on, and the destructive power directly tore apart the void. The Wildlands heaven and earth energy was very stable. The ruptured void was instantly repaired by the power of heaven and earth. Terrifying energy exploded, and the Emperor of the Beast Kings was sent flying. He never would have thought that this evil god would be so powerful. His physical body was also extremely tough. Cracks appeared on the bones of the Emperor of the Beast King's hand. The recoil was so strong that even he was injured. What? The Emperor of the Beast Kings couldn't believe that the evil god in front of him actually didn't move an inch under his attack. He couldn't accept this. It had to be known that in the entire beast race, other than the Beast Lord, the Emperor of the Beast Kings was invincible. Now the entire beast race was under his control. But recently, the Emperor of the Beast Kings had been very unlucky. First, he had been defeated by Gu Fei. Now he had encountered such a terrifying evil god. The Emperor of the Beast Kings was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The evil god's cultivation was lower than his, but the evil god's physical body was extremely powerful. The evil god had sent the Emperor of the Beast Kings flying, causing all the great demons on the Beast Emperor Mountain to be extremely shocked. Even the #1 expert of the Beast Emperor Mountain wasn't a match for the evil god. The Beast Lord wasn't here, and the Emperor of the Beast Kings took the opportunity to control the Beast Emperor Mountain. He used his invincible power to suppress all the beasts and become the new master of the Beast Emperor Mountain. But at this time, the new master of the Beast Emperor Mountain was easily suppressed. This wasn't a good thing. The beast race was too powerful and terrifying. The beast race was in danger. Preposterous. The Emperor of the Beast Kings was a little anxious. If he lost to this evil god, then the prestige he had built up during this period of time would be gone. Myriad Beast Invincible. The Emperor of the Beast Kings roared as a shocking energy fluctuation burst out of his body. After that, multiple illusory figures charged out of his body. Each of the illusory figures was of him. In just an instant, the entire world was filled with the illusory figures of the Emperor of the Beast Kings. Each illusory figure emitted a torrential baleful aura. It was as if each of the illusory figures could be the real body. Roar! Countless Emperor of the Beast Kings roared, and the terrifying sound waves shook the entire world. Even the Beast Emperor Mountain behind him was shaking. Some of the great demons were directly knocked unconscious. This fellow really hit his strength deeply. Gu Fei was hidden above the clouds. When he saw this scene, he was also secretly shocked. This ancient beast didn't use this move when he fought with him. The Emperor of the Beast Kings transformed into countless illusory figures of himself. The sky was filled with them, covering half of the sky. Bang! The void shook. That peerless evil god immediately took action, transforming into an indomitable devil figure. A pair of mountain-sized palms slammed towards the densely packed illusory beasts in front of him. Kill! The Emperor of the Beast King's true body roared. His countless clones also roared at the same time. The entire world seemed to be collapsing from their roars. The vast black fog of evil chi immediately dissipated by more than half. Countless illusory beasts soared into the sky and pounced towards that huge evil figure. It was like a terrifying beast race army was charging, causing the world to shake. Countless illusory beasts converged into an unstoppable flood that could destroy everything. Even heaven and earth would be suppressed by this terrifying might. Boom! Countless illusory beasts instantly smashed into that huge evil figure, causing it to dissipate. After that, even the peerless evil god was shaken. Roar! The peerless evil god roared again and again. A pair of sharp claws tore through the void, shattering heaven and earth. Countless illusory beasts crumbled under its claws. Bang! A muffled sound that sounded like muffled thunder from the 9 heavens caused the entire void to tremble. The peerless evil god's movements came to a halt. At this time, a beast figure appeared in front of the peerless evil god. This was a real beast figure. It wasn't an incarnation of the Emperor of the Beast Kings. A fist landed on the peerless evil god's chest. The evil chi surrounding the peerless evil god was scattered. Cracks appeared on the black armor that was flickering with cold light. Its powerful body was smashed by this fist. What? The Emperor of the Beast Kings was shocked to the extreme. His full power punch was actually unable to destroy the opponent's body. This was unbelievable. How was this possible? Even the ancient Beast Emperor fist. The Emperor of the Beast King's voice started to tremble. At this time, countless beasts dissipated in the void. The attack just now was just a pretense. The real killing move was the ancient Beast Emperor fist. It was an invincible killing art during the ancient era. This ancient beast is about to lose. Far above the clouds, Gu Fei muttered. Swish! At this time, the peerless evil god's eyes suddenly shot out 2 blood-colored evil lights. These 2 evil lights were a few feet long and almost pierced through the body of the Emperor of the Beast Kings. Not good. The Emperor of the Beast Kings was shocked. He had never expected that his opponent would still have such power after his full power attack. He felt an extreme sense of danger. Without any hesitation, the Emperor of the Beast Kings wanted to retreat. But it was too late. The peerless evil god's withered palm had already grabbed the right shoulder of the Emperor of the Beast Kings. 5 black fingernails stabbed into the shoulder of the Emperor of the Beast Kings. Roar! The peerless evil god roared into the sky and pulled with force. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Emperor of the Beast King's arm and shoulder were actually torn off. The Emperor of the Beast King's blood-colored eyes revealed a crazy evil light. The blood that splashed on his body was absorbed by him. The Emperor of the Beast Kings had one of his arms torn off, and his body was severely injured. Although he managed to struggle free in the end, the deathly aura had already invaded his body. Being invaded by the deathly aura of the peerless evil god was not a small matter. One had to know that this was an evil god that was formed from the corpse of a supreme existence that had the qualifications to attain the extreme Tao sovereign Tao fruit. The deathly aura of such a corpse was extraordinary. Even Ba Tianxin King, who had the cultivation of a quasi-sage, was tortured by this deathly aura. His cultivation had even fallen from the quasi-sage realm. The Emperor of the Beast Kings wanted to heal his injured body, but his wounds were covered by a layer of black aura. The deathly aura was corroding his life force. Rumble. A thunderous sound came from the body of the Emperor of the Beast Kings. It was the rumbling sound of demonic energy surging in his body. He guided the demonic energy in his body towards his wounds. He wanted to expel the deathly aura from his body, but he soon realized that no matter how hard he tried to use his demonic energy, the deathly aura in his body was hard to expel. It was as though the deathly aura had taken root in his body. The Emperor of the Beast Emperors was truly shocked. More interesting novels TXT download please go time way. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1473. The peerless demon god was ferocious to the extreme. Relying on the undying demon god, it tore off one of the King of Beasts' arms. This caused the demons of the Demon Emperor Mountain to be extremely shocked. The King of Beasts was incomparably powerful. It was the strongest among the demon clans apart from the King of Beasts. Even such an existence was defeated. Who else in the demon clans could resist this demon god? Boom! A King of Beasts the size of a small hill made its move. Its powerful strength shook the void. A stone spear that emitted a terrifying murderous aura pierced towards the peerless demon god. On the surface of the stone spear, ancient Tao runes could be seen faintly. The mighty aura of a holy warrior was released. This was a holy weapon. Among the beasts, there were also holy weapons left behind by ancient beasts. Such holy weapons were not inferior to the holy weapons refined by the saints of other clans. Roar! The peerless demon god roared. It stretched out its palm and slapped the stone spear that was piercing towards it. The stone spear in the King of Beasts' hands flew out. The King of Beasts turned pale with fright. It hurriedly retreated. Its hands that were holding the stone spear were bleeding profusely. One had to admit that the peerless demon god's physical body was too strong. It could go against a holy weapon. Its strength was unbelievably strong. This peerless demon god could shake the heavens and earth with just a wave of its hand. Swoosh! The peerless demon god rushed forward in an instant. Boundless evil chi condensed into black chains that wrapped around the Beast King that was flying backwards and pulled it back. What? The King of Beasts was scared out of its wits. It struggled with all its might. However, the black chains that were condensed from the black fog seemed to have a physical body. They wrapped around the King of Beasts tightly. No matter how powerful the King of Beasts was, it could not break free. The King of Beasts that was entangled by the black chains had its life force sucked out, and was then devoured by the black chains. The peerless demon god was devouring the essence of the King of Beasts. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. An incomparably powerful King of Beasts could not fight back at all in front of this peerless demon god. The mountain-like body of the beast gradually shrank. The blood chi in the Beast Emperor's body was constantly extracted and absorbed into the peerless heretic god's body. Soon, the essence chi of the Beast Emperor was completely devoured, and it became a dried corpse. The peerless wretch god tossed the corpse to the side. At this time, it had obtained the extremely vigorous essence energy of the Beast Emperor, and its body actually emitted a trace of life energy. Its originally withered body actually had a trace of life energy. Swoosh! With a flash of blood-red light, the evil god set his sights on another savage Beast Emperor. It was a unicorn, covered in silver scales that flickered with a blinding divine light. The King of the Beast King of Demon Beasts Demon was being stared at by the peerless evil god. The unicorn felt a chill run down its spine. Without any hesitation, it turned around and fled towards the Beast Emperor Mountain. Roar! The peerless heretic god raised its head to the heavens and roared in rage. Boundless black fog of evil chi gushed out from its body, enveloping half the sky. It strode through the air. The boundless black fog was like a heavenly curtain, gushing towards the direction of the Beast Emperor Mountain. All the Beast Emperors on Beast Emperor Mountain were fleeing. The fastest was the Emperor of Beast Emperors. Dragging his injured body, he had already landed on the peak of Beast Emperor Mountain and arrived in front of the Beast Emperor's ancient palace. Rumble! The black fog of evil chi was like a galloping horse, surging from afar. The heaven and earth were shaking. Everywhere that was shrouded by the evil chi, it was as if the night had suddenly fallen. At this level, it should be enough to force the beasts to show their trump card. Library. Above the clouds in the distance, Gu Fei held the stone spear in his hand. He looked at the scene in front of him coldly. Just now, when the peerless demon god was devouring the king of beasts chi, he had already taken the stone spear from the king of beasts. The stone spear contained saint-level Tao patterns. It was a holy weapon. Even in the ancient times, when the 10,000 races were incomparably prosperous, there were not many saint-level existences. There were not many holy weapons left behind by sages, sacred beasts, or demon sages. In particular, perfect holy weapons were even rarer. Under Gu Fei's careful observation, he found that the stone spear was densely packed with cracks that were almost invisible to the naked eye. This was not a perfect holy weapon. What a pity! Gu Fei sighed. This holy weapon seemed to have suffered an unimaginable impact. There were cracks on it and the Tao patterns inside were damaged. It was difficult to truly unleash the power of the holy weapon. Even so, this holy weapon could just barely unleash a saint-level attack. Just as Gu Fei was sizing up the stone spear in his hand, suddenly, a domineering and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the King of Beasts' kings. Huge shadows of beasts appeared around the King of Beasts' kings. At the peak of the King of Beasts' kings, there was an ancient palace that emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if an extreme Tao Beast Emperor had awakened in the ancient palace. The aura of an extreme Tao Beast Emperor? Even though Gu Fei was very far away from the King of Beasts' kings, he still felt his body shake. His saint-level incarnation was on the verge of collapsing. Several clouds of blood mist exploded in the distant sky. Some of the human race's experts had their physical bodies shattered by this pressure. Even their Yuan spirits couldn't escape before they were completely annihilated. Swish! A resplendent bolt of lightning wrapped around a figure that shot out from the distant sky. It was tyrannical Shin King. He used the Overlord's sword to protect himself as he retreated into the distance. At this moment, 9 incomparably huge shadows of beasts stood around the King of Beasts' kings. Each of these shadows towered into the sky and stood on the ground, almost as tall as the King of Beasts' kings. The aura of the extreme Tao ancient beasts shook the heavens and the earth. Billions of living beings in the desolate world sensed this aura and felt uneasy. Roar! The peerless evil god roared angrily. Sense danger. The monstrous black mist of evil chi was constantly dissipating under the pressure of the extreme Tao ancient beast emperor's aura. The King of Beasts entered the ancient palace at the peak of the King of Beasts' kings and activated the great Tao brand left behind by the extreme Tao ancient beast emperor in the ancient palace. The might of the extreme Tao ancient beast emperor shocked the heavens. However, the peerless evil god was a supreme existence that had the qualifications to break through to the extreme Tao supremacy realm when it was alive. Its cultivation could be said to be infinitely close to the extreme Tao supremacy realm. The aura of the extreme Tao ancient beast emperor stimulated the fighting spirit of the peerless evil god. It was originally an inextinguishable obsession, and it was reborn after death. It was a life form with intelligence. In its previous life, it failed to break through to the extreme Tao supremacy realm. In this life, when it encountered the aura of an extreme Tao supremacy realm, it immediately became filled with fighting spirit. It was as if it had returned to its previous life of invincibility. In the void around the peerless evil god, illusory shadows appeared. It seemed like an old man was fighting against the heavens and the earth, wanting to trample the great Tao of heaven and earth under his feet. The old man almost succeeded, but in the end, the endless power of the great Tao descended from the heavens and the earth. The 4 most primitive powers of earth, water, fire and wind appeared and completely engulfed the old man. Is this an image of the peerless evil god's past life? Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this. A peerless expert was trying to break through to the extreme Tao supremacy realm. This was a challenge to the heavens. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1474. The peerless evil god seemed to have awakened its past life under the impact of the aura of the supreme ancient beast emperor. Shadows appeared around its body. It was an old man issuing a challenge to the heavens. This was definitely a great secret of heaven and earth. It shocked everyone who witnessed this scene. This proved that the general direction of cultivation was to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth, and then trample the great Tao of heaven and earth underfoot. The supreme existence of the supreme realm completely ignored the great Tao of heaven and earth. Only by defeating the heavenly Tao could one become an extreme Tao paragon. All cultivators were competing against the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was an incomparably powerful opponent, suppressing the heavenly Tao to become a paragon. Since ancient times, there weren't many people who could do that. Especially after the desolate era, the world changed greatly. Even the chance to comprehend the heavenly Tao was very small, let alone reach the Tao fruit of the supreme realm. Between heaven and earth, there was a mysterious force that pushed everything. Only by transcending this force could one become an invincible supreme in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The shadow that appeared around the peerless evil god disappeared in an instant, but the momentary appearance of the shadow made Gu Fei feel as though he was suddenly enlightened. Suppress the heavenly Tao and become a supreme. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This was his ultimate goal. Roar! The peerless evil god roared angrily. Its voice shook the sky. Several mountains nearby collapsed in an instant. It displayed a disdainful aura and directly attacked a shadow in front of it, the peerless character who dared to challenge the heavenly Tao in his previous life. Even though he had given birth to a new life, he still retained an invincible spirit and pressed forward. Boom! An endless power of death surged out from the hands of the peerless evil god. The 2 skinny hands of the peerless evil god seemed to turn into 2 huge mountains, and collided with the shadow of the supreme ancient beast emperor. It was attacking the supreme ancient beast emperor. Even though the supreme ancient beast emperor had disappeared for countless years, the imprint he left behind was immortal. It manifested 9 shadows of the supreme ancient beast emperor, and protected the beast emperor mountain. Even if the imprint left behind by the supreme ancient beast emperor was immensely powerful. Bam! The illusory beast shadow in front of the peerless evil god punched out. This punch seemed to suppress the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the world there was only this punch. The fist of the extreme Tao ancient beast emperor became the only thing in the world. This is... The Palea beast emperor projection seemed to be using the same fist technique as the beast emperor fist. However, this ancient fist technique had the terrifying power to suppress the heavenly path Palea beast emperor projection. It was hard to imagine what it would be like if the extreme Tao ancient beast emperor, who had created this killing technique, used it personally. Perhaps the entire wilderness would crumble under the extreme Tao ancient beast emperor's fist. Boom! This was definitely a disaster. The hands of the peerless evil god collided with the fist of the supreme ancient beast emperor. 2 forces that surpassed the saint tier collided. Destructive power swept out in all directions. The void shattered. The shadow of the extreme Tao ancient beast emperor blocked the attack of the peerless evil god. The huge shadow of the beast did not retreat even half a step. All the destructive power that came towards him was blocked by him. It was as if the extreme Tao ancient beast emperor had come personally. Rumble! A huge hole appeared in the heavens and earth, and primal chaos chi was blasted out. The destructive power spread out, and the mighty power caused the entire ground to undulate. Mountains collapsed one after another. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, except for the Beast Emperor mountain that was protected by the shadow of the extreme Tao ancient Beast Emperor, everything was flattened. Nothing was left. The peerless evil god was pushed back. His hands turned into dust. The powerful Palea Beast Emperor fist caused the peerless evil god to suffer a great impact. His body was almost torn apart. Roar! The peerless evil god roared again and again. Endless death power surged out of his body. His hands that had been smashed into dust gathered together again. His broken armor was also reforming. This was the undying body of the evil god. It was indestructible. It contained an almost perfect mark of the Great Tao. Even when facing the mark of the extreme Tao Ancient Beast Emperor, he still dared to fight. When Gu Fei saw this, he was extremely shocked. The physical body of the evil god was really strong. It could actually withstand a punch from the shadow of the beast. It should be known that the shadow of the extreme Tao Ancient Beast Emperor was formed by the power of the extreme Tao Ancient Beast Emperor. Moreover, it had used the extreme Tao Ancient Beast Emperor fist, but it had only broken the hands of the peerless evil god. The peerless evil god displayed an unyielding will to fight, just like when he challenged the heavenly Tao in his previous life. He once again rushed towards the shadow of the beast. This was an extremely tragic battle. The peerless evil god was fighting against the ancient extreme Tao Ancient Beast Emperor. This kind of strange battle lasted for nearly 2 hours. This great battle could be described as heaven-rending and earth-rending. Two supreme existences shattered the space there, and even primal chaos energy was blasted out. In the end, the peerless evil god was unable to suppress the faint shadow of the beast. The shadow of the beast was like an insurmountable mountain. It stood in front of the peerless evil god and blocked his path. The shadow of the extreme Tao Ancient Beast Emperor was actually able to resist the peerless evil god. This made Gu Fei feel that it was unbelievable. It was hard to imagine how powerful a real extreme Tao Ancient Beast Emperor was. A trace of its aura could already suppress the great Tao of the world. The peerless evil god had no choice but to retreat. The Beast Emperor Mountain was protected by the power of the extreme Tao Ancient Beast Emperor. Even a true saint would find it difficult to break through. Unless the peerless evil god could completely understand his previous life and find the invincible power that could challenge the heavenly Tao, he might be able to break through the Beast Emperor Mountain. The battle came to an end. The peerless evil god was heavily injured. Although it had the undying body of the evil god, its vitality was still injured. It had no choice but to retreat. The monstrous evil chi quickly receded. The peerless evil god turned into a ray of blood light and disappeared into the horizon. No one dared to chase after it. No one dared to offend the peerless evil god. Is this the trump card of the desolate beast race? Up in the clouds, Gu Fei, who had witnessed everything from start to finish, couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If a beast emperor had used the power of the beast race when he was collecting the black stone in front of the extreme Tao Ancient Beast Palace, he would have been in big trouble. The appearance of the peerless evil god made the desolate Yi clan very uneasy. However, the evil god was heavily injured when attacking the Beast Emperor Mountain. It wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. The people of the Yi clan felt a little relieved after hearing this news. The majestic aura of the extreme Tao Ancient Beast Emperor on the Beast Emperor Mountain gradually faded. In the end, the 9 beasts guarding the Beast Emperor Mountain disappeared into the void. Gu Fei left the Beast Emperor Mountain and returned to the valley. At this time, his inner world suddenly trembled. A powerful force had shaken his inner world, which surprised and delighted him. Is it finally coming out? Gu Fei muttered to himself, his eyes flashing. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1475. In the valley, Gu Fei sensed a powerful aura coming from his inner world. There was a force that shook his inner world. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and walked in. Rumble! What entered his eyes was a bright sea of lightning. The entire world was boiling, and bolts of lightning that were as large as mountains suddenly appeared in the void of the world. A terrifying power of heaven and earth swept towards Gu Fei, causing him to palpitate. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This Haitian actually made such a huge movement. His inner world would probably be affected by his power, and countless living beings would die. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared and swept through a nearby mountain. The whole mountain suddenly broke off from the mountainside and fell down, causing the whole ground to shake. My lord! Several terrified divine thoughts were transmitted into Gu Fei's mind. The 3 emperors of the undead clan were hiding in a valley, holding up a layer of light curtain to protect all the undead creatures of the undead clan. When Gu Fei's aura appeared in this part of the world, it was immediately sensed by the 3 emperors of the undead clan. The 3 emperors of the undead clan were immediately overjoyed. According to the current situation, it was difficult for them to hold on. As long as the divine thunder fell from the sky, their souls would be destroyed by the heavenly thunder. It should be known that the undead clan was most afraid of the power of the heavenly thunder. This guy, he actually went through the heavenly tribulation in my inner world. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This guy Haetion was really too heaven-defying. He actually triggered such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Could it be that he comprehended the way? Swoosh! A ray of violet light appeared between his brows, like a divine eye-opening. He activated the martial path Heavenly Eye, and the power of the great Tao surged. The heavenly eye that could see through all illusions in the world lost its effect at this time. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that his martial path Heavenly Eye was unable to see through this sea of lightning. Preposterous! Gu Fei knew that this was because the heavenly tribulation had disturbed the heaven-earth essence chi of this area. There was Tao power interweaving which could block all prying of divine will. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei could not see through it. The tribulation seemed to have just begun. Even so, the tribulation triggered by Haetion had already surpassed the power of the tribulation that would descend when an almighty cultivator made a breakthrough. He threw out the mountain river cauldron and enveloped the entire Undying clan. Then he opened up his inner world and rushed out. It seems like I have to make a trip to the ghost clan. A trace of a sneer appeared on Gu Fei's face. Then he identified the direction and directly soared into the sky. He rushed out of the valley and flew towards the Ghost Clan's location. The Savage Ghost Clan's location, the Savage Ghost Domain, was calm. The place was filled with death energy, and there were ribbon-shaped black clouds floating in the sky. From time to time a cold wind would blow, and a skull on the ground would roll on the ground. The skulls collided with the ground, adding a bit of noise to the silent dead zone. In a low-lying area, there was a pool of black water. The water was full of dried bones. Suddenly, there was a splash and a skull emerged from the water. Then, a pangolin-like skull crawled out of the black pool. This was an undead creature with a weak soul fire in its skull. The undead creature carefully crawled out of the pool. At this time, a figure came from the distant sky. This person could travel hundreds of miles with each step. As he approached, an extremely powerful aura could be felt. Plop! The undead creature was extremely vigilant. It immediately jumped into the black pool and disappeared into the black water. The figure quickly flew over the pool without stopping. In an instant, the terrifying fluctuation weakened and the world regained its calmness. After the person left for a while, the pangolin-like undead skeleton poked its head out of the pool and released its soul power to carefully explore its surroundings. At this time, the arrival of Gu Fei had alarmed some powerful existences in the ghost domain. Such a powerful blood energy. On a Yin mountain surrounded by Yin Qi, a terrifying ghost emperor soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the blood energy fluctuation. The powerful blood energy of a cultivator was a great supplement for ghost Tao cultivators. Ghost Tao cultivators could increase their cultivation and strength by devouring the essence, qi, and spirit of other cultivators. A powerful blood energy was definitely a fatal temptation for ghost Tao cultivators. In the ghost domain, many powerful ghost Tao cultivators rushed out. However, no one knew that this was a death trap. Gu Fei withdrew his saint-grade incarnation. This time he entered the wild ghost domain with his real body. He released a powerful blood energy fluctuation and directly rushed into the depths of the wild ghost domain. Gu Fei, who was a second-layer almighty, had an exuberant aura comparable to that of a giant dragon. His aura soared into the sky, and above his head, there seemed to be a blood-colored dragon soaring in all directions. Roar! An angry roar came from the palace of the wild ghost lord. An illusory ghost shadow sat on the throne as if it could dissipate at any time. It was a ghost Tao supreme. Although his body was on the verge of collapse, he still emitted an aura that made the hearts of the ghost Tao experts palpitate. Although the wild ghost lord's inner world had been destroyed by Gu Fei, he did not die and escaped back to the wild ghost domain. However, even if he did not die, his cultivation was almost crippled. Lord, I'll go capture that person for you. A ghost general walked out and knelt before the throne. The powerful aura released by Gu Fei had already reached this place and was sensed by the ghost lord. The wild ghost lord nodded. At this time he could no longer act personally. If he did, some ghost Tao experts with evil intentions would know his real strength. The ghost general's figure disappeared from the palace. More than a dozen powerful auras erupted from various parts of the ghost domain. Some Ghost Dao experts wanted to devour cultivators with shocking blood energy. All the Ghost Dao experts were envious of this power. If they could devour this blood energy, these Ghost Dao experts who had lived for countless years might be able to break through to a level where they could contend against the Wild Ghost Lord. Everyone wanted to obtain invincible power. Humph, come at me. At this time, Gu Fei landed on a mountain peak and stood there quietly, waiting for the Ghost Dao experts to arrive. He had set up this trap to deal a heavy blow to the Wild Ghost domain. Swish! A terrifying figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. This was a ghost general clad in black netherworld godly armor. He held a large saber in his hand and his killing intent soared to the heavens. Coming! Gu Fei fiercely opened his eyes. Two resplendent rays of light shot out from his eyes, reaching several feet in length. Kill! The ghost general was incomparably powerful. He directly slashed his saber down on Gu Fei's head without any hesitation. Clean and efficient, the large saber turned into a black light that seemed to split the void. With just you. Gu Fei stretched out two fingers and caught the saber that was slashing down. Roar! The ghost general roared in anger. The ghost power in his body surged and surged. He held the large saber in his hand and pressed down with all his might. However, he was shocked to find that the other party's two fingers didn't move at all. Not good. The ghost general cursed inwardly. This time he had kicked an iron plate. He decisively let go of his saber and wanted to retreat. This was a decisive ghost expert. However, the moment the ghost general realized that something was wrong, his fate was already sealed. Bang! With a single punch, Gu Fei destroyed the ghost general's ghostly body. A cloud of black mist dispersed in the air. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. In the Wildland Ghost Lord's palace, a soul lamp suddenly extinguished. What? The Wildland Ghost Lord's incredulous voice resounded in the spacious hall. A powerful ghost general was killed so easily. At this time, a few ghost experts who had rushed to the mountain peak just happened to see Gu Fei destroy the ghost general with a single punch. They were shocked and couldn't help but stop. What's going on? What happened? In just an instant, a few more powerful ghost experts arrived nearby. However, as soon as they arrived, they felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Is everyone here? Where's the Ghost Lord? Gu Fei stood at the peak of the mountain looking around. His voice spread far and wide, causing the experts of the Ghost Dao to feel fearful and uneasy. This human powerhouse called the Ghost Lord that guy. This was simply too arrogant. One should know that the Wildland Ghost Lord was a supreme ghost expert. The surroundings of the mountain peak were filled with ghostly chi. Dark clouds shrouded the entire heaven and earth. Powerful ghostly figures could be faintly seen within the ghostly chi, emitting incomparably powerful fluctuations. There were a total of 12 ghost experts gathered here. Every single one of them was a king among the ghost experts. 12 ghost emperors appearing at the same place at the same time was something that hadn't happened in the Wildland ghost realm for thousands of years. It was absolutely terrifying. However, Gu Fei was still calm despite being surrounded by the 12 ghost emperors. This caused the 12 ghost emperors to hesitate and not dare to act recklessly. He's bluffing. Let's attack together. That's right. Let's kill him and split his blood chi evenly. The 12 ghost emperors murmured. Other than the fact that this human's vital energy and blood were a little vigorous, there was nothing special about him. With 12 ghost emperors working together, how could they not be able to take down this guy? However, the ghostly emperor, who had just witnessed Gu Fei killing a ghostly general under the ghostly lord with a single punch, was getting more and more uneasy. For Gu Fei to lure so many ghostly emperors here, he was probably up to something. At this moment, 9 ghost emperors struck out at the same time, causing the entire world to collapse down. The power of the Ghost Dao interweaved together to kill everything in its path. However, at this moment Gu Fei also made his move. Boom! Boundless lightning suddenly appeared, and the whole world suddenly turned into a sea of lightning. Bolts of lightning that were as huge as mountains wreaked havoc, and wherever they passed, the ghost fog and yin qi were blasted away. A figure fell out of the void. What had the 12 ghost emperors scared out of their wits was that this figure was emitting a power of billions and billions of lightning bolts. It was as though an unparalleled thunder god of the primordial era had descended into the world, and was extremely horrifying. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1476. Gu Fei was tricking the ghost race. He threw He Tian, who was in the midst of undergoing his tribulation, out. In an instant thunder rumbled and thunder filled the sky. Terrifying lightning bolts filled every inch of the void. A terrifying pressure descended from heaven and earth. It was as though the entire sky had come crashing down in an instant. The powerful might of heaven and earth was suffocating. Heaven's tribulation. This is heaven's tribulation. After a ghost emperor died, his voice was filled with fear. What Xianyin ghost cultivators feared the most was this heaven's lightning tribulation. The power of pure yang that descended from heaven and earth could destroy their life source. Ghost cultivators were also a type of life form. They also had life source. The life source cultivated by such a life form was also pure yin, which was the nemesis of pure yang lightning. Rumble. The ghost fog and black qi were dissipating. Under the heaven's lightning tribulation, no ghosts could survive. However, the ghost emperors were incomparably powerful. The 12 ghost emperors were still struggling under the heaven's tribulation. The 12 ghost emperors were almost instantly trapped in the sea of lightning. They were surrounded by endless lightning. Even though they had cultivated the ghost emperor true body, they were still in a desperate situation. Boom! An earth-shattering thunder sounded. A bolt of lightning the size of a mountain suddenly descended from the sky. It instantly struck a ghost emperor. The ghost chi dissipated and the ghost emperor true body turned blurry. Roar! The ghost emperor let out a roar, and streams of ghost power surged out from his body. His blurry ghost body became solid once again. That bolt of lightning just now had almost destroyed his ghost emperor body. It's indeed a trap. A ghost emperor roared. At this moment every ghost emperor was in great danger. They were already at the juncture of life and death. They had no choice but to attack with all their strength. Boom! A skull that was emitting a monstrous ghost chi suddenly appeared in the sea of lightning. An extremely powerful Xianyin power erupted. The entire sea of lightning was shaken by this power. However, this only lasted for an instant. The heaven and earth seemed to have sensed this change. The heaven's tribulation that descended became even stronger. Bolts of lightning connected the sky and earth, tearing the void apart. A bolt of lightning struck the skull, causing it to roll around in the air. Its ferocious might was immediately reduced by quite a bit. This was a treasure of the ghost Tao. It seemed to be able to resist the heavenly tribulation, but after a long time this treasure wouldn't be able to withstand it. The lightning that descended from the heavenly tribulation wasn't something ordinary lightning could compare to. The heavenly tribulation was a calamity that had descended from the heavens and earth. This was the true heavenly thunder that contained the power of the great Tao of the heavens and earth. If one was struck by it, let alone the ghostly emperor, even the powerful beings of the other races would be injured. The skeletal ghost head protected a ghostly emperor as they charged out of the heavenly tribulation, advancing rapidly amidst the endless lightning. Needless to say, this treasure of the ghost Tao was truly extraordinary. It was actually able to protect the ghost emperor from being struck by the lightning tribulation. There weren't many treasures of the ghost Tao that could temporarily block the lightning tribulation. The skull that the ghost emperor shot out was one of them. Boom! The void trembled as the skull spewed out waves of ghostly green flames in a frenzy, blocking all the lightning in the surroundings. It protected the ghost emperor as he charged out of the heavenly tribulation. As for the other ghost emperors, they had cultivated for countless years and had also refined one or two treasures of the ghost Tao to protect themselves. At crucial moments they could even let the treasures of the ghost Tao die in their place. However, unless it was a life and death situation, no ghost emperor would be willing to sacrifice the treasures of the ghost Tao that they had refined for countless years, unless their lives were truly in danger. A few powerful energy waves erupted from within the heavenly tribulation. Some ghost Tao emperors had used their trump cards to protect their lives, and a few ghost artifacts that emitted powerful auras were awakening. Gu Fei stood under the heavenly tribulation. His surroundings formed a world of their own. No matter how the endless lightning raged and how vast the destructive power was, it couldn't hurt him. Swoosh! He directly disappeared from where he was and instantly appeared in front of the skull. The power of the ghost Tao that this skull emitted was too powerful, and the ghost emperor was almost about to charge out of the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to make a move. He couldn't let this ghost emperor escape alive. You! The ghost emperor was both shocked and furious. The other party could actually move freely under the heavenly tribulation. This shocked him to the extreme. There was actually an existence in this world that could ignore the heavenly tribulation? Without any words, Gu Fei directly attacked. The power of yin and yang surged on his fist. He struck out with the yin-yang reincarnation fist. His hand seemed to be holding the reincarnation of yin and yang, and the power of the Tao surged. Bam! Gu Fei's fist landed on the skull. The power of supreme yang charged forward like a divine sun in the sky, shaking the ferocious skull. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This skull was actually able to withstand his punch. On the pitch-black body of the skull, there was only a fist mark left. The ghost emperor was forced back by Gu Fei, and couldn't rush out of the heavenly tribulation. This is the skull of a sage? Gu Fei's heart trembled. He was very clear about the power of his punch. Even if it was an emperor divine weapon, it could be shattered with a single punch. Unless it was a sacred weapon, only then would it be able to withstand his punch. Just as Gu Fei was in a state of shock, the heavenly tribulation suddenly changed. The deafening sound of thunder started to weaken. In the end, the sound of thunder was almost inaudible. As for those blinding lightning bolts, they actually became almost transparent. The vast heavenly tribulation seemed to be about to disappear. However, He Tian was still sitting cross-legged in the void. His entire body became crystal clear like a supreme divine jade, and there were no signs of him waking up. An even more powerful and terrifying aura descended from the sky. What? This time everyone was dumbfounded. Even Gu Fei was secretly shocked. In the sky a mysterious mark appeared. It was the mark of the sky. Chaotic heavenly tribulation? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He never thought that the heavenly tribulation that He Tian had triggered would be so powerful. He had to admit that He Tian was really heaven-defying. The chaotic force formed a mysterious trajectory, tearing the void of heaven and earth, forming the mark of the sky. This kind of destructive power was enough to destroy everything. Swish! A heavenly scar suddenly descended, and the skull-like ghost head was immediately smashed into pieces in the void. Even the ghostly emperor beneath the skull-like ghost head was instantly torn apart. Everyone was shocked. The skull could withstand a punch from Gu Fei, which was enough to display its powerful bone body. This kind of bone body was difficult to destroy. However, under the power of the chaotic heavenly tribulation, everything became incomparably weak. At this time, an even greater danger arrived. Numerous chaotic heavenly tribulation shot out from the end of the sky, bringing with it destruction and despair. This kind of terrifying fluctuation could be felt by almost half of the living beings in the wildlands. Target =_blank. Chapter 1477. A chaos tribulation descended from the heavens, scaring all the ghostly emperors out of their wits. The power of chaos tore through the void and formed a scar in the sky. It was difficult to resist. This was a terrifying tribulation that only appeared in the legends. Under the chaos tribulation, everything would be destroyed. Nothing could be preserved. In the long history of cultivation, the number of chaos tribulation that appeared could be counted on one hand. Moreover, those who could trigger such a tribulation were all heaven-defying existences. If He Tian could survive this tribulation, he would most likely be able to cultivate to the Great Sage realm. He might even be qualified to attack the invincible realm of the Extreme Path Supreme. Swoosh! The power of chaos tore through the void and formed a mysterious scar in the sky. Heaven and earth could not withstand such power. Within the scar in the sky, the aura of the Great Path was overflowing. These were Tao marks. The power of chaos had branded Tao marks between heaven and earth. The true power of the Great Path of heaven and earth was known as the power of the heavenly path. It was the archenemy of all cultivators. It was the ruler of heaven and earth. Cultivators were a group of existences that defied the heavens and fought for their lives. Even immortals with immortal bodies would be mercilessly destroyed by heaven and earth under the attack of the power of the heavenly path. Only an extreme path supreme could step on the heavenly path and ignore everything. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths he was the only one. This was true invincibility. Haitian sat cross-legged in the void. Mysterious Tao marks emerged from his body. The Tao marks rushed out from his body and branded in the void, enveloping him within. Swoosh! A power of chaos tore through the void and left a scar in the sky. It slashed towards Haitian. Wherever it passed, a huge Tao mark that connected heaven and earth appeared in front of everyone. However, at this time, no one was in the mood to comprehend the Tao rhyme contained in this Tao mark of heaven and earth because all the ghostly emperors were running for their lives. Who did we offend? Some ghostly emperors roared. Under the shroud of the chaos tribulation, the ghostly emperors who were usually powerful were as helpless as children in the wilderness. Swoosh! The primal chaos Tao marks descended from the sky. They were so fast that the surviving ghost emperors had no chance of escaping. One of the ghost emperors was struck by the primal chaos Tao marks, and his entire body exploded in the void. Even Gu Fei was in danger. Buzz! The void trembled as a chaotic Tao mark actually broke through the chaotic energy around Gu Fei's body and rushed past him. A corner of his clothes was swept away by the Tao mark and disappeared. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This kind of tribulation could harm him, and even the power of the inner heaven and earth wouldn't be able to. In front of the primal chaos Tao marks, it was nothing. The chaos heavenly calamity's target was Haitian, not Gu Fei or the ghostly emperors. Bam! A primal chaos Tao mark landed on Haitian's body. Haitian's body, which he had painstakingly reconstructed, immediately shattered. Only his head remained. There was a figure sitting cross-legged in his Niwen palace, radiating with blinding divine light. It was Haitian's primordial spirit. It was incomparably powerful and radiated with immortal divine light. On Haitian's flesh and bones, the Tao marks that he had cultivated appeared. The Tao power condensed and didn't dissipate. His broken body was rapidly recovering. In just an instant, Haitian's body had completely recovered. It was as if he had never been injured. On the body of the small person in his Niwen palace, there was an additional clear Tao mark. This Tao mark was exactly the same as the primal chaos Tao mark that struck Haitian. The place where Haitian was located was enveloped by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even Gu Fei's martial path heavenly I couldn't see through it. No one knew what was happening to Haitian inside. However, Gu Fei could imagine that Haitian was definitely going through a test of life and death. One had to know that the chaos heavenly calamity didn't descend with the power of lightning. Instead, it was the power of the heavenly Tao. The primal chaos Tao mark tore through the void and imprinted itself between the heaven and earth. This was what the immortals and gods called the marks of heaven. Swish! A primal chaos Tao mark flashed by. Another cloud of black mist exploded in the void. Another incomparably powerful ghostly emperor was obliterated by the primal chaos Tao mark. In just a few breaths of time, 4 ghostly emperors had perished. The legendary chaos heavenly calamity was just too terrifying. Out of the 12 ghostly emperors, only 7 were still running for their lives. Under the chaos heavenly calamity, even sacred weapons would be blasted away. No ghost Tao supreme treasure could protect these 7 ghostly emperors. Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and let it float above his head. He also rushed out of the area enveloped by the heavenly calamity. He possessed the fastest speed in the world. His speed wasn't something that those ghostly emperors could compare to. Above the mountain and river cauldron, streams of primordial chaos chi descended and protected Gu Fei within. Even the primal chaos Tao mark couldn't pose a threat to Gu Fei at this moment. The extreme Tao sacred weapon was a supreme sacred weapon refined by an extreme Tao supremacy. It contained the God's will of the great Tao. It could suppress the 10 Taos of the heavens and was unafraid of the power of the heavenly Tao. Those ghostly emperors didn't have the protection of the extreme Tao sacred weapon. Moreover, 3 ghostly emperors had perished in succession. Some ghostly emperors had released clones to replace them. However, all of them ended up with their bodies and souls destroyed. Every ghostly emperor cultivated a life-saving secret technique. However, under the chaos heavenly calamity, all the secret techniques lost their power. In the end, Only 2 ghostly emperors managed to escape from the chaos heavenly calamity. Although they managed to escape from the chaos heavenly calamity, the 2 ghostly emperors were already heavily injured and on the verge of death. The bodies of ghostly emperors had already become faint and illusory. They were on the verge of collapsing. Only a sliver of their souls still shone with ghostly light. The flames of their souls seemed like they could be extinguished at any time. Swish! Gu Fei's figure immediately appeared before the 2 ghostly emperors. He discovered that the reason why the 2 ghostly emperors were able to escape from the chaos heavenly calamity was not because they were lucky, but because they possessed saint weapons. One of the ghostly emperors wore a damaged piece of god armor. The god armor was imprinted with ancient runes of the Tao. It was this damaged piece of god armor that had saved the ghostly emperor's life. However, the god armor was completely ruined. Under the bombardment of the chaos heavenly calamity, countless cracks had already appeared on the ancient god armor. The Tao marks on it had almost been obliterated by the power of the chaos heavenly calamity. The other ghostly emperor hovered above his head. It was also covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The Tao marks imprinted on it had already dimmed to the point where they could disperse at any time. Spare me! The 2 ghostly emperors no longer had that insufferably ferocious might as they trembled in front of Gu Fei. At this moment they were extremely afraid. Gu Fei did not say anything as he struck out and killed the ghostly emperor. By now, He Tian's chaos heavenly tribulation had reached its most critical juncture. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out from within the chaos calamity, shaking the entire world. It was as if a supreme god of war had awakened. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the chaos calamity. He Tian! When Gu Fei heard this roar, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1478. Gu Fei didn't have a good impression of the desolate ghost race. He set up a trap and dug a big hole to lure out the 12 ghost kings. These 12 ghost kings were killed by him. If this matter were to spread out, the entire desolate world would be shaken. The 12 ghost kings were existences on the level of supreme existences. The ghost race suddenly lost the 12 ghost kings. This was an irreparable loss, causing the ghost race's strength to plummet. The ghost race was facing a crisis. The 3 major races of the desolate world were swept by Gu Fei alone. The demon race and beast race were also affected. But this time, the ghost race suffered the greatest loss. The desolate world was a world where the strong ruled. Here, status and dignity were earned through killing. Every expert's hands were stained with blood. This was the path of the strong, incomparably cruel. The fall of the 12 ghost kings caused the ghost lord to be so angry that his ghost body nearly collapsed. After this battle, the ghost race's position would be replaced by other powerful races. Gu Fei's appearance caused the power structure of the entire desolate world to change. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He was only a passerby in the desolate world. He wouldn't stay here forever, and he wouldn't be a hegemon here. At this time, He Tian's primal chaos heavenly tribulation truly activated. The entire world trembled. Strands of primal chaos energy tore through the void, leaving Tao marks in the world as they fell towards the figure at the center of the heavenly tribulation. The terrifying aura of the heavenly tribulation swept through nearly half of the desolate world. Almost all living beings were alarmed. The demon race, beast race, human race, and other powerful races all appeared in the vicinity. Some powerful figures were wandering around. However, other than the supreme existences of the human race, the experts of the other races didn't get too close. This was because there was a terrifying figure standing outside the heavenly tribulation. At this time, all the experts in the desolate world knew that an amazing character had appeared in the human race. This person had swept through the 3 strongest races in the desolate world. The rise of the human race was inevitable. The other races in the desolate world changed their attitude towards the human race. Many races began to interact with the human race. Yi Wuji and Yi Wu's figures appeared on a mountain peak 100 li away. Who is he protecting? Ye Wu stared at the figure in front of her, her eyes sparkling. The man in front of her was the most powerful and mysterious person she had ever seen. No one knew where he had come from, and no one knew why he had suddenly appeared, and why he had acted so domineeringly, shocking the various races of the wildlands, and fighting for a place for the human race to live in this cruel world. A man called Heition, Yuuji said. With the power of the Yi clan, they would naturally be able to find out what Gu Fei and Heition had done in the wildlands. It was no secret that Gu Fei and Heition had entered the wildlands together. The Yi clan had even found out that when Gu Fei and Heition had appeared, they had been fighting a Buddhist almighty, Buddha. In the wildlands, this was definitely a taboo word. In the wildlands, there were also inheritances of Buddhas, but the Buddhas here were very low-key and mysterious, not appearing in front of the world. The wildlands was actually the third world of the Supreme Buddha Lord. The higher-ups of the various races in the wildlands all knew that they were merely a group of livestock reared by the Supreme Buddha Lord. In ancient times, this was a hunting ground for the Buddhas. In the eyes of the Buddhas, other than the human race, all other races were demons and ghosts. And the Buddhas of the Buddhas would enter this hunting ground with the heaven and earth as their prison, all for the sake of subduing demons and to sharpen their techniques. However, ever since the disappearance of the ancient Buddha Lord, the various races in the wildlands turned the tables and became the masters of this world. Among them, there were some powerful foreign races that even raised their banners and waved their butcher knives at the Buddhas stationed here. This was also the reason why Heavenly Monk Dharma didn't dare to walk openly in the wildlands. Heavenly Monk Dharma was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. This was a huge threat to both Gu Fei and Heition. No one knew what he was plotting. If there was someone who knew the secrets of this world like the back of his hand, it would probably be Heavenly Monk Dharma. One must know that there were all sorts of records regarding this wildlands in the Heavenly Buddhist Tao. It was impossible for the ancient Buddha Lord not to have left behind such records. One must know that the Buddhist palace of the ancient Buddha Lord represented the inheritance of the Buddhas. As long as the Buddhist palace existed, the Buddhas would not perish. Gu Fei was very careful, he was constantly paying attention, but he discovered that ever since Heavenly Monk Dharma entered this wildlands, it was as if he had disappeared. This made him feel slightly uneasy. Swish! Primal chaos Tao marks appeared in the void. The chaotic chi was vast and mighty. Heition's heavenly tribulation finally displayed its terrifying heavenly might. These were the Tao marks naturally condensed by the heaven and earth. Primal chaos energy tore through the void, breaking apart the heaven and earth to form these Tao marks. Heition was actually able to attract such a heavenly tribulation. This fact made Gu Fei secretly apprehensive. Gu Fei activated his martial Tao heavenly eye, and a purple golden divine light flickered on his forehead. The power of the Grand Tao spread out from Gu Fei's Niwen palace. All the fabrications in the world would reveal their true form under this heavenly eye. Marks of the way that could not be seen by the naked eye interweaved where Heition was. The rhythm of the way was vast and mighty. The great path was like silk threads that fell from the sky and wrapped around Heition. No one, not even Gu Fei, was able to look inside. At this moment, Heition had reached the most critical juncture. The Tao marks formed by the primal chaos energy constantly bombarded Heition's body. Even Heition didn't know how many times his body had been torn apart. He could clearly feel every bone and muscle in his body being mercilessly torn apart and crushed by the power of the Great Path. The feeling of watching his body being destroyed and crushed almost drove him crazy. Heition wanted to scream in pain, but he found that he couldn't make a single sound. Swish! The primal chaos Tao marks wreaked havoc on his body. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and his bones were crushed. Heition's body was crushed once again. His flesh and bones floated in the void. Every piece of flesh and every piece of broken bone was flowing with an immortal divine brilliance. The power of yin and yang intertwined. Mysterious marks seemed to appear on Heition's shattered flesh and bones. Although his body was destroyed, Heition didn't die. A powerful life force surged out from his shattered flesh and bones. Blood, flesh, tendons and bones converged and rapidly recovered. A figure appeared in the void. Damned heavens, what can you do to me? Heition stretched out his right hand and raised his middle finger at the heavens. His face was filled with madness. After his body reformed, his aura seemed to be even more powerful. Swish! The primal chaos Tao marks continued to fall from the heavens, shattering the void. Heition didn't have a chance to dodge at all. This time his body wasn't destroyed. However, his forehead cracked like a spider's web. Although Hation's body wasn't destroyed, his primordial spirit was threatened. The primordial spirit in his Niwen palace dimmed. The Tao marks of heaven and earth brought with them the power of destruction. But in the unseen world, there was a glimmer of hope. The heavens didn't completely block off the path of survival. Hation was fighting for that glimmer of hope. The Tao marks were branded on his primordial spirit. At this time, Hation's primordial spirit was already branded with 18 Tao marks of heaven and earth. His primordial spirit was being tempered. Roar! Hation roared. The power of yin and yang intertwined. Behind him, a yin-yang Tao diagram appeared. Behind the yin-yang Tao diagram there seemed to be a yin-yang world. Endless yin and yang power surged. The primal chaos heavenly tribulation was terrifying to the extreme. Even if Hation had experienced 100 reincarnations, his expression would still change. Damned heavens! Countless chaos Tao marks fell from the sky, annihilating Hation in an instant. It turned the place into a land of chaos. The earth, water, wind, and fire all surged out. The earth, water, wind, and fire were wreaking havoc. The terrifying heavenly tribulation separated Hation's body from his primordial spirit. The earth, water, wind, and fire tempered his primordial spirit. Hation encountered an unimaginable danger. His body was separated from his primordial spirit. His body was constantly being crushed by the earth, water, wind, and fire, and then reformed again. His primordial spirit was wrapped by the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy constantly obliterated his primordial spirit. If it were anyone else, they would definitely die if they encountered this heavenly tribulation. However, Hation was a fierce person who had experienced 100 reincarnations. His experience in crossing heavenly tribulations could be said to be extremely rich. Even in the face of certain death, he was still extremely calm. Beside his primordial spirit, there was an almost transparent sword light circling around. A saint-level sword chi rippled out from the sword light, blocking the surrounding chaotic energy. This was the invisible divine sword that Gu Fei had lent to Hation. The invisible divine sword was a divine sword. It was imprinted with the ancient sword saint's imprint of the great path. At this time, under the impact of the heavenly tribulation, the divine sword was activated with a wisp of saintly might. Hation's primordial spirit was protected by the invisible divine sword. Although the situation was dangerous, it was temporarily not dangerous. Outside the heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei was guarding there. No one dared to approach. Gu Fei alone was able to intimidate all the experts of the major races. Only the experts of the human race stood at the forefront. What's going on? Even the 4 original powers of earth, water, wind, and fire have appeared. Although Gu Fei couldn't see the core of the heavenly tribulation, he could sense the fluctuations of the 4 elements raging in the air. After an unknown period of time, the 4 original powers of earth, water, wind, and fire gradually calmed down. The chaotic heavenly tribulation gradually dissipated, and the pressure that descended from the heavens and earth faded away. All sorts of worldly phenomena began to disappear. A figure appeared in the void. There was a weak aura coming from the figure. It seemed to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. This made Gu Fei turn pale with fright. Although Hation had survived the heavenly tribulation, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Target =_blank. Chapter 1479. The primal chaos heavenly tribulation was boundlessly terrifying. Even Hation, who had the experience of 100 reincarnations, was severely injured and on the verge of death. However, he managed to pull through. Gu Fei stepped forward, opened his inner world and sucked Hation inside. A heavenly tribulation that shook the entire wilderness came to an end just like that. Everyone was speechless for a long time. No one had imagined that Hation could survive such a heavenly tribulation. It had to be known that the descent of the primal chaos heavenly tribulation was destined to be a death sentence. Throughout history, primal chaos heavenly tribulation had appeared before, but the number of people who could survive such a monstrous heavenly tribulation was few and far between. Hation's heavenly tribulation had a huge impact on the various major forces in the wilderness. This meant that another terrifying powerhouse had appeared in the human race. The rise of the human race could no longer be stopped. The attitudes of the other races in the wilderness gradually changed. All of them were cautious. One had to know that if they chose the wrong side, it would bring unimaginable consequences to their race. However, Gu Fei and He Tian didn't care about anything in the outside world. Their ambitions weren't in the wilderness. They wanted to find the legendary gate of reincarnation. After He Tian was sucked into Gu Fei's inner world, he soaked in a divine spring of life, using the boundless life essence to replenish He Tian's exhausted yuan qi. Several months later, Gu Fei and He Tian appeared outside the heaven and earth source region of this world. This was a special region that was less than 500 kilometers wide. They stood on a mountain peak and looked ahead. Primal chaos qi lingered about 50 kilometers in front of them. Everything there was difficult to detect because it was extremely chaotic. It was a terrifying chaotic land. There were all kinds of Dao marks there that could block all prying eyes. No one could detect what was happening inside. It was as if there was a force obscuring the heavenly secrets of the region ahead. No one could divine the situation inside. The legendary gate of reincarnation. Beside Gu Fei, He Tian's eyes shone brightly. This was an ancient artifact that had existed since the time of the legends. Even he was envious of it. The legendary gate of reincarnation was definitely a heaven-defying item. Gu Fei and He Tian both wanted to obtain it, but it wasn't an easy task. The Buddhist Lord had left the gate of reincarnation in the wildlands, where the essence of heaven and earth was protected by an ancient spell formation. No one was willing to take the risk. For countless years, all the experts who had ventured into this chaotic land had never returned. No one knew what the experts who had ventured into this area had encountered. That place is extremely dangerous. Gu Fei wasn't relaxed at all. The essence land of heaven and earth was extraordinary to begin with. It was the origin of this world. And there was no way the Buddhist Lord wouldn't have left behind a backup plan. No one could easily obtain the source of a world. It's worth a try. He Tian was determined to venture into the origin land of heaven and earth of the wildlands. Even if there were extreme dangers, it was worth it to him. One had to know that even in the ancient era, when the legendary gate of reincarnation appeared, it was enough to make everyone go crazy. How confident are you? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian. Not only was there an ancient spell formation protecting the area ahead, but there was also the legendary 9 nether springs. With these two appearing at the same time, the area ahead was definitely the most dangerous in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was no wonder that after countless years, no one in the entire wildlands had successfully entered this most mysterious and dangerous area. In the wildlands, the laws of heaven and earth were the closest to the Great Desolate Era. Such a place was filled with spiritual energy and could give birth to incomparably powerful existences. Throughout the years, there had been many outstanding existences in this world. There were even supreme figures that had the qualifications to attempt to break through to the extreme supremacy realm. Even so, not a single expert had been able to kill their way out of this place. The third level of the Buddhist Lord's Buddhist palace could only be entered and not exited. Unless an extreme Tao supremacy was born in this place, no one could break through the shackles of this place. Only 50%. He Tian's expression was extremely solemn. With his current cultivation, even though he had grasped the entire extreme Tao ancient spell formation's formation diagram and had simulated it over a dozen times, he was only 50% confident that he could break through this extreme Tao ancient spell formation. Only 50%. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. He had previously swept through the 3 strongest races in the wilderness and seized the ancient extreme town map. Even with the complete map, he only had a 50% chance of success. Ever since He Tian overcame the heavenly tribulation, his strength had increased tremendously. His cultivation had reached the 5th heaven of Almighty Realm. In terms of cultivation level, he was still 3 minor realms higher than Gu Fei. Even though He Tian had studied the extreme Tao ancient spell formation for a period of time, he was still not an extreme Tao supremacy. It was difficult for him to fully comprehend this extreme Tao ancient spell formation. Even so, their lives would still be in danger if they were to enter the area ahead. Let's go. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before he soared into the sky and flew forward. He Tian quickly followed suit. The area ahead was only about 100 miles away from the mountain they were at. It was a distance that they could cross in the blink of an eye. In an instant, they rushed into this region that caused all living beings in the world to fear. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei and He Tian entered that region, a beam of primal chaos divine light rushed over from afar, sweeping towards them. A wave of destructive energy spread out. Bam! Gu Fei directly punched out and dispersed the primal chaos divine light. He felt a chill in his heart. They had just entered this region and they were already attacked. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying killer move was waiting for them in the depths of this area. Chaotic chi was everywhere. Strands of it floated in this area. Gu Fei and the others thought that they had entered a chaotic void. Extreme Dao marks that were enough to kill sages were hidden in the void. At a glance, it was impossible to see anything with the naked eye. This was a formless danger. Under the observation of Gu Fei's martial path Heavenly Eye and He Tian's Yin-Yang Divine Eye, this empty void was densely packed with mysterious marks. The densely packed marks were the runes of the Extreme Dao ancient spell formation. If one accidentally bumped into them, even a great sage would be instantly killed. At this time, Erebus's talent in formations was fully displayed. He opened up a path in the front while Gu Fei carefully followed behind, slowly moving forward. Although the Extreme Dao ancient spell formation was terrifying, Gu Fei and the others had the Extreme Dao ancient spell formation diagram. With He Tian's attainments in formation, it was still possible for him to deduce a way out. However, deductions were just deductions. When Gu Fei and the others were in the same place, they were still a little nervous. One should know that they were entering an Extreme Dao ancient spell formation. If they were not careful and took a wrong step, they would be doomed eternally. Along the way, Gu Fei and the others discovered that they could see bones on the ground from time to time. Some bones were incomparably huge, while others were obviously left behind by the human race. Over the years, there were many people who entered this Extreme Dao ancient spell formation. However, all the experts were lost inside and most likely all died. The scattered bones on the ground were the best proof of this. It was only 1,000 miles wide, but after several hours, Gu Fei and the others had only advanced less than 100 miles. This kind of speed could be considered as the speed of a turtle. Suddenly, Gu Fei and the others who were moving forward felt an incomparably powerful life aura coming from the front. This! Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. How could there be life in the Extreme Dao ancient spell formation? This was beyond common sense. They continued to move forward. The life aura in front of them became stronger and stronger. Soon they saw everything, and they were once again stunned by the scene in front of them. Next to the life path that He Tian had deduced, there was actually a pile of broken flesh and bones. The exuberant life aura came from this pile of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood contained endless vitality, and emitted a powerful aura that made people's hearts palpitate. However, there was no Yuan Shan in this pile of flesh and blood. This person's Yuan Shan was destroyed by someone. He Tian was incomparably shocked. This person was definitely an overlord when he was alive. His flesh and bones were still shrouded in divine splendor. Next to this pile of flesh and bones, there were more than a dozen fragments of magical treasures. Although they were destroyed, these fragments still flickered with a cold light. Even if this guy isn't a saint, he's definitely a quasi-saint. Only existences that surpass the realm of almighty existences could have an immortal body that still contained a vast amount of essence energy within it. Only existences that surpass the realm of almighty existences could have an immortal body that still contained boundless essence energy. What a pity! Gu Fei couldn't help but feel regretful as he looked at the fragments of magical treasures scattered on the ground. The fragment was a sword, and this sword should be a saint weapon. A saint weapon was destroyed. Even a saint weapon couldn't withstand the divine might of the Extreme Dao ancient spell formation. This guy was very unlucky. The life path that Gu Fei had deduced was right next to this guy. This guy only missed by one step and ended up with his body and soul destroyed. Gu Fei and the others continued forward. At this time, some extraordinary things began to appear near the life path. There was a humanoid corpse of a foreign race that was dismembered in a pile of rubble. The place was stained with blood as if it had just been killed. It was a ghastly sight. At this moment, Gu Fei and the others suddenly discovered a figure standing silently in front of them, blocking their path. An aura so powerful that it could cause one's heart to tremble spread out from the figure, looking down on the world with disdain. How could there be such a powerful figure? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked to the extreme. It was truly unbelievable. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1480. Inside the extreme ancient formation, skeletons of experts from various clans could be seen everywhere. Since ancient times, all the experts who had entered this extreme ancient formation seemed to have fallen here. Book C Pavilion. After entering the extreme ancient formation, Gu Fei and He Tian did not dare to be careless. Although it seemed like there were no obstacles along the way, in fact there were dangers everywhere. When they were about 100 li into the extreme ancient formation, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a domineering figure. An aura so powerful that it caused people to tremble was emitted from the figure. It gave off a terrifying pressure that looked down on the world, as if this person alone could suppress the 10 daos of the heavens. This is... Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. It was hard for them to imagine that they would encounter a living person in this place. However, their expressions soon changed once more. When they approached, they discovered that it was not a living person at all. It was merely an illusion, a phantom that was branded in the void. When Gu Fei and He Tian got closer, the phantom disappeared. There was nothing there. What? Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but look at each other. At the place where the figure appeared, there was a footprint. It was unknown how long this footprint had been there, but it was still very clear. It seems like a supreme existence once stopped here. He Tian carefully observed his surroundings and discovered that there were no other footprints in the surroundings. Furthermore, this particular footprint happened to be right on the path of life of the extreme Tao ancient array. This was a phantom formed by an inextinguishable aura. This was enough to prove that the person who left this footprint was extremely powerful. A supreme existence must have entered the extreme ancient formation before. Gu Fei and He Tian only stopped for a moment before continuing on their way. One had to admit that the extreme ancient formation was extraordinary. Even after countless years, this ancient formation was still very complete. If it was activated, it would most likely be able to display the power of the extreme ancient formation. There was no one controlling the extreme Tao ancient formation, so the power of the extreme Tao lay dormant. It was like a heaven-defying beast sleeping, and it could wake up at any time. Gu Fei and the others weren't the only ones who had obtained a complete extreme ancient spirit diagram. There were plenty of people who had obtained an extreme ancient spirit diagram. This was because there were many corpses lying on the path of life that Erebus had deduced. These experts had already found the rough location of the path of life in the extreme Tao ancient array. However, it was a pity that these experts had accidentally stepped outside the path of life and triggered the extreme Tao ancient formation. As a result, they were instantly killed by the power of the extreme Tao ancient formation. In the void, threads of Tao marks interweaved. They could only be seen under Gu Fei's martial path Heavenly Eye and He Tian's Yinyang God Eye. It was difficult to see this fatal trap, hidden in the void with the naked eye. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He took out the mountain and river cauldron and let it float above his head. Strands of primordial chaos chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron, protecting him and He Tian. Even with the protection of the extreme Tao sacred weapon, Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare to be careless. Swish! Just as He Tian's right foot stepped on a skeleton on the ground, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the void beside him and instantly shot towards him. It was so close that He Tian didn't even have time to dodge. In fact, he didn't even have time to do anything before the spatial crack arrived. Busy! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and the primordial chaos energy in front of He Tian rushed up, colliding with the spatial crack. The power of the mountain and river cauldron erupted, and a terrifying might that shook the heavens blocked the spatial crack. Rumble! The entire extreme Tao ancient formation was triggered by the aura that erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. Spatial cracks appeared around Gu Fei and the others without any warning. These weren't ordinary spatial cracks. They were marks that couldn't be seen with the naked eye that tore open the void of heaven and earth, forming traces of spatial destruction. Swish! 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 Strands of primordial chaos chi rushed up from various parts of the extreme Tao ancient formation. It was as if an extremely terrifying extreme Tao beast had awakened. An extreme Tao aura appeared between heaven and earth. The moment the extreme Tao ancient formation was activated, The billions of living beings in the wildlands could feel the extreme Tao aura surging out from the depths of this part of the world. What's going on? Did those two really barge into the extreme Tao ancient formation? In the Ghost Lord's palace in the wildlands, the Ghost Lord suddenly stood up. At this moment, his ghostly body had been nourished by the Xianyin ghost qi in the wildlands and was no longer blurry. The Ghost Lord's injuries had stabilized. However, his inner world had been destroyed by Gu Fei, and his origin had been damaged. It was basically impossible for him to completely recover to his peak state. The Ghost Tao Supreme Master originally wanted to secretly follow Gu Fei, while he was heading towards the extreme ancient array. However, it was no longer possible at this time. Damn it! The Ghost Lord of the Wildlands was filled with hatred. Busy. The void trembled. Millions and millions of creatures trembled. Extreme divine might surged, shaking the 9 heavens 10 earths. In the depths of the savage world, the extreme ancient formation was operating. The powerful existences in the wildlands immediately rushed out and looked towards the forbidden area of this part of the world. Even tens of thousands of miles away, they could clearly see the strands of primordial chaos qi surging in the depths of this part of the world like huge dragons. Those two are really eyeing that legendary item. The human race Yi clan. In the sky above the ancient city, the experts of the Yi clan were shocked to the extreme when they saw the sky change color and the sun and moon lose their luster. Are those two trying to break the shackles of this part of the world? Badian Shen King stood in the void. At this moment his face had regained some color. The deathly qi in his body had been refined a lot. When Gu Fei left, he injected a strand of life essence into Badian Shen King's body. This strand of life essence was the nemesis of the deathly qi in Badian Shen King's body. During this period of time, Badian Shen King had successfully controlled the extremely evil deathly qi in his body with the help of this strand of life essence. His body was rapidly recovering and his dried-up blood was gradually becoming stronger. Now, it was only a matter of time before he completely recovered to his peak state. 10,000 miles away from the ancient city of Yi Clan, there was an ancient city of the human race. It was the ancestral land of another large human race in the wilderness. This ancient city was even larger than the Yi Clan's ancient city. It had also existed for countless years, and it exuded an aura of endless vicissitudes. On the city walls, there were many marks left by swords, spears, swords, and halberds. The entire ancient city was modeled with time, as though it had experienced many battles, but it still stood tall on the ground. Book C Pavilion Dash. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1481. The Li clan of the Desolate was a branch of the Desolate Li clan that the Supreme Tao ancestor belonged to. The Li clan's ancestor was a relative of the Supreme Tao ancestor. Although the Li clan of the Desolate clan wasn't a direct descendant of the Supreme Tao ancestor, their background was still frightening. No one in the Desolate lands dared to look down on such a clan. This was also the reason why the Alliance of the Beasts and Demons only targeted the Yi clan of the Desolate lands. They didn't want to go against the Li clan right from the start. At this time, the extreme Tao ancient formation in the depths of the Desolate lands was activated. The Li clan of the Desolate lands was also alarmed. Even the supreme elder of the Li clan, who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, jumped out. Someone is trying to barge into the extreme Tao ancient formation again. An aged voice resounded in the ancient city of the human race. Following that, a figure rushed out from the ancient city and arrived in the sky. This was an old man. Under normal circumstances, this old man wouldn't attract any attention even if he were to walk on the streets. However, at this time, the old man's body emitted a monstrous amount of blood qi. It was hard to imagine that such a shocking amount of blood qi was hiding in that old man's body. The old man's eyes emitted 2 resplendent rays of light as he gazed into the depths of the land. In other regions, supreme experts were also alarmed. An incomparably powerful divine sense was emitted from the region where the beasts resided. This divine sense swept out in all directions. After waiting for so many years, is it about to begin again? In an important area of the desolate beast race, these words rang out. There were incomparably powerful ancient beasts muttering to themselves. In the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave of the Desolate Lands, the ancient demon Heavenly Peng opened his eyes. This time there might be a change. The ancient demon Heavenly Peng had lived for countless years. He was the strongest expert of the desolate lands apart from the demon lord. He had a premonition that things might be different this time. Sometimes living for a long time was also a kind of capital. Some of the ancient experts in the desolate lands were looking forward to it. All of them focused their attention on the depths of the land. Rumble. At that moment, heaven and earth trembled. Mysterious Tao patterns appeared in the void, interweaving with each other, triggering the power of the Great Path. The entire ancient array was awakening. Under the impact of the mountain and river cauldron's power, the extreme ancient formation that had been silent for countless years actually began to operate. Strands of chaotic force surged up from the ground, forming a chaotic, murderous light that swept through everything. Wherever the chaotic light passed, the space was reduced to nothingness. No existence below the extreme supremacy stage could survive. Everything was destroyed. It was as if a chaotic world was evolving within a radius of 1,000 miles. It was extremely terrifying. The vast divine might of the extreme Tao shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The extreme Tao gathered by the extreme Tao ancient formation suppressed the great Tao of heaven and earth. The ancient formation had broken through the shackles of the wild world. The wildlands began to change. The laws of heaven and earth gradually became chaotic. All sorts of heaven and earth energies appeared. Sometimes it would snow, sometimes it would rain, and sometimes there would be howling winds that swept through the wilderness. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, and frost. 7 kinds of phenomena appeared one after another. The billions of living beings in the wildlands felt uneasy in the face of these ever-changing phenomena. The sky has changed just like that night 30,000 years ago, someone said. An ancient voice resounded through the world. This was a super old man who had been waiting for tens of thousands of years. 30,000 years ago, the tyrant never returned. In the end, nothing changed. In the sky above the Yi clan's ancient human city, the rain-drenched Batian Shan King's clothes. He muttered to himself. The world had changed, and this was the first time such a phenomenon had appeared after 30,000 years. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian were in great danger inside the extreme ancient formation. Rays of primal chaos divine light descended from the sky like giant primal chaos dragons, bombarding them. The entire world seemed to be torn apart. The mountain and river cauldron floated above their heads, emitting vast primordial chaos energy that blocked the destructive divine light. If it weren't for the protection of the extreme Tao Saint weapon, Gu Fei and the others would have long been obliterated by the extreme Tao ancient formation. Once the ancient formation was activated, even a sage would have to suffer a grievance. What do we do? Gu Fei and He Tian were scared witless. Under the might of the extreme ancient formation, they felt as weak as ants. Even their souls were trembling. I can only deduce it again. He Tian took out the black boulder, the dragon scale, and the shrunken ancient city. Gu Fei used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to suppress them. Even so, once the 3 items were gathered together, the 3 ancient diagrams imprinted on them would automatically reveal themselves. As the extreme ancient formation activated, the entire diagram underwent a tremendous change. But strangely, the black boulder, the dragon scale, and the ancient diagram imprinted on the ancient city were also changing. He Tian's eyes gathered the power of yin and yang. One of his eyes became as bright as the moon, while the other became pitch black. It was like a bottomless black hole, and it was terrifying. Yin and yang energy intertwined, evolving into the great Tao of yin and yang. He Tian used his yin-yang divine eyes to deduce the changes of the extreme ancient formation. Formation runes also appeared in his yin-yang divine eyes. Soon, under He Tian's guidance, Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Amidst the endless chaotic divine light, he slowly moved towards a nearby safe path. The extreme ancient formation was a supreme weapon refined by an extreme Tao sovereign. Even the extreme ancient formation could not pose a threat to the extreme ancient formation. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated continuously. The extreme ancient formation condensed the extreme ancient formation, awakening the cauldron's soul. The mountain and river cauldron began to move on its own. Busy. Streams of primordial chaos energy rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron, sweeping away everything in their path. The extreme ancient formations might shook the heavens and the earth. Within a 300-meter radius of the mountain and river cauldron, all of the primordial chaos divine light was repelled. By this time, the heaven-shaking changes in the depths of the wildlands had already lasted for an hour. The weather in the wildlands had become even more chaotic. Bolts of lightning continuously tore through the void, lighting up the entire world in an instant. Wild gales accompanied the lightning, wreaking havoc in the entire world. Some places were covered in hailstones, some places were flooded, and there were also places where the earth veins violently shifted. The earth shifted and mountains collapsed. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Billions of lives trembled in fear. As for the group of old-timers in this part of the world, they were getting more and more excited. The chaos from 30,000 years ago had only lasted for a little less than an hour before it gradually calmed down. Now the chaos had lasted longer than the chaos from 30,000 years ago. As expected, there's a change. The Wildlands super old-timers grew even more excited. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1482. Date: October 10th. The Wildlands welcomed a change that had happened in the last 30,000 years. On this day, the billions of living beings in the Wildlands trembled as an extreme divine aura swept across the land. It was as though an extreme supreme had awakened from a deep slumber. The entire Wildlands fell into chaos as all sorts of astronomical phenomena appeared. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, and frost. 7 kinds of astronomical phenomena wreaked havoc in the Wildlands. Flash floods erupted, rivers flowed in reverse, mountains crumbled, and earth veins shifted. It was as though doomsday had arrived. However, all of the old-timers in the Wildlands were very excited. After all, they had experienced such a drastic change 30,000 years ago. At that time, the unparalleled hegemon, who was invincible throughout the entire desolate world, broke into the most mysterious and terrifying place in this world. That day 30,000 years ago was just like today. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing as an extreme divine aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The ghost abode of the unparalleled overlord was the origin of the Wildlands. Throughout history, there had been more than one supreme powerhouse born in the Wildlands who had entered that region. However, these invincible existences in the Wildlands had never appeared again after entering that region. Some people said that it was the grave of the overlord. Only death awaited those who entered. I hope they succeed. Sky Tyrant Shun King muttered to himself in the sky above the Yi clan's ancient city. Lightning flashed across the pitch-black sky from time to time, tearing through the void and illuminating the land. Rain drenched Sky Tyrant Shun King's clothes. His eyes were filled with anticipation. In the chaotic dragon cave of the demon race, the ancient heavenly Peng and the ancient Qilin that had reformed their physical bodies were whispering to each other in anticipation. I didn't think those 2 humans would actually dare. The ancient heavenly Peng sat cross-legged on a cushion. Although he had already guessed Gu Fei's goal, he hadn't expected them to barge into that place so quickly. If they succeed, then we. The ancient Qilin hesitated. The Qilin ancient demon wanted to say something but hesitated. His physical body had been destroyed by Gu Fei, and he was Gu Fei's mortal enemy. If Gu Fei succeeded, there would be no place for the demon race in the wild world. Humph! You want to succeed? Are they stronger than the unparalleled overlord from 30,000 years ago? The heavenly Peng ancient Fei did not think highly of Gu Fei and He Tian. One had to know that since ancient times, there had been many astounding existences who could not stir up any waves in that place. None of the peerless characters who entered that place came out. Meanwhile, at the peak of the Beast Race's Beast Emperor Mountain, in the darkness of the Extreme Path Ancient Beast Emperor Palace, 2 resplendent lights suddenly appeared. A shadow of a beast silently sat there cross-legged. Those 2 abominable humans. The Emperor of Beasts was shrouded in a faint layer of black gas. It was the deathly aura of the peerless evil god. This deathly aura had once tortured the sage-to-be Batian Shen King to death. The Emperor of the Beast Emperors had been heavily injured by the evil god's death chi. At this time, the Emperor of the Beast Emperors had no choice but to use the power of the extreme Dao ancient Beast Emperors in the ancient palace to heal. Roar! Enraged roars came from the ancient palace on top of the Beast Emperor mountain. The Beast Emperors and the Wildlands Ghost Lord had been crippled, and were no longer capable of fighting for the great fortune of heaven and earth. Many of the old-timers breathed sighs of relief. However, if things went as smoothly as expected, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. That was because that legendary item was enough to make everyone go crazy. The old-timers in the wildlands had been waiting for far too long. Today was the day that had changed 30,000 years ago, and no one was willing to miss it. At the same time, Gu Fei and Maitian, who had caused all of this, were taking great risks as they moved through the ultimate Dao ancient spell formation. Heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as if a world of primal chaos were forming. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron trembled as strands of primordial chaos chi descended, protecting Gu Fei and Maitian. Above the extreme Dao Saint cauldron, the cauldron's soul had already awakened. An extreme divine might surged out from the cauldron, clashing with this extreme ancient formation. The ancient formation seemed to have a will of its own, as if it had a life of its own. Boundless primordial light rained down from the sky, attacking the mountain and river cauldron. This was a battle of extreme Dao power, and neither Gu Fei nor Haitian was qualified to interfere. They could only move slowly under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron. Although the mountain and river cauldron had managed to negate the majority of the extreme Dao aura, the strands of extreme Dao divine runes that had seeped in had nearly destroyed their bodies. If it was an ordinary almighty, they would have been crushed to death by this strand of extreme divine might. Fortunately, Gu Fei and Maitian both had powerful physiques that far surpassed ordinary people. What do we do? Gu Fei knew that they couldn't go on like this. With this tortoise speed, when would they be able to pass through the ancient formation? Moreover, the ancient formation seemed to have a spiritual god, and it was constantly changing. There was no way to deduce where the exit was. As long as we find the right direction and keep moving forward, we'll eventually get out of this damned place. Haitian's expression was extremely unsightly. This was the first time he had encountered an ancient formation that had a spiritual god. Such an ancient formation had its own will, and it could change its formation at any time. Even Haitian had no way of dealing with it. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Outside the primordial chaos energy, there were streaks of primal chaos killing light. This kind of extreme Dao power could kill a great sage, and even an extreme supreme wouldn't be able to break through it easily. The power of extreme Dao can activate the extreme Dao Saint weapon. Boss, why don't we go a little harder? Haitian's eyes suddenly lit up. What? Gu Fei was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately understood. This guy was eyeing the other extreme Dao Saint weapons in his possession, so this method might not be impossible. Alright, since we're already at this stage, let's go a little harder. Gu Fei wasn't an indecisive person. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. An extremely sharp fluctuation of sword chi was immediately emitted from his dantian. Buzz! A sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens. A purple golden sword light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian and danced above Gu Fei's head. This was the purple golden godly sword, Gu Fei's second extreme Dao Saint weapon. As if sensing the two incomparably powerful extreme Dao Saint auras, the purple golden godly sword became restless. It vibrated continuously, and the sword spirit seemed to show signs of awakening. There's hope. Gu Fei and Haitian exchanged a glance, both surprised and overjoyed. Go! Gu Fei let out a low roar, and directly controlled the extreme Dao Saint sword to break through the primordial chaos energy's blockade, and charged out. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1483. The Extreme Ancient Array activated. Activating the power of the extreme path and sealing the void between heaven and earth. Gu Fei and Haitian found it difficult to move an inch. Faced with the predicament before him, Gu Fei had no choice but to use the second extreme divine weapon on him. Buzz! The sword hummed in the 9 heavens. Under Gu Fei's control, the purple gold divine sword tore through the void, pierced through heaven and earth, and rushed out from under the cauldron of mountain and river. The void below the cauldron of mountain and river was sealed by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. The power of the extreme path outside could only pass through an extremely weak wisp, but outside the void sealed by the cauldron of mountain and river, the power of the extreme path was thousands of times stronger. As soon as the purple gold divine sword appeared outside, it emitted hundreds of millions of rays of sword light. Every ray of sword light pierced through the void, and an extreme path power suddenly exploded from the divine sword. Under the impact of the two extreme path powers in heaven and earth, the sword spirit of the extreme divine sword actually awakened in an instant, displaying the extreme path power that shocked the 10 paths of the heavens. Swoosh! The purple gold divine sword light pierced through the void and shot out in all directions. Every ray of sword light slashed at the key points of the extreme ancient array. Rumble! The entire extreme Tao ancient array was under attack. The spiritual god that was born from the ancient array sensed danger. The extreme Tao ancient array revolved crazily as the power of chaos and destruction gathered from all parts of the array before sealing the violet gold divine sword. The attack of the sword spirit of the purple gold divine sword was extremely fierce. It shook the entire extreme ancient array as soon as it came, attracting most of the power of the extreme ancient array. This was a collision between extreme path powers. Chaotic divine light rushed out from all parts of the extreme ancient array like chaotic dragons, and met the sword light emitted by the purple gold divine sword. The rays of sword light collided with the rays of chaotic divine light. There was no sound, but the void there was directly annihilated. The void was annihilated silently. Countless Tao marks of the great path dissipated in the void. Countless pitch-black spatial holes appeared in the extreme ancient array. Countless Tao patterns were vanishing around each spatial hole. In the face of the power of the extreme path, nothing could be preserved. Even the great path would be suppressed. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Their estimations were not wrong. The violet gold divine sword had indeed drawn away the majority of the extreme Tao ancient formation's power, and the pressure on the mountain and river cauldron immediately lessened. Buzz! The violet gold divine sword trembled, and the deity within the divine sword awoke. It was as if an ancient supreme being had descended, emitting an aura of the extreme Tao. The power here could suppress the heavenly Tao, and only the power of an extreme Tao could contend against it. The violet gold divine sword was like a huge violet gold dragon. It dashed left and right in the extreme ancient formation trying to break out of it. However, the extreme energy condensed by the extreme ancient formation was also incomparably powerful. The entire ancient formation was like an extreme divine weapon, constantly colliding with the violet gold divine sword. The extreme ancient formation suppressed the area within a radius of 1,000 miles. The 3 waves of extreme energy didn't sweep out in all directions, but even so, the entire desolate world was already in chaos. The great path of heaven and earth in the desolate world was already disturbed. The order of the world was broken, and the laws of heaven and earth became incomparably chaotic. The pitch-black sky pressed down from the sky, giving off an irresistible pressure. Even the stars in the sky were trembling, as if they could fall at any time. Doomsday! In a valley inside an ancient temple, an ancient voice rang out. The ancient temple wasn't big, but it emitted an ancient charm, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. At this time in the pouring rain, a figure walked in from outside the valley. Step by step, he allowed the soybean-sized raindrops to hit his body. Without using any divine abilities, he directly walked to the front of the ancient temple. After waiting for so many years, someone has finally come from outside. The ancient voice once again rang out from the ancient temple. A weak divine sense wave seeped out from the ancient temple, and then a faint golden light shone in the ancient temple. Buddha is merciful. The newcomer wore a kasaya, and there were no fluctuations of Buddhist energy coming from his body. However, the aura of an eminent monk couldn't be concealed. That person placed his palms together and bowed towards the ancient temple. The heaven and earth have changed, and the spiritual energy is in chaos. If you had come an hour later, you wouldn't have been able to see me. The aged voice contained a sense of relief. In the ancient temple, the figure of an old monk appeared. A weak golden Buddhist light shone from the center of his eyebrows. In the center of his eyebrows there was a Naiwan palace that was about to collapse. The person outside the ancient temple couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the appearance of the old monk. Even a Buddhist monk who had cultivated for many years would be shocked at this moment. There was actually a hole in the center of the old monk's forehead. Someone actually pierced through his Naiwan palace and destroyed his primordial spirit. However, he actually didn't die. The Buddhist energy in the old monk's body was dissipating, and the remaining divine sense in his Naiwan palace was also on the verge of being destroyed. He had already reached his limit by enduring until now. Venerable monk. The person's voice was trembling. This old monk was definitely an ancient Buddhist almighty figure. However, this Buddhist almighty figure had suffered a fatal blow. Who was it that had such cultivation and strength to be able to easily kill a mighty figure of the Buddhist clan? The finger hole in the old monk's forehead still had golden Buddhist blood that had yet to coagulate. It was hard to imagine how this old monk had endured until now. 30,000 years ago, a human found his way to this place. The old monk said. Could it be that person? The newcomer was extremely shocked. This old monk had actually been injured 30,000 years ago. It was definitely a miracle that he could endure until now. The Buddhist sect has long since ceased to be the master of this world. Take this item. With that, an item flew out from the ancient temple. Then the Buddhist light on the old monk's body gradually dimmed. The old monk had passed away. The Niwan palace between his brows was collapsing, and a strand of divine sense turned into specks of golden light that dissipated into the void. The ancient temple in the valley was once again shrouded in darkness. This is the legendary Buddhist robe. After seeing the item in his hand, Heavenly Monk couldn't help but be dumbfounded. His hand was full of dirt, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a kasaya or a normal monk's robe. He had almost turned the entire wild world upside down in order to find this legendary Buddhist treasure. However, the Buddhist sect in the wild world had declined even more than he had imagined. All the spiritual mountains and heavens were occupied by the foreign races. In the entire wild world, there weren't even a few decent temples. There were only a few hidden places where the Buddhist sect once existed. One must know that the Buddhist sect was once the master of this world. This was merely the third level of Buddha heaven that was created by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It was the training ground for the sons of Buddha of the Buddhist sect. The power of the Buddhist sect should be incomparably strong here. At this time, Heavenly Monk couldn't believe that the shabby robe in his hand was the legendary Buddhist robe that had been passed down for thousands of years. This was far from what he had imagined. Even if this robe was thrown on the side of the road, no one would pick it up. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1484. Heavy rain poured down, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In this chaotic world, nobody noticed the ripples of Buddhist energy that came from the hidden valley. The thing that Heavenly Monk Dharma had been searching for all this time was finally in his hands. Although the item was in his hands, Heavenly Monk Dharma was still dumbfounded. The legendary monastic robe that had been passed down for thousands of years turned out to be a tattered robe. This was too unimaginable. One must know that the monastic robe was a supreme treasure of the Buddhist path left behind by the Buddhist Lord. However, Heavenly Monk Dharma had no choice but to accept this fact. The old monk in the ancient temple should have passed away 30,000 years ago. He lived until now to protect this monastic robe. The old monk paid the price with his life. This tattered robe should be that item. The old monk had passed away. There was no more Buddhist energy coming from the ancient temple in the valley. Heavenly Monk Dharma was stunned for a while before he turned around and left. At this moment the entire wildlands was trembling. Terrifying bolts of lightning flashed across the pitch-black sky, instantly lighting up the world. The rain became heavier and the wind started to blow. Torrential rain, gales, and snow raged across the world. This extreme phenomenon caused billions of lives to tremble. This was the might of the heavens and earth. No one could resist it. This was a great disaster. Some of the weaker races would be eliminated. Those who survived would be the strongest. Terrifying divine might of the extreme Tao enveloped the entire world. 3 different types of divine might of the extreme Tao were fighting in the depths of this world. Fortunately, the power of the extreme Tao did not leak out. Otherwise, the entire world would be destroyed. The power of the extreme Tao could destroy the world. This was not a lie. Buzz. Inside the extreme Tao Grand Formation, the violet gold divine sword vibrated continuously. The divinity within the sword had already awakened. It displayed its divine might of the extreme Tao. Every beam of violet gold sword light shot up tens of thousands of zhang, tearing apart the world. This sacred sword restrained most of the power of the extreme Tao Grand Formation, greatly reducing the pressure on Gu Fei and He Tian. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron floated in the sky, moving like 100,000 ancient divine mountains. Streams of primordial chaos energy fell from above like dragons, protecting Gu Fei and He Tian below. This ancient cauldron could suppress the 10 Daos of the heavens. Everywhere it passed, even the runes of the extreme Dao were suppressed. The runes around the mountain and river cauldron dimmed. This was a contest between two great Daos. The Dao of the mountain river cauldron suppressed the Dao of the extreme Dao array. At this time, Gu Fei and the others couldn't care less about the changes in the array. They only cared about forcing their way forward. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, even if it was an extreme array, they would still be able to break through it. Within the cauldron of mountain and river, the cauldron spirit was awakened. It was like a supreme god displaying extreme divine might. The power of the great path condensed into patterns and imprinted themselves into the surrounding space, suppressing everything. Under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and He Tian moved forward with great difficulty. The primal chi in front of them was vast and mighty, and beams of primal divine light kept sweeping towards them from all directions. However, when the countless beams of primal divine light approached the mountain and river cauldron, they were suppressed. The light dissipated and disappeared into the void. They couldn't even get close to Gu Fei. However, what made Gu Fei and He Tian feel a great sense of danger was that the power of the mountain and river cauldron could not completely block the mighty divine might of the extreme Dao outside. The divine aura of the extreme Dao was so powerful that it could ignore the great Dao of heaven and earth. A single strand of divine aura could crush everything in the world. Even a real saint, if exposed to this kind of divine aura, would be instantly destroyed and killed by it. The yin and yang energy on Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty. Cracks kept appearing on his physical body, but these cracks quickly healed. He was under great pressure. On the other hand, He Tian had stepped onto the 5th minor step of the Almighty Realm. In terms of cultivation level, he was 3 minor steps higher than Gu Fei. However, his situation was worse than Gu Fei's. The powerful pressure that seeped in from the outside caused He Tian's divine soul to tremble, and cracks appeared on his forehead. He had no choice but to use invisible divine swords to protect himself and resist this pressure. Boss, this extreme Dao ancient formation covers an area of thousands of kilometers. At our current speed, we won't be able to pass through it even if we spend a day. He Tian felt terrible. The longer they wasted time, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Ridiculous, who laid down this ancient formation? It's so insane. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. One should know that he had already used 2 extreme saint weapons, but they still couldn't suppress the ancient formation. What kind of concept was that? Could it be that an extreme Dao formation could contend against 2 extreme Dao sacred weapons? Boom! At this moment, the violet gold divine sword fell from the sky like a real dragon from beyond the heavens. It directly pierced a large hole in the extreme Dao ancient formation. The ground within a radius of several dozen kilometers instantly collapsed. Countless Dao runes dissipated, turning the area into a chaotic void. Countless extreme Dao runes were instantly destroyed. However, the destroyed Dao runes rapidly reformed and the ground rapidly repaired itself. The area within a radius of several dozen kilometers was restored in the blink of an eye. This, Gu Fei and Erebus couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This formation had already given birth to a spirit god that could repair the formation runes on its own. This is an indestructible ancient formation. Erebus said such words. Just like how divine weapons of the Great Path could endure countless tribulations and still exist in the world, this ancient formation that had already given birth to a spirit god within it would also be indestructible throughout the ages. It coexisted with the Great Path. Looks like I have no choice but to kill them. Gu Fei made up his mind and released the other half of the peerless ominous saber. It was a peerless ominous weapon, a supreme saint weapon refined by an extreme Dao brute. Boom! The other half of the peerless ominous saber instantly erupted with billions of saber lights, shattering the heaven and earth. An extremely domineering aura instantly swept across the entire extreme Dao ancient formation. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens. Half of a dragon's body surged out from the peerless ominous saber. A primordial aura spread from the dragon's body. Although it was only half a dragon's body, the dragon's body was still tens of thousands of meters long. It emitted a terrifying murderous aura that soared into the sky and swept in all directions. This time, no matter how heaven-defying the extreme Tao ancient formation was, it still suffered a great impact. The formation's operation immediately slowed down, showing signs of being suppressed by the three extreme Tao forces. The appearance of the fourth extreme Tao force caused the billions of living beings in the wildlands to tremble. This was especially true when the aura of the peerless ominous saber appeared in this part of the world, causing all living beings to feel suffocated. Even some of the old-timers were shocked. How is this possible? How could there be so many supreme forces in this part of the world? Some of the old-timers were visibly shaken. The extreme Tao force could sweep through everything, and even the heavenly Taos were suppressed by it. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1485. The appearance of the peerless saber caused the billions of lifeforms in the wildlands to tremble in fear. The tyrannical aura was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Rumble. 3 beams of immortal light flashed in the depths of the world, causing the world to shake as if it was about to collapse. It was a scene of doomsday. If this world was destroyed, billions of lifeforms would be plunged into misery. Not many would be able to survive. Even some of the old antiques wouldn't be able to guarantee their survival. The power of the ancient formation was gradually being suppressed. No matter how heaven-defying it was, it couldn't contend against the 3 sacred weapons. It was only a matter of time before it was suppressed. Furthermore, the ancient formation had fused with the wildlands, allowing it to draw upon the energy of the entire wildlands for its own use. That was also why it was so heaven-defying. Endless amounts of worldly essence were being sucked away by the ancient formation, causing the spiritual energy of the wildlands to gradually thin out. This shocked the various races in the wildlands. If the spiritual energy of the world was sucked away, the entire world would become a land of death. As for Gu Fei, who had caused all of this, he had no idea that the outside world had undergone a tremendous change. He and Haitian were using the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves as they rushed toward the core region of the wildlands. The place where the origin of heaven and earth was located was protected by the ancient formation. For countless years, no one had been able to enter that place and come into contact with the origin of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was probably the only one below the extreme grade supreme stage who could barge in. Swish! Beams of chaotic divine light appeared around the mountain and river cauldron. This was the light of destruction condensed from chaotic energy. Wherever it passed, the world would be annihilated without a sound. Billions of beams of destructive light descended, but they couldn't stop the mountain and river cauldron. Busy! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the ancient beast's soul on it showed signs of awakening. Waves of baleful energy rushed out of the cauldron, and the beast image on the cauldron began to emit waves of soul power. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The peerless ominous saber that had turned into a 30,000 feet long ominous dragon caused countless Tao patterns to crumble. The power of the extreme Tao ancient array couldn't stop this ominous dragon. Legend has it that in ancient times, someone refined an azure dragon into a vicious saber. Could it be true? Haitian's heart shook when he saw the peerless vicious saber transform into a vicious dragon. In ancient times it was a legendary era. At that time there was no such thing as an extreme supremacy. However, in that era, there were supreme existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with an extreme supremacy. The ancient mythological era was too long ago. In today's world, there were only bits and pieces of legends from that era. As for whether the legends were true or false, it was already impossible to verify. The peerless ominous saber transformed into a ferocious dragon that rampaged through the extreme Tao ancient array, and finally plunged into one of the array cores of the extreme Tao ancient array. Buzz! The peerless ominous saber vibrated, and a broken saber the size of a huge mountain appeared on the ground, suppressing one of the array cores of the extreme Tao ancient array. The countless Tao patterns around the ominous saber immediately dimmed. The operation of the entire ancient array was immediately affected. The billions of chaotic divine lights of destruction instantly dissipated by half, and the power of the extreme Tao showed signs of dissipating. At the same time, the violet gold divine sword also seized an opportunity. It transformed into a gigantic sword that pierced into the other array core of the extreme Tao ancient array. Rumble! The extreme Tao ancient array trembled. and a large number of Tao patterns around the violet gold divine sword instantly dimmed. The extreme Tao ancient array was almost broken, but it was still operating. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron had already protected Gu Fei and He Tian, as they rushed out a few hundred miles. They were about to break through the ancient array, but at this moment, a powerful figure of the extreme Tao appeared around the mountain and river cauldron. What? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked to the extreme. It was a figure formed by the condensation of chaotic energy. It was like a real person, and it emitted an aura of the extreme Tao as it surrounded them. How is this possible? Could it be the doing of the spiritual god of the ancient array? Erebus was extremely nervous. This was also the first time he had encountered an ancient formation that had given birth to a spirit god. He knew that only when one's mastery of the Tao of formations reached an unimaginable height would the formation become sentient and have its own will. Bang! One of the chaotic god who was walking towards them made his move. With just a punch, the ferocious power of the extreme Tao shook the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and a stream of primordial chaotic energy swept out like a huge dragon, blocking the punch of the chaotic god that could destroy the world. What's going on? At this time, Gu Fei realized that there were 9 chaotic gods surrounding them. An extremely powerful aura enveloped the mountain and river cauldron. How could they fight against 9 chaotic gods? Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. They did not expect that the ancient array would have such a change just as they were about to break out of it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. One of the chaotic gods wielding the primordial sword shot out a ray of sword light. It broke through the void of heaven and earth as it charged towards Gu Fei and He Tian who were below the mountain and river cauldron. Could it be that these 9 fellows have their own consciousness? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked when they saw this. Everything in front of them was beyond their imagination. It was too unbelievable. There were actually 9 extreme Tao gods in the ancient array. It was too heaven-defying. Roar! A resounding roar could be heard from the mountain and river cauldron. A true dragon rushed out from the cauldron, and a ripple of energy that was not any weaker than a chaotic god could be felt from the true dragon. One of the 4 ancient divine beasts, Azure Dragon. It was a green true dragon that rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. Even though it was just a soul, it was still extremely powerful. It directly shattered the ray of sword light and clashed with the chaotic god. There were countless ancient beast souls suppressed on the mountain and river cauldron. Among these beast souls, the 4 ancient divine beasts were extremely powerful. Even though they were just souls, they were still extremely powerful. The other 7 chaotic gods attacked one after another. The ancient beast souls suppressed on the mountain and river cauldron were awakened one after another. They rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron and clashed with the 9 chaotic gods. A white tiger that was as huge as a mountain spat out a gust of wind that blew a chaotic god backwards. A godly phoenix emitted boundless true fire that engulfed another chaotic god. A gigantic black tortoise charged towards another chaotic god. When the beast souls attacked, a huge battle broke out. Each of the 4 ancient divine beasts had the combat power of an extreme Tao sovereign when they were alive. Even though it was just their souls attacking, it was still extremely terrifying. Shadows of beasts continuously rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. In an instant, other than the 4 ancient divine beasts, there were close to 100 beast souls that rushed out. These were ancient beast souls. Even though they were not as powerful as the 4 ancient divine beasts, their combat power was not to be underestimated. The appearance of this group of beasts was definitely earth-shattering. The 9 chaotic gods fought with the group of beast souls. Even the heavens and earth were pierced through. Target =_blank. Chapter 1486. Even though the extreme Tao ancient formation was suppressed by the violet gold godly sword, the peerless ominous blade, and the mountain and river cauldron, it still displayed a terrifying power. The ancient formation formed 9 chaotic gods. Every chaotic god possessed the power of the extreme Tao. It was as if 9 extreme Tao supremes had descended. Even an extreme Tao supremes would have a headache dealing with such a situation. However, the mountain and river cauldron was still an extreme Tao sacred weapon refined by an extreme Tao sovereign. On the body of the cauldron, there were countless ancient beast souls that rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron, blocking the 9 chaotic gods. Boom! A chaotic fist punched out from the midst of the countless beast souls. Under this fist, the beast souls were scattered in the void. However, the ancient beast souls that were suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron were indestructible. After being dispersed, they would reform on the mountain and river cauldron. The chaotic god that just rushed out from the encirclement of the beast souls was instantly engulfed by the beast souls that rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! The chaotic god roared as if he had his own consciousness. His voice shook the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. This caused Gufei and Hation's hearts to palpitate. These are the 9 combat bodies formed by the ancient formation spiritual god. Hation seemed to have noticed something and was extremely shocked. If he did not guess wrongly, these 9 chaotic gods were truly heaven-defying. Every single one of them had the power to destroy a part of the world. It was as if an extreme Tao Supremes had descended. The beast souls of the 4 ancient divine beasts could only stop the 4 chaotic gods in their tracks. Wang! The chaotic god that wielded the primal chaos sword clashed with the black tortoise. The primal chaos sword shattered the heaven and earth, forcing the black tortoise's divine soul to retreat. Boom! The black tortoise's divine soul transformed into 10,000 feet tall. His overflowing soul power condensed into great Tao beast marks that shook the heaven and earth, forcing the chaotic god back. A dragon claw descended from the clouds towards the chaotic god. The terrifying power of the extreme Tao tore through the void and crushed everything in its path. Pung! The chaotic body fiercely collided with the green dragon claw that was as huge as a mountain. Cracks immediately appeared in the surrounding space, and then it collapsed into nothingness. The primal chaos god was sent flying into the primal void. Roar! The furious roar of the chaotic god could be heard from within the primal chaos. The shattered void was rapidly mending itself, but the chaotic god still managed to break through the primal chaos and charged out from within to fight against the azure dragon. The vermilion bird and a primal chaos god were fighting in another direction. The entire sky had turned into a sea of fire, and the divine fire had turned the ground into magma, causing the void to distort. The chaotic god who was fighting with the vermilion bird released chaotic divine light, blocking the boundless divine fire around him. He punched out again and again. The ferocious fist energy was something that even the vermilion bird did not dare to face head-on. In another direction, a white tiger the size of a mountain was spitting out astral winds from its mouth, causing the extreme Tao formation runes to almost collapse. The chaotic god who was fighting with the white tiger was in big trouble. It was as if he was being slashed by countless invisible blades, and the chaotic essence chi on his body was showing signs of being blown away. The beast souls of the 4 ancient divine beasts were extremely powerful, but they could only block the chaotic god and could not kill him. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron shook, and ancient chaotic beast souls rushed out one after another. An ancient chaotic aura filled the air. The beast souls that could be suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron were not weak. All of them were extremely powerful. Hundreds of beast souls rushed forward and blocked the remaining 5 chaotic gods. When such a group of beast souls swarmed forward, even an extreme Tao sovereign would be shocked. These beast souls were all ancient chaotic beasts. Among these beast souls, some of them were even close to the 4 ancient divine beasts. The entire world was pierced through, and the hundreds of beast souls turned the entire place into a piece of primal chaos. Even the earth, water, wind, and fire were unleashed. Let's go! When Gufei saw this scene, he immediately drove the mountain and river cauldron forward. In front of them was the boundary of the extreme Tao ancient array. As long as they could charge out of it, they would be able to escape from the range of the extreme Tao ancient array. Pung! The distance of 1,000 feet was covered in an instant. After a violent tremor, an ancient cauldron rushed out from the boundless chaotic divine light. Below the ancient cauldron 2 figures appeared. Haha! We finally left that damned place. Haetion laughed out loud. The feeling of escaping was really exciting. Fortunately, Gufei had many extreme Tao Saint weapons with him. Otherwise, even if they had the mountain and river cauldron, they would still be trapped in the extreme Tao ancient array. Roar! Terrifying primal chaos silhouettes appeared behind Gufei and Erebus, enveloped by the primal chaos divine light. The power of the extreme path was vast and mighty. Beast souls condensed on the body of the mountain and river cauldron. The beast souls returned. Buzz! In the extreme Tao ancient array, There was a resounding sword chime. A purple gold divine light broke through the layers of chaotic divine light and rushed out of the extreme Tao ancient array. The purple gold divine sword was kept by Gu Fei. Then, a domineering and terrifying saber chi broke through the heavens and earth and directly rushed out of the extreme Tao ancient array. The chaotic divine figures were destroyed by the saber chi. Wherever the peerless ominous saber went, nothing could stop it. Rumble. The extreme Tao ancient array was activated again. The area within 1,000 miles was like a chaotic world. The power of the extreme Tao was terrifying. This is Gu Fei and He Tian, who rushed out of the extreme Tao ancient array, were immediately stunned by what they saw. They had entered a void of absolute darkness. There was no sky above and no earth below. It was pitch black all around. There was no light at all. In such a void, they had lost their sense of direction. It was as if time had stopped flowing. He Tian wanted to walk out of the void covered by the power of the mountain and river cauldron, but he was stopped by Gu Fei. This place was too strange. After passing through the extreme Tao ancient array, they should be able to see the 9 underworlds. But in front of them there was only a pitch-black void. Furthermore, there seemed to be no end to this space, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to be dumbfounded. Could it be that the yellow springs of the 9 underworlds were located in this pitch-black space? How were they supposed to find it? There was no direction, no light. There was no way to start. That 1,000-year Buddha Lord actually used this move? He Tian's eyes flashed. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his eyes. He wanted to see through this void. But soon he realized that even with the yin-yang divine eyes, he could only see within 100 miles. Any further and he couldn't see clearly. There's a force here that blinds everything. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Even his martial path heavenly eyes couldn't see through this absolute darkness. Could this be another trick left behind by an extreme Tao sovereign? Target equals _blank. Chapter 1487. Indestructible Martial Lord Chapter 1495. Ancient Buddha ship. The dark space was incomparably cold and vast, as though there was no end to it. Gu and He Tian continuously traversed through this dark space. And in one after another, the array platforms crumbled in the void, and the top-grade spirit jades turned into dust. There was no spirit energy here, nor was there any life force. Cultivators could not absorb even a strand of spirit energy here. What's going on? Could this really be a boundless dark void? After losing over 100 formation platforms, Gu and He Tian had no choice but to stop. At this moment, they had already entered a dark void. There was no light here, no direction, and they couldn't even feel the passage of time. Buddha once said that the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. Gu pondered for a while before saying these words. These were the words of the Buddha to guide people to do good. They had been passed down for countless years and were still the most ancient and classic words of the Buddha. You're saying that this is the sea of bitterness that Buddha spoke of? He Tian couldn't help being stunned. Could it be that this was something left behind by the Buddhist Lord? If that was the case, then they would never be able to come into contact with the legendary gate of reincarnation. We even made it through the extreme Tao ancient array. Could this place be even more terrifying than the extreme Tao ancient array? He Tian was unwilling to give up. They were only separated from the gate of reincarnation by this seemingly boundless dark void. In the absolute darkness of the void, only Gu and He Tian existed. It was as if the two of them had been exiled into the boundless void. At this time it was already hard for them to back down. Is there any way to light up this place of absolute darkness? Gu asked after some thought. In this place where there was no direction, they could only find their way with light. Only by illuminating this place could one know what was hidden behind the darkness. Gu did not believe that there was such a thing as a sea of bitterness in this world. Aside from being a bit darker, this place was not a boundless ocean. The sea of bitterness was just a metaphor. Unless it's an extreme supreme being, no one can light up this place. He Tian thought about it for a while before saying this. This place was most likely a trap set up by the ancient Buddhist Lord, and it could only be broken by someone of the same level of power. Gu fell into deep thought. It was not that the power of the extreme path could not be borrowed, but it would require a lot of effort. It was not something that could be borrowed just because one wanted to. At this moment, Haetion's expression was also solemn. In this absolute dark void land, there was no spiritual chi, no life, and no extreme Tao power to stimulate the mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold divine sword, and the peerless ominous saber. It was not an easy task to awaken the mountain and river cauldron in such a place. Just as Gu and Haetion were at a loss as to what to do, a weak golden light suddenly appeared in the distance. A weak wave of Buddhist power came from afar. That is, Gu and Haetion were both shocked and overjoyed. They calmed down in an instant, then hid in the void and stealthily moved towards the Buddhist light in the distance. When they neared it, they could not help but be shocked. This was no Buddhist light. What appeared in front of Gu and Haetion was a ship. To be more precise, it was a Buddhist ship. This Buddhist ship sailed quickly in the dark void. It was unknown where it was heading. On the ancient ship, there was a Wan Buddhist seal that was unique to Buddhism. It was the Buddhist light emitted by the Wan Buddhist seal that enveloped the entire ship, allowing it to resist the merciless corrosion of time. There was no aura of life coming from the Buddhist ship. This strange scene caused Gu and Haetion to be bewildered. However, in the end they still decided to board this ancient ship to take a look. Could this dark void really be the legendary Bitter Sea? Gu naturally wouldn't take the risk with his true body. He mobilized his holy grade clone. This clone looked no different from Gu, but it emitted the fluctuations of holy grade energy. A holy grade immortal Tao clone was incomparably powerful. It soared into the sky and appeared above the ship in a single step. It then looked down. There was no one on the ancient Buddha ship. Gu's Saint-class clone noticed that there were puddles of dried blood on the deck of the ancient ship. These bloodstains were not the usual brown color, but a faint gold. Gu's clone's heart shook. These faint golden bloodstains indicated many things. A battle had once taken place on this ship. Only the blood of a virtuous monk would be golden. This was the golden Buddhist blood of the Buddhist sect. It contained Buddhist power and would not dry up. The golden Buddhist blood would only dry up after all the Buddhist power was drained away, turning into a faint golden mark. Clearly, a Buddhist virtuous monk was injured. That was why there were golden bloodstains on the ship's deck. Someone had injured a powerhouse of the ancient Buddhist sect. Gu's holy grade clone slowly landed on the deck. Inside the pitch-black cabin, there was an occasional cold wind, as if some peerless devil was hiding inside. The ancient Buddhist ship was sailing on its own, as if it was really sailing on an endless sea. No one knew its destination. The ancient Buddhist ship was shrouded in Buddhist power. Even Gu's clone's divine sense couldn't enter the cabin. It was blocked by a force. If one wanted to know what was inside the cabin, they would have to enter. Gu's holy grade clone walked towards the cabin. 9 supreme immortal lights rushed out of his body. The resplendent immortal light illuminated the dark void. Borrowing the weak light, Gu's holy grade clone could vaguely see a figure inside the cabin. This made his scalp tingle. All of this was extremely strange. He didn't dare to be careless. Swish! Gu's holy grade clone shot a beam of light into the cabin, illuminating it. When the incarnation of ancient Gu saw the scene in the cabin clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? In the cabin there were many figures. There were monks sitting cross-legged. The entire cabin was filled with monks with their palms together and their eyes closed. There were no less than 100 of them. Furthermore, there was not the slightest trace of life on these monks, nor were there any fluctuations of Buddhist energy. It was unknown how long these monks had been dead. When Gu's holy grade clone wanted to enter the cabin, a gust of black energy suddenly surged out from the depths of the cabin. In an instant, it enveloped the entire cabin. An extremely evil aura suddenly exploded without any warning. In the black energy, a withered black hand silently reached for Gu's holy grade clone's chest, as if it wanted to dig out his heart. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1488. In the pitch-black space, Gu Fei and Haetion encountered an ancient Buddha ship. The ship was dead silent, without a trace of life. In the hold of the ship, there were even corpses sitting cross-legged. Those were the corpses of monks. They were dressed in strange and ancient clothing. They were probably not people of this world. Seeing this scene, no matter how determined Gu Fei was, he couldn't help but change his expression. The ship was filled with corpses. At first glance, there didn't seem to be any wounds on the corpses of the monks. Could it be that he fought with someone and was instantly killed here by someone's great divine ability? Just as Gu Fei was bewildered and wanted to enter the cabin, a gust of black energy surged out from the depths of the cabin like a galloping horse. In the blink of an eye, the cabin was shrouded in black energy. At the same time, a skinny black claw silently reached out from the black energy, as if it wanted to rip Gu Fei's heart out. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His entire body radiated with immortal divine light. The strange black energy that pounced towards him was repelled by the divine light. Couldn't get close to him at all. Swoosh! One of the 9 strands of immortal light circling around his body rushed up and slashed at the lifeless black hand that was grabbing at him. The immortal divine light was like a divine rainbow. It was extremely fast. However, the extremely strange black hand retreated the moment the immortal divine light reached it. What kind of demon are you? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Gu Fei stared at the cabin shrouded in black energy and said in a low voice. In the absolute silence of the dark void, even a whisper could travel very far. His primordial spirit entered this saint-level avatar. He really wasn't afraid of anyone. It should be known that in this world where sages were extinct, the power of a sage represented the strongest power. Whether it was in the human world or the heavenly realm, there weren't many people who could use the power of a sage. Gu Fei's confidence came from his powerful battle prowess. In the face of absolute power, all divine abilities and magical arts were trash, unable to withstand a single blow. There was no reaction from the ancient ship. At this time, the ancient Buddha ship was already shrouded by an extremely evil aura. The golden Buddha light dimmed, and the swastika on the ship was also changing. The golden Buddha's power was transforming into the most evil and evil devil power, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. The legend of the ancient Buddha turning into a devil was not groundless. In ancient times, there was once a great upheaval in Buddhism. There was a Buddhist Vedanta with profound cultivation who actually turned from Buddha to devil overnight, becoming a Buddha devil. This kind of existence was a combination of Buddha and devil. The two powers could change at will. Even those who cultivated the heavens, I would find it difficult to see anything. There was actually a Buddhist expert on this ancient ship that had turned into a Buddhist devil. The ancient Buddha ship gradually turned into a devil ship, emitting a monstrous amount of devil energy as it sailed forward. Its destination was unknown. In this pitch-black space, this ancient ship seemed extremely tiny. The devil on the ship didn't attack again, but Gu Fei could faintly see that there were figures moving around in the cabin. Could it be that the corpses in the cabin had come back to life? Gu Fei felt his scalp going numb. In this boundless darkness, he couldn't help but be shocked to see such an incomparably strange ancient ship. The senses of the primordial spirit didn't differentiate between the real body and the clone. Gu Fei's real body and He Tian were silently following behind the ancient ship. I'm afraid this ancient ship has already been taken over by some devil. He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. The ancient Buddha ship turning into a devil ship was already an extraordinary thing. The evil power must have originated from the devil. Could it be that the devil has already entered this place before us? Gu Fei found it hard to believe. One had to know that this place was protected by an extreme ancient formation. What kind of devil could break in? Only a supreme demon lord of the extreme Tao could break through the extreme Tao ancient formation. He Tian didn't say anything. This was a great secret from the eons. No one knew what would appear in this desolate land of origin. Very quickly, the devil ship rushed out for tens of thousands of miles. The devil energy on the ship gradually became stronger. It was as if a supreme devil was gradually awakening. Not good. Gu Fei's real body and He Tian felt uneasy. Clearly, the devil on the ship was gathering its power. When the devil energy on the ship reached its peak, the devil on the ship would most likely attack. Buzz! Above the demonic ship, Gu Fei's holy-grade clone shuddered. The 9 streaks of divine light around him immediately shot out and pierced through the ship's hold. The resplendent light illuminated the entire void, dispersing the black mist in the cabin. What? When Gu Fei saw the scene inside the cabin, he couldn't help but be startled. The cabin was completely empty. Nearly 100 corpses were gone. How can this be? It was truly unimaginable. Could it be that these corpses had disappeared into thin air? This was too strange. This gave Gu Fei a bad premonition, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Boom! The ancient ship shook violently. The 9 divine lights struck the cabin, but to Gu Fei's surprise, they didn't penetrate the ship. The ancient ship was brimming with demonic energy. On the hull of the ship, the already black 10,000 Buddhist seal emitted a frightening demonic light. The ancient ship erupted with a vast wave of demonic energy, blocking the 9 beams of immortal light. This was the divine power of the immortal Tao at the sacred level. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. Sneaky shady thing, Gu Fei bellowed furiously. His immortal Tao God force surged rapidly as a powerful sage-level aura emanated from his clone, causing the entire void to tremble. Bang! Gu Fei conjured a giant hand with a divine immortal art, and slammed it down on the ship below. The power of the giant hand caused the void below it to collapse. The power of a saint-grade cultivator was extremely powerful. This time the ancient ship finally reacted. A figure shrouded in black mist walked out of the cabin. This? Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. There was no one in the cabin just now, and the corpses of hundreds of monks disappeared. How could there be someone else coming out of the cabin at this time? This was too strange. This demonic ship wasn't simple. Boom! The 3 demonic shadows punched upwards at the same time. Boundless demonic power erupted from the fists of the 3 demonic shadows, meeting the huge hand that came crashing down from the sky. Rumble! The immortal force and demonic force collided. The dark void was illuminated by the explosion of light. The ancient ship shook violently from the impact, almost flipping over. The vast power caused spatial cracks to appear in the void. The 3 demonic figures actually withstood the attack of Gu Fei's Saint Avatar. This shocked Gu Fei. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1489. Gu Fei made his move. His Saint-grade clone unleashed the power of a Saint-grade expert, sending out a palm strike. Boundless immortal energy shook the heavens and the earth, causing the void to collapse. Book C Pavilion. 3 demonic figures walked out from the hold of the ship, as if they were threatened. Each of these demonic figures exuded a towering demonic aura, as if a great demon was born. Gu Fei clearly saw that there was no one in the hold, but at this moment, 3 demonic figures walked out from the hold, causing Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. This demonic ship was not simple. The 3 demonic figures didn't say anything, but directly attacked on the deck, throwing out 3 punches at the same time. 3 powerful demonic energies converged into a powerful current, colliding with Gu Fei's giant palm strike. Rumble! Muffled booms shook the space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Numerous spatial cracks appeared in the pitch-black space, each of which was thousands of miles long. Primal chaos energy seeped out from the spatial cracks. This was a battle between the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao, a battle between the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao. The 2 Saint-grade experts clashed, forming a terrifying destructive force that swept out in all directions. The ancient ship beneath the 3 demonic figures sank tens of thousands of feet, shaking violently as if it was about to fall apart. However, the ship was already heading in the same direction. The demonic aura surrounding the 3 demonic figures standing on the deck dispersed, revealing their appearances hidden within the demonic aura. What? When Gu Fei saw the 3 demonic figures, he was shocked. These 3 demonic figures were actually the monks in the hold of the ship. Gu Fei clearly remembered that these 3 monks were 3 of the hundreds of monk corpses. At this moment, the 3 monks had already turned into terrifying fiendish demons. They were no longer the cold corpses they had been before. This is... In the distant sky, Gu Fei's true body and He Tian, who were hidden in the void, were equally dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This didn't seem to be as simple as the ancient Buddha turning into a demon. One must know that there were over 100 corpses of ancient monks on the ship. What kind of concept was that? If the corpses of these ancient monks were controlled by the devil on the ship, it would be a powerful force that could sweep through the entire world. Ancient monks had immortal bodies that could exist for an eternity. This was the immortal Buddha body that could only be cultivated by Buddhist Vedanta. In the ancient era, there were many experts. There were many more almighty existences than there were now. An orthodoxy like the ancient Buddhist sect, which was founded by an extreme Tao supremacy, was naturally incomparably powerful. However, the fact that all the monks on the ancient ship were virtuous Buddhists was too frightening. However, in that golden era this didn't seem to be impossible. The immortal Buddha body transformed into a demonic corpse was extremely powerful. Although it wasn't as powerful as they were when they were alive, Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious. Roar! The Buddha body demonic corpse suddenly roared in rage. A monstrous demonic aura surged from its body before it soared into the sky and charged towards Gu Fei. The pupils of each Buddha body demonic corpse turned blood red. Their faces were filled with hostility. Demonic qi rose from their 7 orifices as if something was hiding in their bodies. Although the Buddha body of the Almighty Buddhist sect was powerful, it was far from being able to compete with Gu Fei's Saint-Tier doppelganger. The thing that could truly compete with Gu Fei's Saint-Tier doppelganger was the thing that was hiding in the Buddha body. Gu Fei quickly realized this point. A great battle broke out. The 3 Buddha body demonic corpses were extremely powerful. The immortal Buddha body was actually strong enough to compete with Gu Fei's immortal sacred physique. Bam! Gu Fei quickly threw a punch at one of the incoming Buddha body demonic corpses, forcing it back. Next, he executed the 8 desolation steps and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived above the head of another Buddha body demonic corpse and stomped down. Boom! Gu Fei directly stomped the Buddha body demonic corpse down. The Buddha body demonic corpse was like a meteor, sinking tens of thousands of feet in the pitch-black void before stabilizing its body. After forcing back 2 Buddha body demonic corpses, Gu Fei immediately rushed to the 3rd Buddha body demonic corpse. Void reversal. Gu Fei pressed his hand forward. A wave of immortal Tao divine force gushed out from his palm, instantly enveloping the Buddha body demonic corpse. The void trembled. The Buddha body demonic corpse turned transparent, as if it had become one with the void around it. It was then smashed into the void by Gu Fei. Roar! The Buddha body demon corpse roared as a powerful demonic power erupted from its body. It wanted to break through the void and rush out of it. Kill! Gu Fei roared and directly punched out. The violent immortal Tao force formed a terrifying torrent in front of his fist, directly piercing through the Buddha body demonic corpse that was smashed into the void. Bang! The near-transparent void that was frozen by Gu Fei suddenly shattered like a mirror. The Buddha body demonic corpse, like a reflection in the mirror, also shattered into thousands of pieces. A Buddha body demonic corpse was destroyed by Gu Fei just like that. There seemed to be a demonic shadow that wanted to rush out from the body of the Buddha body demonic corpse, but in the end it did not succeed. It was directly obliterated by the power of the void, leaving nothing behind. The void that was shattered like a mirror, along with the fragments of the Buddha body demonic corpse, were annihilated in the void. Sure enough, something is wrong. Gu Fei knew that these Buddha body demonic corpses were possessed by some kind of demonic will. The powerful Buddha body demonic corpse was turned into a devil corpse, and the demonic will also brought with it a powerful demonic force. Roar! Just as Gu Fei destroyed the Buddha body demonic corpse, an angry roar came from the ancient ship. The speed of the entire ancient ship immediately slowed down, as if something was about to rush out from the ancient ship. At this time, the other 2 Buddha body demonic corpses had already returned. Each of them surged with monstrous demonic qi, and there was a vague demonic shadow on the body of the Buddha body demonic corpse. It was a terrifying demonic face, indescribable. Deceiving the devil. Gu Fei shouted, displaying a supreme immortal Tao divine technique. 9 rays of immortal Tao divine light turned into 9 supreme immortal swords, exuding endless sword qi, and pierced towards the 2 Buddha body demonic corpses. He wanted to defeat them one by one, so he only used 1 sword light to block one of the Buddha body demonic corpses, and then the other 8 sword lights greeted the other Buddha body demonic corpse. Buzz! The 9 supreme immortal swords vibrated at the same time, instantly breaking through the layers of demonic qi, and slashed towards the Buddha body demonic corpse in the middle of the demonic qi. Each sword light tore through the void. Roar! The Buddha body demonic corpse roared, and the demonic shadow behind the Buddha body demonic corpse opened its mouth and inhaled. Immediately, 5 supreme immortal swords were devoured by the demonic shadow. However, the demonic shadow could only devour 5 supreme immortal swords. The remaining 3 supreme immortal swords instantly nailed the Buddha body demonic corpse in the void. At the same time, Gu Fei turned into a ray of immortal light and rushed past. When Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void again, bang! The Buddha body demonic corpse immediately exploded behind Gu Fei, turning into a cloud of demonic qi, and dissipated in the void. However, just as Gu Fei was about to destroy the second Buddha body demonic corpse, an extremely dangerous aura was emitted from the ancient ship. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1490. The Buddha body demonic corpse was extremely powerful. It was a demonic creature that was possessed by the demonic will. Although this demonic creature was terrifying, it was still no match for Gu Fei's saint-level avatar. Book C Pavilion. However, just as Gu Fei destroyed the second Buddha body demonic corpse, the ancient ship that was sailing forward gradually slowed down. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted from the ancient ship. Rumble. The entire ancient ship was shaking as if something was about to rush out of the ship. The entire ancient ship was filled with a mighty demonic aura, and the most evil power was rapidly condensing. Roar. At this time, the remaining Buddha body demonic corpse charged over. Monstrous demonic aura shrouded the surroundings and a terrifying demonic shadow appeared on the body of the demonic corpse. It touched its face ferociously as if it wanted to shatter the void with a roar. However, this was only a strand of demonic will, and not the true body of this ferocious demon. It had the intention to kill but was unable to truly threaten Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei's primordial spirit controlled the saint-level avatar and directly rushed forward. He punched out and smashed the claws of the demonic corpse, causing its palms to explode. Swish! He turned around and swept his right leg towards the waist of the Buddha body demonic corpse like a divine whip. The violent power caused the void to shake. Bam! Gu Fei's speed was too fast. This kick ruthlessly swept the waist of the Buddha body demonic corpse and sent it flying. Its entire body was broken in the middle and black blood sprayed everywhere. Even though they had died countless years ago, the Buddha blood in the bodies of the ancient monks on the ancient ship had not completely dried up. However, the golden Buddha blood had already been demonized into ink-black demonic blood. The demonic blood was full of demonic nature. If a drop of demonic blood splashed onto the body, even a powerful expert would be instantly demonized and become a terrifying great demon. The demonic blood that sprayed out from the Buddha body demonic corpse did not scatter in the void. Instead, it rapidly converged. In just an instant, a demonic shadow condensed from demonic blood appeared in front of Gu Fei. As for the two halves of the demonic corpse, they fell into the endless dark void and disappeared without a trace. So what? As Gu Fei spoke, all the immortal Tao God force in his body converged towards his forehead. As the immortal energy condensed, beams of immortal Tao God force shot out from between his brows. Swoosh! Like a world-destroying divine eye, a dazzling beam of divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's brows, piercing through the demonic figure in front of him. This was no ordinary immortal Tao God light. This immortal Tao God light contained great Tao runes and the power of the great Tao. Even a true devil would be injured if it was hit. The demonic figure was startled and wanted to escape back to the ancient ship. It left behind a series of afterimages in the void as it pounced toward the ancient ship with extreme speed. However, in front of Gu Fei, who possessed the world's fastest speed, this demonic shadow had no chance of escaping. The divine light of the great path that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows made a turn in the air and instantly caught up with the demonic shadow. Then it instantly killed the demonic shadow. A wisp of demonic consciousness dissipated in the void. After the divine light of the great path killed the Buddha body demonic corpse, it flew back to Gu Fei and entered between Gu Fei's brows. Roar! On the ancient ship, demonic aura rose and terrifying roars sounded. An extremely evil aura engulfed the entire dark void, making one's scalp tingle. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from within the cabin. Demonic shadows walked out from within the demonic aura. They were Buddha corpses, or more accurately Buddha bodies that had been demonized. The corpses of the ancient monks that had disappeared reappeared. But these corpses had turned into terrifying, ferocious demons. 1, 2, 3. A total of 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses exuding monstrous demonic aura walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck. The demonic ship finally stopped and stopped moving forward. The 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses all raised their heads and stared at Gu Fei in the sky with their crimson eyes that emitted a strange blood-red light. Those corpses have all been demonized into demonic corpses. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The Buddha bodies and demonic corpses were extremely evil and terrifying. The demonic consciousness that entered the Buddha bodies brought with it an extremely tyrannical power of the demonic path. The power of the demonic path on the Buddha bodies and demonic corpses made the demonized Buddha bodies extremely tyrannical. This time, a layer of pitch-black scales grew on the bodies of the 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses. These 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses were much stronger than the ones that Gu Fei had previously destroyed. When the 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses stood together, even Gu Fei's saint-level avatar was secretly shocked. Roar! Suddenly, the 13 Buddha bodies roared at the sky at the same time, and the terrifying sound waves shattered the void. Then demonic aura erupted. In the pitch-black demonic aura, 13 figures soared into the sky and attacked Gu Fei in the sky. Rumble! The 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses attacked together like an army from the demon world. The terrifying demonic fluctuations they emitted caused the entire pitch-black void to tremble. Far up in the sky, Gu Fei's true body and He Tian, who were hidden in the void, were incomparably nervous at the sight of this. 13 devil corpses. That was practically 13 fiendish devils that had emerged from hell. Kill! Gu Fei's immortal Tao's sacred physique emitted a boundless divine light. His entire person was like a sovereign of the immortal Tao above the 9 heavens. 9 divine lights coiled around him and descended from the sky, attacking the 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses. Buzz! The 9 divine lights around him vibrated at the same time, emitting terrifying vibrations. They turned into 9 great dragons that rushed towards the 13 Buddha bodies and demonic corpses. Boom! The 9 dragon shadows collided with the 13 Buddha bodies. The void trembled, and a large amount of demonic aura dissipated in the void. The 9 dragon shadows blurred and almost disappeared. Step on the 9 heavens, I am the sole sovereign. Gu Fei descended from the sky. When his foot landed, heaven and earth trembled. The 9 dim dragons were immediately filled with power again, emitting a boundless immortal light. This scene was absolutely shocking. Gu Fei, who descended from the sky on the 9 dragons, was like a supreme celestial venerate, displaying the aura of a saint realm expert. Bam! The Buddha bodies and demonic corpses that rushed at the front were immediately sent flying. Roar! The Buddha bodies and demonic corpses that came later roared and punched at Gu Fei. Endless demonic power erupted like 100,000 volcanoes at the same time, and the entire void collapsed. It was too powerful. Gu Fei was actually beaten into the shattered void. Demonic corpses comparable to demon saints. How is this possible? Gu Fei's true body and Erebus, who were hidden in the distant sky, were dumbfounded. These Buddha corpses were too powerful. Just what was on this ancient ship that could create such killing tools? Book C Pavilion Dash. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1491. Boom! 7 or 8 fiend corpses attacked at the same time, unleashing a powerful punch that caused the void to collapse and even sent Gu Fei into the shattered void. Book C Pavilion. Good. A loud roar rang out from within the shattered void. Then a figure broke through the chaos and charged out from within the void. Buzz! The void trembled. With Gu Fei as the center, the void within a radius of 1,000 miles was locked. Everything was still. Even the rising demonic aura on the ancient ship was still. In this void of 1,000 miles, only Gu Fei could move freely. Swoosh! Divine light emerged from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. There was the power of the great path inside, and a sword of the way condensed in front of his forehead. Swoosh! The spirit sword of the way took shape and flew directly in front of Gu Fei, killing the 13 fiend corpses that were imprisoned in the void. The sword light rushed up and instantly turned one of the fiend corpses into ashes, dissipating in the void. There was nothing in the world that could stop the power of the great path. The spirit sword of the way flashed again and again. In just an instant, 6 fiend corpses were killed by Gu Fei. The demonic thoughts on the fiend corpses did not even have a chance to escape. Roar! Just as Gu Fei killed the 6th fiend corpse, a terrifying demonic roar came from the ancient ship again. A powerful demonic power erupted from the ancient ship, breaking through the power of Gu Fei's imprisonment of the void and rushing over. The void of heaven and earth was like transparent ice, shattered by the ancient ship. The remaining 7 fiend corpses were freed and rushed onto the ancient ship. Boom! The ancient ship carried the 7 Buddha corpses and sailed into the boundless darkness, no longer fighting against Gu Fei. The mysterious existence on the ship seemed to have retreated. The Saint Great Immortal Tao's sacred physique was like a saint descending. The mysterious existence on the ship seemed to be unable to leave the ancient ship. Its power was suppressed, and the demonic will it released was destroyed. This also affected the mysterious existence on the ship. Enveloped by boundless devil qi, the ancient ship sped forward as if it wanted to get rid of Gu Fei. It didn't want to tangle with Gu Fei anymore. Gu Fei hurriedly chased after it, but he immediately thought of something. He quietly slowed down as if he couldn't catch up to the ancient ship. Since he had already alerted the enemy, Gu Fei became even more careful. In the end, the ancient ship disappeared into the boundless darkness. However, Gu Fei wasn't shaken off by the ship. He stealthily followed it from afar. The Saint-grade flying avatar and the true body converged. Gu Fei and He Tian wanted to know the secret of the ancient ship. Why was there an unimaginable devil entrenched here? Logically speaking, this used to be the territory of the eternal Buddhist Lord. How could there be a devil here? And how could the Buddhist Lord allow a devil to occupy this place without doing anything? One had to know that Buddhas and devils were natural enemies. In the past, when the eternal Buddhist Lord achieved his Tao, devils from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks came to disturb him. They wanted to destroy his foundation and stop him from achieving his Tao. The eternal Buddhist Lord's Tao heart was firm and unaffected by external devils. He successfully confirmed his Tao and struck with lightning speed. Countless devils were forcibly enlightened by him. Although this was a legend of the Buddhist path, it was enough to explain one thing. Buddhas and devils were irreconcilable existences. He Tian and Gu Fei thought of many things, but they couldn't understand why such a terrifying devil would appear in the core region of the wildlands. After the ship sailed for more than 100,000 li, the devil energy on the ship gradually dissipated. Gu Fei and the others followed behind the ship. They could faintly hear the chanting of scriptures. Gu Fei and He Tian exchanged glances. There was a change on the ship. The chanting in the void was coming from the ancient ship. Why was there chanting on the ship? Could it be that besides the mysterious devil, there were also ancient Buddhas chanting scriptures to subdue the devil? No one knew what was happening on the ship, but Gu Fei and He Tian could feel a Buddhist power awakening on the ship. The evil power of the devil path was being suppressed by the sacred power of the Buddhist path. Roar! Roars of disbelief came from the ship. Following that, the 10,000 Buddhist seal on the ship gradually turned golden, and the Buddhist energy turned into Buddhist radiance. The devil ship was transforming into a Buddha ship. This transformation caused both Gu Fei and Erebus to be dumbfounded. These were 2 completely opposite forces that walked the path of extremes. How could they transform into each other? It was too strange. This caused Gu Fei and He Tian to feel their hair standing on end. The ancient ship eventually turned into an ancient Buddhist ship shrouded in Buddhist radiance. The devil power on the ship was completely suppressed by the Buddhist power. Gu Fei used his martial Tao heavenly eye to look at the ship. He could vaguely see figures moving about inside the ship. The corpses of the ancient Buddhist monks that had disappeared earlier had reappeared. There seems to be less corpses inside, He Tian suddenly said. He cultivated the yin-yang divine eye, and could also see inside the ship. He discovered something strange. It was too strange. However, what shocked Gu Fei and Erebus the most was that this space of absolute darkness they were in seemed to be truly boundless and boundless. Even the desolate world had an end. Could this dark space be even vaster than the desolate world? How could this be possible? The Buddhist sovereign's method was too inconceivable. To use such a method to hide the origin of heaven and earth in the boundless darkness, who would be able to find it? Gu Fei and He Tian had no other choice but to enter the ancient Buddhist ship. However, they had to be wary of this ancient Buddhist ship turning into a devil ship. After traveling for about 1,000,000 miles, the speed of the ancient Buddhist ship began to slow down. After that, a stone platform the size of a small mountain appeared in front of the ship. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this stone platform floating in the darkness, they were both surprised and happy. This was a refined stone platform. Although it didn't emit any energy fluctuations, The ancient and vicissitudes of the stone platform caused Gu Fei and He Tian to be incomparably shocked. The ancient Buddhist ship flew above the lotus stone platform. After that, a surge of Buddhist energy flowed down from the ship and poured into the refining stone platform. With the infusion of Buddhist energy, the ancient Buddhist runes on the refining stone platform began to emit a faint golden light. Ancient Buddhist array. He Tian was shocked. This refining stone platform was actually an array platform. This array platform was definitely related to the ancient Buddhist gate. Buzz! The lotus stone platform seemed to have absorbed enough Buddhist energy, and suddenly shook violently. Countless Buddhist Tao runes seemed to have come to life, rushing out from the lotus stone platform and enveloping the ancient Buddhist ship in the sky. Not good! He Tian screamed and rushed towards the lotus stone platform. However, at this time the space above the lotus stone platform trembled. The resplendent Buddhist energy instantly dimmed. The enormous ancient Buddhist ship actually disappeared before Gu Fei and He Tian's eyes. Book C Pavilion. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1492. It's the ancient Buddhist gate's teleportation array. Two silhouettes stood on an ancient stone platform that floated in the endless darkness. A voice came from the stone platform. Book C Pavilion. What should I do? Can it be activated? Gu Fei was a little nervous. He didn't know where the ancient Buddhist array had teleported the ancient Buddhist ship to. Perhaps this was a space of endless darkness created by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It was like a formless sea of bitterness that blocked the origin of the heaven and earth. Only by reaching the other shore would one be able to see the 9 nether springs and the gate of samsara. He Tian carefully analyzed the Buddhist Tao runes on the ancient stone platform. The ancient stone platform seemed to have existed since the creation of the heaven and earth, emitting a boundless aura. Several hours later, He Tian made various attempts, but the Buddhist Tao runes on the ancient stone platform showed no reaction. It seems like only the power of Buddhism can activate this platform. He Tian's forehead was beaded with sweat. The ancient runes on the stone platform were simply too ancient. Moreover, to activate this ancient array, one could only infuse it with boundless Buddhist energy. Gu Fei and He Tian weren't Buddhist almighties, so how could they infuse Buddhist energy into the ancient array? If only I had a supreme Buddhist weapon, Gu Fei muttered to himself. However, the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord had already appeared and taken away all the Buddhist weapons on him. At this moment, how could he find the power of the Buddhist Tao to activate the ancient array platform? Seems like I only have one way. Erebus thought about it for a long time before saying these words. What way? Hearing this, Gu Fei immediately became spirited. This ancient formation platform was floating in the endless darkness. It was most likely the passage left behind by the ancient Buddhist masters to enter the origin land of this heaven. However, the ancient Buddhist Lord was too cautious. This ancient array could only be activated by Buddhist energy to prevent the origin of the heaven and earth from falling into the hands of other cultivators. Could it be that the ancient Buddhist Lord had already foreseen that outsiders would enter this place? Extreme Supremes possessed incredible mystiques. Perhaps the ancient Buddhist Lord really did peek into some heaven's secret. This made Gu Fei feel incredulous. Wait! He Tian uttered one word. Wait! Gu Fei was taken aback for a moment before realization dawned on him. To them, this was already the best solution. Since there was an ancient Buddha ship, there might be a second one. The ancient stone platform was like a dock in the sea of bitterness. Perhaps there were other ancient Buddhist ships anchored on this dock. Gu Fei and He Tian sat cross-legged on the ancient stone platform. They sat there for several days. Time could be said to be the most worthless thing to them who had cultivated successfully. Theoretically, as long as they cultivated to the immortal God realm, they would already be able to live forever. However, nothing was absolute in this world. Since there was life, there was definitely death. Although immortals and gods could live forever, they could also die due to various reasons. However, nothing was absolute in this world. Since there was life, there was also death. Although immortals could live forever, they could also die due to various reasons. In the silent and dark void there was no sound or light. The absolute darkness and silence gave off a strong sense of oppression. There were no ripples of energy in this pitch-black space. Time passed silently. In this absolute darkness, It was as if the passage of time could no longer be felt. Gu Fei's group discovered that this ancient stone platform wasn't absolutely still in the void. It was slowly moving according to a certain trajectory. The stone platform's movement was too slow. If one wasn't paying attention, they wouldn't notice it. Gu Fei and He Tian sat on the stone platform for more than 10 days. However, during this time there was no second ancient Buddhist ship. They weren't in a hurry. They had plenty of time. 1 month passed and nothing happened. 2 months passed as well. Gu Fei and He Tian sat on the stone platform motionless. It was as if the outside world had nothing to do with them. Half a year passed. A cold aura gradually appeared thousands of miles away. On the stone platform, Gu Fei and He Tian still hadn't woken up. In this half a year, Gu Fei reflected on his path of growth. How he walked step by step to where he was now. The scenes that had been sealed in his mind in the past resurfaced in his mind, giving him many insights and greatly improving his state of mind. The cold and gloomy aura of thousands of miles seemed to be moving towards the ancient stone platform. After another half a year, the cold aura was already more than 1,000 miles away. Moreover, the range of this cold aura was shockingly large, actually covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were alarmed. They woke up from their meditations and stood up from the stone platform. They looked towards the direction of the cold aura. That is, thousands of miles away, a large expanse of gray mist appeared in the pitch-black void. The cold and gloomy aura came from that mist. Too strange. Mahakala's expression changed. The gray mist seemed to have enveloped the entire world and was gradually spreading towards the ancient stone platform. Although the speed was not fast, it would probably envelop the entire ancient stone platform in a few months' time. What was inside this strange fog? Even Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't see through it. Let me go take a look, Gu Fei said as he rushed out from the stone platform. 1 step took him 100 miles. In just 7 or 8 steps he was near the fog. That is, Gu Fei could vaguely see that there seemed to be many things floating in the fog in front of him. This was definitely rare in the dark void. Whoosh! He waved his sleeves and a gust of strong wind immediately blew forward, blowing away a large patch of gray fog in front of him. A large hand suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This was a severed hand, the size of a small mountain. At the place where it was severed, the blood had dried up and formed a layer of black blood scab. Such a large severed hand, but it was unknown how long it had been floating in the fog. It was only when the fog was blown away by Gu Fei's strong wind that it was revealed. There was no breath of life on the severed hand, and the essence qi contained within it had completely disappeared. Gu Fei never thought that the fog would look like this. After he recovered from his shock, he waved his sleeves again and again, dispersing a large patch of gray fog. The space within a radius of 12 miles that was shrouded in gray mist appeared before Gu Fei's eyes. When Gu Fei saw the scene in front of him, he was completely stunned. He saw that in the void within a radius of more than 10 miles, there were corpses and a large number of broken weapons and chariots floating in the air. This was actually a battlefield that could move. Book C Pavilion Dash. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1493. Under the shroud of the gray mist was a vast battlefield. This was something that Gu Fei and He Tian could never have imagined. This was an ancient battlefield floating in the dark void. Book C Pavilion. An ancient chariot lay in the void. It was covered with the marks of swords, spears, swords, and halberds. The 3 beasts that pulled the chariot were decapitated. Cold corpses could be seen floating in the void everywhere. The entire area covered by the gray mist reached a radius of 100,000 miles. If the entire space covered by the mist was a battlefield, it would be too shocking. The vast battlefield had been floating in the dark void for God knows how long. Some of the supreme godly weapons had already lost all their essence and became pieces of scrap metal. However, some of the treasures were still shining with a cold light even though they were broken. Gu Fei continued to go deeper, dispersing the gray mist. The scale of the ancient battlefield was definitely shocking. Countless human and foreign race cultivators had died in battle here. It was hard to imagine that an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. Gu Fei had no choice but to stop after venturing several hundred miles into the fog-shrouded ancient battlefield. because the fog that had been dispersed behind him was gradually gathering again. If he ventured any deeper, he might get lost in this ancient battlefield. However, just as Gu Fei was about to leave the ancient battlefield, a golden light appeared in the mist ahead. This golden light was like a star that was infinitely far away, flickering in the mist. What is that? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. After dispersing the mist in front of him, he headed towards the golden light. He could feel a familiar fluctuation coming from the front. In the dead silence of the ancient battlefield, there was a cold and gloomy aura. It was as though he had walked into hell. However, there was a strange fluctuation coming from the golden light. What's going on? Could it be? Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. Instantly he became alert. As he approached the golden light, the fluctuation became even stronger. In the mist, an ancient lamp was floating. 3 Realms Buddhist lamp. Gu Fei was startled, but he quickly shook his head. The 3 Realms Buddhist lamp had long since been taken away by the Buddhist Lord's clone. It couldn't possibly appear here. However, he sensed an obscure fluctuation of Buddhist power coming from the ancient lamp floating in the mist ahead. Impossible. Gu Fei was a little dumbfounded. This ancient battlefield had existed for God knows how many years. Even the essence of the divine weapons refined with divine materials had been completely lost to ordinary iron, but this ancient lamp still had a soybean-sized golden light flickering. It was unknown just how many years this Buddhist lamp had drifted in the gray mist, but it still released divine might, not going out. This was extremely unordinary. Gu Fei stretched his hand out, wanting to take the ancient Buddhist lamp. However, at this moment, a black shadow walked out from the fog in front of him. Gu Fei was startled. Could there still be life in this ancient battlefield? An aura of death assaulted his senses. This was an ancient corpse that had lost all signs of life. Moreover, it was the corpse of an ancient Buddhist monk. At this time, this cold corpse was actually making a move against Gu Fei. That scared me. So it's a remnant while causing mischief. The cold corpse didn't have too much power. It seemed to be an instinctive reaction to protect the Buddhist lamp. This ancient monk's corpse was directly sent flying by Gu Fei's palm and shattered into pieces in the void. Although this ancient Buddhist lamp wasn't a Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms, it was definitely a supreme treasure of the ancient Buddhist gate. After so many years, the Buddhist energy contained within the ancient lamp hadn't completely dissipated. Gu Fei successfully obtained this ancient Buddhist lamp. At this time, demonic howls suddenly rang out from the depths of this ancient battlefield. It was as if countless demons were startled, causing the gray mist to violently surge. A powerful and evil aura erupted from the depths of this ancient battlefield. There was an unknown and terrifying evil being rapidly approaching the place where Gu Fei was. Sure enough, there's a change. Gu Fei's expression changed. He directly used his extreme 8-step speed, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. He rushed out of the ancient battlefield, unwilling to stay for even a second longer. With just a few steps, he had already rushed out of the area shrouded by the mist. Roar! A terrifying demonic howl resounded from the depths of the mist. The gray mist was surging, and the endless mist gradually condensed into a giant skull, emitting a heart-palpitating evil aura. What is that thing? On the ancient stone platform, Tian looked at this scene in shock. He activated his yin-yang divine eye and scanned the surging gray mist. Within the mist, there seemed to be figures faintly discernible. Rumble. The evil aura was mighty between the heaven and earth. An unimaginably powerful evil force shook the heaven and earth. The gray mist seemed to have a life of its own, chasing after Gu Fei like a galloping horse. Swish! Gu Fei's figure flashed in the pitch-black void. Every time he flashed, he would appear 100 miles away. His speed was so fast that the mist behind him simply couldn't compare. Very quickly, Gu Fei rushed up to the ancient stone platform. Just as Gu Fei arrived at the ancient stone platform, the ancient Buddhist lamp in his hand immediately lit up. The power of the ancient Buddhist lamp resonated with the ancient stone platform. On the ancient stone platform, ancient Buddhist runes began to light up. There's hope. Gu Fei and Tian were both surprised and happy. On the ancient Buddhist lamp, a huge Buddhist power was awakening. Rays of golden Buddhist power descended from the Buddhist lamp and entered the ancient stone platform. Buzz. The void was vibrating. Gu Fei and He Tian felt the pores on their bodies opening up. It was as though they were immersed in a pool of hot water. It was extremely comfortable. At this moment, a ball of Buddhist light surged out from the ancient stone platform, enveloping them. The ancient array is activating. He Tian was incomparably excited. They had been here for a year. Now they could finally leave this damned place. Although they didn't know where the ancient Buddhist array would lead to, it was definitely better than staying in this absolute darkness of the void. Gu Fei and He Tian raised the ancient lamp together. The void around them was distorting, and a spatial passageway was forming. At this moment, the endless gray mist condensed into a giant skull and rushed over. It opened its pitch-black mouth and tried to devour Gu Fei and He Tian, as well as the ancient stone platform beneath their feet. The aura of death enveloped the entire area. The terrifying evil creature that was born in the ancient battlefield actually wanted to devour the entire void. It was truly too domineering. Buzz. At this critical moment, the void violently shook. A ball of golden Buddhist light had already enveloped Gu Fei and He Tian. It rushed into the open spatial passageway and instantly disappeared. Book C Pavilion. Please share. Target =_blank.